Yeon-woo. I greet. My master. It was a clear voice incomparable to when he was a spirit familiar. That meant he now had the complete ability to think for himself. Bu, soul of the witch doctor, has successfully evolved. The magician of death, Leech, has been born. Congratulations! You have found a way to carry out death. Continue to search for more methods. The power of darkness will always be with you. You have accomplished an achievement not easily accomplished. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 5,000 karma. You have earned an additional 3,000 karma. This achievement will not be added to the trial of the 11th floor as it was done personally. You have earned the title One Who Carries Death. Title, One Who Carries Death. The world is split into the two sides of life and death. They hate each other, as they cannot mix with each other. However, with this title, you will receive love and blessings from both dead and alive people. Effect, all properties regarding the undead increase. Control of the darkness properties plus 20. Yeon-woo tightly clenched his fists seeing the new earned title. Earning a title meant that it was something that others hadn't easily achieved, or it was something that completely had to overcome his limits to be accomplished. Right now, his limits were only the black bracelet. However, the system acknowledged it because he had created Leech. Also, you have earned new knowledge about death. Your knowledge spectrum has widened. The proficiency of draconic eyes has increased 35.1%. Yeon-woo could feel the growth of his draconic eyes. He felt as if his world had grown. But on one hand, he felt slightly worried. What happened if Leech escaped the control of the black bracelet? He could take care of it, but he wanted to avoid that situation because it would be a waste of hidden pieces. Thankfully, Bu was the same. Master is the person that pulled me out from drowning. Please order me to do whatever. I will willingly follow your orders. His words were benign, cut off from his body, not completely settling yet, but it didn't affect communication with him. Then what magic are you currently capable of? Leech's past life was important to Yeon-woo. He needed to figure out his abilities. When I was alive? No. In my past life, I could do general things. What does general things mean? First, I'll show you. Could you, perhaps, give me a part of the souls you have? Yeon-woo gathered a lot of souls passing the floors. Now, his collection was at 1,500/. As he pulled out 3 of them, Bu lifted his bowed head. His head that was covered by his head was revealed. In his empty eye sockets, blue will-o'-the-wisps bloomed. Bu reached his hand out to the 3 souls, and fire bloomed at the tip of his fingertips. The first soul exploded like fireworks. And in the area where its dust fell, the floor split and a spotted dog appeared. His 2 eyes were dead. It's called Death Summons. Using souls as an exchange. I can summon them. If it has a corpse, I can take it out. Skeletons and zombies. Bu flicked his hand to return the summons, and exploded the second soul this time. And an ashy fog filled up his room. It was something Yeon-woo had seen before. It raised fear, and was a buff skill for him. It's called Fog of Blood. As you can see, it can show illusions and give fear to enemies. So sometimes, it gives the health and magic power taken from enemies to allies. Yeon-woo's eyes shined. The effects of Fog of Blood were better than he thought. In a large-scale war, there was nothing better than this. And this is corpse absorption. The last soul exploded. And in its place, a fire soared up and disappeared. Depending on how much there is of corpses and souls, basic magic of fire and ice can be used. Bu lowered his head. In my past life, I was a witch doctor. Unlike a dark magician or a sorcerer, I am specialized in corpses and curses. His voice was dark, but also firm at the same time. And so, right now, this is all I can do. But I can become stronger. And I won't disappoint my master by becoming a stronger liege. As much as Bu was talented in corpses and curses, he was weak with basic magic. So Bu considered that to be a shame. If only he was an ordinary dark magician, he could be a bigger help to Yeon-woo. He thought there were limits in being a witch doctor. But Yeon-woo firmly shook his head. Magic could be learned from skill books, but that was completely different from dealing with corpses and souls. Yeon-woo dreamed of a one-man army. But because there were limits on what he himself could do, it seemed that he had met a chief of staff who could support his back. It was hard fighting by myself. Now I can relax and leave it to him. Since he dealt with corpses, he could probably deal with spirit familiars as well. And with fog of blood, death summons, and corpse absorption, the battlefield could be fixed to however Yeon-woo preferred. So Yeon-woo comforted him saying it was okay. Grateful, Bu bowed his head even lower. I will not disappoint master. Bu left those words and quietly disappeared like fog. And now what's left? Since he had gotten a magician for support, he needed a knight to fight with him. Yeon-woo summoned Shannon's soul from his collection. Fitting of a semi-ranker's soul, it was different from its foundation. The color and aura were deeper. Yeon-woo changed the rest of the souls into black energy and gave it to Shannon's soul. With the sound of something cracking, the souls began to clang against each other and turn into a spirit familiar. Where is this? Shannon's spirit familiar raised his head. He was definitely a spirit familiar, but still had some of his consciousness left. This is Red Dragon's base. Shannon. You. Shannon looked around and turned towards the person calling his name. And his eyes widened. I definitely died by your hands. Shannon was confused for a moment, then nodded like he thought of something. I see. I died, then came back to life? I heard there were witch doctors or dark magicians who could deal with souls, but I've never heard that the souls could be completely recovered like this. The black bracelet was powerful enough to swallow Astrap. It couldn't be compared to other artifacts. But there was no need for Yeon-woo to explain that, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he calmly looked at Shannon and thought of how to get him on his side. Although he was a spirit familiar, he was so outstanding that he couldn't help but become greedy. Just considering the level of his awareness, he's much sharper than Bu. If I can make this person my death knight. Usually when spirit familiars were born, they put their instincts as a soul first. However, Shannon clearly had a sharp mind. Ah! Also. My request. What happened? His request to send his subordinates away even if he died. Yeon-woo nodded his head. I sent them all away. However, the guys who already... That's fine. If I wanted more than that, I would be greedy. Shannon waved his hand and cut Yeon-woo off. He narrowed his eyes to look at Yeon-woo. Anyways. If you called me here, you must want something? And the fact that you're at Red Dragon and not Jeong-woo is strange too. Yeon-woo nodded and explained what he had been through. The reason why he was at Red Dragon. And his motive for calling Saber God out. Shannon's eyes became bigger, and then he laughed. Haha. You turned your back against Saber God because of your relationship, I like that. So you're not just as greedy as I heard. Shannon was someone who considered his subordinates' lives as his own, so he seemed to like Yeon-woo's goal. However. But you want me to be a death knight? That means you want me to work beneath you. Yes. I refuse. You don't even need to ask why. I was born and raised in Red Dragon, and I have no will to leave them even after death. From when Shannon was born, he was under Red Dragon. His loyalty for his clan was unprecedented. One could even say his affection for his subordinates came from his affection for his clan. Yeon-woo inwardly clicked his tongue. He didn't expect it to be easy. But to think he would be this stubborn. But I must get him on my side. It wasn't easy to get a soul like Shannon. And he wanted to learn about the focal points he had taught him. He wanted to convince him, but if that wasn't possible, he was planning on forcing him to surrender. However, in that process, his soul could be damaged. Because there wasn't any other way, there was nothing he could do. There's nothing I can do. Then I'll have to force you. Do you have a method? I collected your soul, but do you think I can't bind you to me? That's true. That can't happen. Oh no. Shannon muttered like he wasn't happy. Yeon-woo extended his hand and paused. It seemed like he had changed his mind. You can't just send me off. I can't. You have a lot of greed. Not even letting me rest in death. Well, okay, that doesn't sound too bad. Since I was under Red Dragon during my entire life, looking outside of it should be okay. Shannon was lost in his thoughts for a moment, and turned to look at Yeon-woo. Then I have a condition. Yeon-woo pulled his hand back. Go ahead. I'll obey you. However, leave my free will alone. And make me stronger. Than when I was alive. Not just the power of a semi-ranker, but of a high ranker. Shannon's blurry eyes shined. Actually, there was something that surpassed his loyalty to Red Dragon. The passion to become a strong person. He was blocked on the 49th floor and had to remain a semi-ranker. If there was one thing he regretted, it was not becoming a ranker and climb the 77th floor. He wanted to reach the standards for being strong. Also, that was what Yeon-woo wanted as well. I will also become stronger. More than others. Then it's settled. To be honest, I knew it from when I first saw you. That you were the same species as me. Hee. But before that, there's something I have to do. And you might have to fight against Red Dragon and meet your comrades in war. The last test. I'm prepared for that much. I'm starting a new life, so there's no need to place too much thought for the past things, right? He was so different now from a while ago that it seemed like he was someone else. Why did your mind suddenly change? I don't want to be stubborn. And I don't want to break myself. So if I have to cross over. Yet. I wanted to cross over with my mind intact. Also. Yeon-woo thought Shannon might be smiling. I'm curious about what you'll do in the future. Wouldn't I be able to see that if I stay by your side? Yeon-woo shook his head. Shannon was difficult to understand. On one hand, he was sturdy and firm. But on the other hand, he was soft enough to bend over. But he was sure of one thing. With this guy, his path would be smoother. Yeon-woo pulled out his subspace pocket. Then now, please absorb the items in the order I give them to you. Chapter 129, War Preparation, 4. The spirit familiar has successfully evolved. The Night of Death, Death Knight has been created. You have achieved. Death Knight has pledged allegiance to you. Binded to the despair of the Black King, it will become your trusted sword and shield. Will you assign it a name? Shannon. The name Shannon has been assigned to the Death Knight. Allegiance has increased by 15. Authority has increased by 5. Greetings to my new master. Black armor and helmet. And with the sword breaker that he had used when he was alive planted in the ground in front of him, Death Knight was on one knee in front of Yeon-woo. Thank you for. Please don't be so formal to me anymore. I am your servant and your knight. A master doesn't speak formally to their servant. With a firm voice, Shannon raised his head. In the dark helmet he was wearing, nothing could be seen, but Yeon-woo thought that Shannon was laughing. Of course, I plan to speak informally to you sometimes. Yeon-woo grinned at the humorous Death Knight. He was going to be a different set of arms and legs compared to Bu. And so, Yeon-woo's military was increasing one by one. So focal points can only be sensed through senses. As Yeon-woo wanted, the first thing he did after completing Shannon was ask about the focal points he had suffered from in the past. Correct. Choosing one from the many possibilities. Unless you can read the future, you have to rely on your senses. Obviously, the senses we're talking about are different from the physical 5 senses we have. It was the 6th sense. Unlike the 5 senses, it was something that dealt with intangible things. Yeon-woo felt the 6th sense a few times. Back to his time in Africa. When his back had felt cold for some reason. Or when he sometimes had migraines, it meant that there was danger nearby. So Yeon-woo thought his 6th sense was pretty well developed. However, Shannon was speaking of a 6th sense that was sharper than that. A decision based on sense. In a way, it was closer to predicting the future. Usually, this is easy for people of your level to understand. I guess it's a bit hard for you. Well, I was completely surprised when I learned that you only started learning martial arts recently. Shannon nodded like he understood. From his viewpoint, Yeon-woo's growth and direction was different from others. While others created their own path from building a foundation, Yeon-woo's method was building from the very top. Usually, growth like this was bound to fall. However, Yeon-woo's tower of growth was steady. The more you climb, the more skilled players you meet. There's greater chance you'll meet people who use focal points. So I recommend you learn it quickly. Is there a way to learn it faster? There is. Yeon-woo's eyes shined. What is it? Shannon nodded like it was obvious. Fight more, and experience it more. That's obvious. And memorize all the patterns. Yeon-woo exclaimed in amazement. Shannon's words made sense. If he couldn't memorize it, it was better to memorize it. It was something he frequently did. Memorizing is best in these situations. If you continue to memorize a lot, you'll be able to apply it when it's needed. Yeon-woo laughed along with Shannon. He realized what Shannon was trying to say. And you can teach me those patterns. Right. You're clever, master. Subordinates are made to be used in these situations. Shannon slowly got up. He gripped his dark sword breaker. Since we're on the subject, let's get to it. You seem to be rushed on time too. But training with Shannon wasn't able to last too long. While learning about the focal points, the command to gather fell. Yeon-woo, Fanti, Edora, and the Foreign Legion moved to the center. And at that moment, thump! Thump! Yeon-woo grabbed his chest, which was suddenly beating faster. His eyes hardened. He was even circulating his magic circuit, but mana was spinning around. His draconic eyes opened and looked at the sky. When he looked at the sky, Yeon-woo belatedly realized why his body was behaving this way. A heavy atmosphere was filling the air. Like the sky and ground was only meant for it, it stood in the middle of it all. Red scales. A firm chin and vertical eye slits. A body of 30 meters. Dragon. The Summer Queen had returned to her original form and was sitting there. The namesake of Red Dragon, the second oldest person in the entire tower after Alforoni was releasing its aura. Dragon Fear. The skill out the many the dragon had, it was an aura that bent players over. Yeon-woo tried to find his calmness again. The reason why his heart was beating so fast was probably because the dragon in him had reacted to another dragon's presence. But he couldn't reveal that. Yeon-woo calmed himself down to the best of his abilities. Thankfully, the draconic eyes settled down and his magic circuit became quiet. But to enter an area where dragon fear was placed, one had to be very nervous. Fortunately, she wasn't looking in his direction. With vertical eyes that caused shivers, she was looking at the sky. It was a pitch-black sky. She seemed to be trying to peek at the shining moon. Then, she slowly lifted her body and spread her wings open. It's opening. With the voice of the Summer Queen. Along the sky, a large green portal spread open. And in that moment, there's nothing you'll get from helping me. Rather you'll be labeled as traitors. For the last time, I'll give you the chance you leave. After this, I won't accept any requests to leave. The Saber God was speaking to his subordinates. Along with the Madodan at the center, 9 other legions like the Shindodan and Jindodan were there. They were about to cross the bridge, so people who wanted to quit should stop now. That he wouldn't stop them. That's what the Saber God was saying. It meant that he still had the ability to reason. And that appearance of his only touched his subordinates more. He was full of the desire to save his son, but they felt his desperate want to still keep his logical mind. Eventually, no one left. They just looked at the Saber God with firm eyes. The Saber God clenched his teeth. He could feel to the bone that he hadn't lived his life in vain. Your lives, I'll gladly accept them. The Saber God's eyes started to glimmer. Then let's go. Madodan, Shindodan, and Jindodan first attacked the Hagumdan, who was watching over the Saber God. You, guys. The team leader of Hagumdan trembled his lips at the knife under his chin. His eyes were asking if they knew the meaning of what they were doing. If we didn't know, we wouldn't have started in the beginning. But the team leader of Madodan just flung his sword around without any hesitation. The team leader of Hagumdan's head rolled on the floor. Just a few hours ago, they were comrades that were drinking together. He expected to feel a bit guilty, but surprisingly, he didn't feel anything. He thought it might be because he had expected to die. But he thought this kind of death wasn't too bad either. He lived and died by his sword. If he was going to die by someone else's sword, it wouldn't be too bad to die for his master. The team leader of Madodan looked around. Except for a few members, they were all gathered around him. Like they were finished, their clothes were stained with blood. The location of the target. Target. He meant Liant. Currently the Honorable Sword God, no, the Sword God is protecting him himself in his office. The possibility of them being separated. Not any right now. I don't know what they're talking about, but it's getting long. Madodan's leader clicked his tongue. So is the only thing we can do attack the Sword God? It'll be difficult. It would have been easy to just take out Liant. But with the Sword God, things turned difficult. He had the ability to take on all the other martial gods, but no one could guess what he was thinking. To the rest of the Chong-A Wado, the Sword God was equivalent to fear. Of course, they weren't going to give up. Send the signal. The vice leader exploded the signal. Boom! Red fireworks spread across the sky. It was the signal to begin now that everything was ready. And as they had planned in advance, other legions got up from where they were waiting. Kwak Wong! Fire! Bomb! Fire in the supplies attic! Red Dragon has attacked. The strategy was simple. They were planning on raising chaos in their base. Then, while everyone was busy thinking it was an attack from Red Dragon, Saber God and Madodan would attack where Liant was. Thankfully, their first plan has already succeeded. As fire soared high above the base, players shouting could be heard. They screamed to bring water and that Red Dragon attacked. Each of the legions was planning on running around to create even more pandemonium. A lot of time would be required for people to finally realize what was going on. Meanwhile, Saber God slowly walked out of where he had been staying. With his iron box on his box, his eyes were cold. And his aura was creating a whirlwind around him. The Neodon from the 4 legendary beasts were spinning around him. He had regained his strength from his old days. No, now, he was stronger. He had activated his secret weapon just in case. It had the effect of pulling his magic power to its greatest potential. Usually it was used by kamikazes or during times of danger, but the Saber God didn't care. His body was already being broken from magic power leaving him, and he could do whatever to kill the sword god. And the effect of it was immense. Magic power filled his body, and the energy of the 4 legendary beasts he hadn't been able to digest mixed with it to strengthen his magic power. He felt like he could destroy anything that came his way. With his power, not only did he feel like he could break Sword God, but all the other martial gods who followed him including Leont. But he knew if he let go to his instincts, he would burn up. So he tried to retain his reasoning while walking. His senses that became more sensitive told him where Leont was hiding. So Saber God unhesitatingly headed over to that direction. Midodan followed after him. His pace was fast. Unlike his relaxed steps, his movement was rapid. It was hard to follow. They saw some people, but they quickly fell to the Saber God. Soon, they arrived to where Leont's mana was wafting around. Saber Godnam. You can't come here. Security around the Sword God's residence was more lax than normal thanks to the sudden chaos. They could only be surprised at Saber God and Midodan's sudden arrival. But before they could act, Saber God swung his sword around. They were crushed with his new power. Tens of players disappeared into dust. Only Leont and Sword God were left. Leont barely blocked the attack by putting his arms up. His clothes were just pieces of loose cloth, and his eyes were filled with fire. Saber God! To the end! Just hand over the stone. Then I'll save your life. How many times do I say I don't have it? That thing. I don't. Leont felt wronged, because he really didn't have it. But he couldn't speak. Sword God extended his hand and cut him off. And with his lion mask, he looked at Saber God. Above his mask, wrinkles could be seen on his forehead. Do you really have to go this far? Sword God saw Saber God's condition. Digestion of the 4 legendary beasts Neodon, and strengthening of his magic power. Saber God wasn't the Saber God he knew. If you compared just their aura, it didn't lose to Sword Gods. I'll ask a question too. Hand over the stone now. Then I'll give my life if you tell me to. Like I always say. The martial gods are equal. Unless a life is given voluntarily, another martial god can't ask for a life. Sword God spoke about their morals, but Saber God snorted. That's not it. Don't try to cover it up. That stone, isn't it something you need as well? And you were talking about that with his just now. Am I wrong? Leont's eyes shook. Saber God had correctly guessed the truth. He had been speaking about the stone with Sword God. So you'll fight for it until the end. I'm already here, there's no point in turning back. Hand over the betrayer. If you continue to be stubborn, there's nothing I can do. Under his lion mask, Sword God's eyes narrowed. And when he lifted his hand, his sword swirled around him. Then the atmosphere shook and became blurry, then the defense mechanism broke and a new scene appeared. Surrounding Sword God and Saber God were thousands of players holding their swords up. Even with this, are you going to continue? Sword God asked with icy eyes. Chapter 130, War Preparation, 5. Midodan's team leader's eyes shook. An illusion. He realized that everything they had seen so far was a trap. The pandemonium of the players was a trap for them. They didn't know that and walked right into the tiger's den by themselves. At the feet of the players who were glaring at Midodan, there were the heads of the dead Shindodan and Jindodan. I thought maybe that we should give you a chance. You are the first friend I worked together along with Spear. But you couldn't wait and had to go this far. Did you have to do this? Sword God looked at Saber God with glowering eyes. Like it was all his fault. That because he had betrayed them, all those kids over there were dead. But Saber God just looked at his dead subordinates with dry eyes. And he slowly opened his mouth to speak. You who judge everything from 1 to 10 by yourself probably couldn't understand. They probably died smiling. Pitying them is only cursing them. Saber God cut him off, and kicked open the iron box he brought with him. And I hope you know one more thing. Saber God's eyes coldly flashed. Whether it be 1, 10, of hundreds. There's only one guy I'm trying to get. His gaze landed on Leon behind the sword god. And it began. The 9 swords that were in the box flew out. Saber God took the biggest and smallest of the swords and ran towards Leon with them. Protect the master. Make sure nothing can bother him. Madodan blocked their surroundings so Saber God could freely run. Players ran towards them with a shout. Boom! As expected of Madodan, who was in the top 3 of Jeong-woo, they killed their comrades without any hesitation. Rather, because they were stronger, they pushed back. Meanwhile, Sword God and Saber God were flinging their swords at each other. The collected magic power exploded and the knives flew around, creating a storm. Crash! The sound of air splitting rang in the air. Saber God pulled out the knives planted in the ground and continued to swing them around. The storm became bigger and forced the Sword God back. Whirlpool of knives. Tomb of 9 swords. Saber's God signature movements were known by almost everyone in the tower. The whirlpool that he made by pulling on the knives in order made everything around him a mess. The wind was filled with aura and it ripped up everything in its path. In addition to that, he had pulled out 9 that he loved so much. With the Neodon of the 4 legendary beasts, it was a strong gust of wind. Even the Sword God looked like a sailboat in the middle of a typhoon. But the Sword God didn't give up. Rather, he headed straight down the storm like a shark. And every time he did that, his 4 swords rotated in order to break the storm. His swords pierced the storm to break it, broke the aura in the air, pushed the storm down, and cut through everything in their way. His knives that were known as Death of Holy followed Sword God's orders to make a path for him, and he soon approached Saber God. Saber God was surprised at how fast the distance between them was closed. But he soon smiled, showing his canines. He was stupid fool that came walking in by himself. Saber God couldn't lose this chance, so he pulled a sword that happened to be nearby and swiped the Sword God's back. However, right before it made contact with his back, it was stopped by his hand. The sword was tightly held in between his thumb and forefinger. It was an impossible situation. Saber God paused, not knowing he would be blocked this easily, and Sword God put pressure on his 2 fingers in the meantime. The sword broke, and its pieces were flung into the air. His magic sword that was called the name of a devil futilely broke. And Sword God stabbed his hand out past the pieces. One of his swords arrived at his hand. The sword deeply but the Saber God's shoulder, chest, and back. Saber God thought he might be caught in trajectory, so he quickly backed up and picked up his thin sword out. He was planning on somehow flicking out the Sword God. Clang! Sword God's sword greeted it like it was welcoming it and broke that sword too. The same happened for his next sword, and the sword after that. The knife that had a god's name, and the sword that had been used by a hero in the past couldn't keep up with Sword God's swords and just flew out of his hands. And when the 9th sword broke, Sword God's sword was planted in his right thigh. Then, like they had been waiting, the rest of the swords planted themselves into the Saber God's body. His body shook, and he vomited blood, falling to his knees. Ow! Saber God had an unbelieving expression and looked at Sword God with trembling eyes. He definitely had more magic power. And his skills were more powerful than ever. He thought that his aura wasn't lacking compared to Sword God's. However, the results were too one-sided. He didn't scratch Sword God at all, and he had to face the humiliation of his 9 swords breaking. Before he even activated his signature skill, they had all been destroyed. The Sword God spoke with eerie eyes. That is the level. Saber God widened his eyes. And he bitterly smiled. He remembered why he had joined Jeong-woo. Back when he was immature, and only wanted to become stronger. He met the Sword God, and lost. After he got over his shock, he followed after him to learn. And as time passed, the gap between them only became bigger. Magic power and artifacts couldn't make up for it. Perhaps it was obvious. Unlike the sword god, who kept on training, he met his lover and had a son. While he was focused on that, he didn't get stronger. It was obvious his sense would have weakened. Was this it? The saber god thought. He put everything on the line to save his son. But it was useless. He lost the last line. Motivation faded from his eyes. As his head drooped with sadness. However, I'm thankful to you. Sword god's words confused him. What are you talking about? Sword god replied with a careless voice. But his voice was only heard by Saber god. Because you successfully mixed the Neoden of the 4 legendary beasts, all I have left is to take it out. You. I'm grateful. Very. I never imagined that I would be able to get it this quickly. Should I thank Red Dragon for this? Saber god suddenly realized what happened. What Sword god had been aiming for. Why he had told him to catch the 4 legendary beasts. It was simple. He wanted Saber god to digest it first so he could take it. Why he tried to protect Leant until the end. This was simple too. He didn't know what that stone was, but it probably had something to do with magic as well. He was always like this. Sword god always planned a few moves ahead, and just had to get what he wanted. This was one of them. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Saber god couldn't help it and let out a laugh. Whatever the result was. He was used. By Red Dragon. And by Jeong-woo Cha. He was only a marionette that was used as needed. Even if others honored him as a martial king and blessed him for being a high ranker, he was someone that was easily thrown away by his enemies. But he didn't have any way to resolve his regrets. He was hit, and his son was dying. Come to me. Sword god spread open his right hand and placed it on Saber god's left chest. He was probably planning on taking out his heart and Neoden. In that short moment, Saber god thought about what he could do. He hated dying like this. And if he died, his son would also die because he couldn't be used as leverage anymore. His son that had lived in pain his entire life. Flowers had to die without properly blooming. He didn't want that to happen. He wanted to save his son at the very least. Then, he needed to have leverage too. What was something that would make good leverage? What would Red Dragon like? He thought of the note he received. It was the note that came with his son's eyeball. Along with the words to bring the stone, there was something else. Coordinates. It was where Red Dragon's base was located. He didn't know why it had been on there, but now he knew. Having gone crazy thinking about it, Saber god's eyes began to shine once again. His eyes burning up like hellfire made him look like his old days. Sword. You made a mistake. What? You shouldn't have told me. That the Neoden was mixed. Saber god smirked. Sword god tried to pierce his heart faster, but at that moment. Boom! Saber god used his magic power on him and broke his heart himself. And his gathered Neoden broke with it. The magic power inside leaked out. No, it exploded. Expanding itself, the magic power popped Saber god's body like it was a balloon. Then the magic power soared up to the sky. Then it started to write something mid-air. Following the last vestiges of the Saber god, the power of the legendary beasts twirled together like a spider web. Realizing what it was, Sword god widened his eyes. He shouted the Saber god's real name. Hanryungug. But before he could do anything, the magic circle spread out and a large portal was created. Above Sword god and Jeong-woo Cha an gigantic green portal opened, and under it, a shiny red scaled head revealed itself. Vertically split eyes and sharp teeth, and an aura that pressed down everything in her surroundings. Dragon fear. Dragon. The rare red dragons that were extinct in the tower. The Summer Queen. It was the moment when she landed in the middle of Jeong-woo territory. Following the Summer Queen, Red Dragon's players fell like rain. And in the middle of it, Yeon-woo was among them. Yeon-woo opened his draconic eyes and lifted his head. He could see the power of the legendary beasts along the portal fading away. However, they were already mixed, so they didn't easily fall apart, since they were complicatedly tied together by the saber god. But Yeon-woo thought that was better as he extended his left hand. Bathory's vampiric sword burst open. It started to suck up all the energy covering the sky. You have begun to absorb the magic power of the 4 legendary beasts. The title Legendary Beast's Successor is being applied and speeding up the process. Magic power has increased by 5. Magic power has increased by 10. The proficiency of magic circuit has dramatically increased 55, 56, 61, 62, 68%. Your vessel has expanded. The growth of your soul has been confirmed. The paused succession process is resuming to fill up the blank sections. Current progress, 100%. The succession process has been finished. Your dragon body is being woken up. Chapter 131, Wakening, 1. The finishing of the succession process. It was something that Yeon-woo had to finish. Because it was like an inheritance that his brother had left for him, along with his pocket watch. And it was proof that his brother had lived in the tower. Yeon-woo, who was living for his younger brother, had to carry through with this. However, the existence of the draconic species was too superior that it definitely wasn't easy to inherit their power. Even though he finished the tutorial with the greatest score and passed the beginner section. Even after he got an artifact with the name of a god, and because the successor contracted to legendary beasts. Even if he trained his Mujong and completely set up his magic circuit. It wasn't easy to achieve. It was always within his grasp, but it left, like it was saying that a mere human wouldn't be allowed its powers. But now, Yeon-woo had the great powers of the legendary beasts from the saber god. Like it had found its home, the 4 legendary beasts' powers that had been floating in air were tamed by Yeon-woo, with the title of legendary beast's successor. The proficiency of Bathory's vampiric sword fully activated with the magic circuit and took in the energies. The amount was so immense that it completely filled up the magic circuit. No, actually, it overflowed. And the leftover magic power was absorbed in other places. It entered deep in his bones. And it became firm enough to push away most artifacts. It entered his cells to wake up his draconic arteries and veins. Everything in his body was crushed and remade. And at the same time, the unstable tower that Shannon spoke about crumbled, and in its place, there was a firm foundation. Then, when everything was stacked, when everyone had passed through the portal and arrived on the ground, Yeon-woo felt something tingle through his entire body. It was like he realized and saw a new world. From his chest to his neck, sparkling blue scales covered his body and nice sound. It was draconic scale. You have successfully awoken all of factor of the dragon. Your awakening is completed. Your properties have successfully changed. Trait diamond physique has been changed to draconic body. You have accomplished a great feat. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 10,000 karma. You have earned an additional 15,000 karma. Your condition has been changed from incomplete dragon body to complete draconic body. You have gained the authority to view the applicable report of the draconic species. The locked report of dragons has been partially unlocked. The locked knowledge of dragons has been partially unlocked. The locked authority of dragons has been partially unlocked. Trait diamond physique has been changed to draconic body. Trait, draconic body. Summary: the ancient dragon Kalidas thought it a shame that a species that was as great as gods and demons disappeared like the giant species. So before closing his eyes, he left everything he had as inheritances and hoped that his species' greatness would be spread far and wide. And that feat has been delivered to a new inheritor, and a fancy flower has been born again. The great ancient dragon's grace and blessing will display the greatness of the draconic species in the mind and body. Asterisk territory of the dragon. Depending on the qualification, you can spread vina according to a set amount of territory. Asterisk knowledge of the dragon. According to the qualification, you can open a system of knowledge, Hakma. Asterisk authority of the dragon. According to the qualification, you can open the power of truth, Kather. Swoosh. Not only was Yeon-woo's body different, his soul had grown, and he could feel the world around his had changed. As his knowledge increased little by little, he could slightly taste it, but it was incomparable to now. If he could only view if before, now he felt like he could control it after some practice. It was the power to study the truth of all, and to understand. That was the draconic species. Although it was only the difference of a few minutes, it was vastly different from before. His rank had changed. He felt an overpowering confidence that he could do anything. This must be the source of the pride that all draconic species have. He thought that they deserved to think that way. And there was one thing that was most felt by Yeon-woo. Authority. Since he had the draconic body that had received the blessing of the ancient dragon, he was now able to open the 8 authorities. The authority given to Yeon-woo was only on the first step, but it was still amazing. Yeon-woo desperately wanted to use it. And when he was heading to his destination. Is it a new successor? That child had spoken about. Yeon-woo raised his head at the voice that rang in his head. It was a low rumbling voice. It was a voice he heard several times in the diary. Kalidas. Yeon-woo's eyes widened. The ancient dragon Kalidas had met Jeong-woo through the mystical dragon, and he left everything to him before he closed his eyes. With the will to spread the greatness of the draconic species far and wide. But that wasn't it. Here. I'll be waiting. Until you come find me. Before Yeon-woo found a way to reply, Kalidas's voice faded away and was cut off. He quickly searched for a way to reconnect to Kalidas in his brain. But even with his faster thinking abilities with his draconic body, he couldn't think of one. He returned to his normal time at the battlefield that had slowed down because of his awakening. Noises and screams and the chaotic battlefield entered his view. With a new message. You have completed the hidden quest, Void Dragon's second test. You have been rewarded with Bead of Abyss, Wrath of the Void Dragon, and Nest of the Void Dragon. Because he had absorbed the Saber God's magic power along with the power of the legendary beasts, the quest had probably accepted it as his finish. No, even if he hadn't, he had set everything up. He thought the Void Dragon would probably be satisfied as well. However, Yeon-woo didn't plan on finishing it here. So he wanted to find more souls to add to his collection. The souls of high rankers. It was a material that would be used in so many ways. Thank you, Master. Really? He could momentarily hear Chirpy's voice, who had been sleeping. After Yeon-woo told him that he would see something even more interesting if he waited a while, he quickly looked around. The first goal was to catch the Saber God. Now I have to try for the next guy. With his senses, he could quickly tell what was going on. Using the senses that his draconic body gave to him, his sense could reach further and more detailedly than other people could. There's a lot of guys to get here. Yeon-woo smiled so widely his canines showed. It was a place with rankers, high rankers, and the most superior players. It was the best place for him to gather souls. Also, battlefields were like Yeon-woo's backyard. It was the best stage he could perform on. Kane. He was planning on completely using his name that he received on Earth. His magic circuit released heat like it was crazy. It frantically circulated, giving power to his body. Following his back, wings made of fire that were mixed with holy fire wrapped around his body. And slowly pulling out Vigrid, he was able to increase the territory of his senses. He could feel the entire base of Jeong-woo. It was clear to him like a picture. And in the middle of it, He quickly found his target. Found you. Thankfully, he was nearby. Yeon-woo headed over to that direction without any hesitation. To where his second prey, Leon, was. Like a meteor was falling, the Summer Queen landed in Jeong-woo base and shook the ground. And the presences following her shook the air. It was an extreme aura. The presence of a draconic species was that great. And it reached a hidden fear within instinct. The weak players couldn't bear dragon fear and fell to the ground vomiting blood. Even the skilled people were affected. At best, the semi-rankers were able to take it, but it was too much for others to overcome dragon fear. And the Summer Queen didn't stop there. She tilted her head back and opened her mouth, and a new power that was as scary as dragon fear revealed itself. Breath. Hellfire flew on everything in the horizon. From where the Summer Queen was to the opposite direction of Jeong-woo's base where breath touched. It erased everything in its path. In that, rankers were included. They couldn't even fight back. Amidst this one-sided scene. From this colossal aura that no one in the tower could fight against other than Al-Foroni. Red Dragon and Jeong-woo, all players were completely pressed down. It was so unbelievable that it was questionable if that was really possible. Especially the Jeong-woo members had to tremble from a fear that was creeping up on their hearts. They had lived their whole lives for martial arts, so they didn't easily crumble at meeting a strong opponent. But because of that, the wall of the Summer Queen made them crumble even more. They felt like no matter how hard they trained, they would never catch up. Despair and hopelessness riddled their brains. The feeling of loss spread across Jeong-woo. Summer Queen. You bitch, you dare. Sword God realized his subordinate's feelings and let out extreme anger. He had lost the power of the legendary beasts just like that, so he was already angry to the max. And he was going to get the stone and the sword, but couldn't carry out his plans. Like pouring oil of the fire wasn't enough, he couldn't leave the Summer Queen, who was spreading the fire even further, alone. The sword god stepped on the air around him and quickly arrived at the head of the Summer Queen. Before him, his four swords quickly drew their trajectory and created a huge explosion. The air around his shredded to pieces, and the explosion rang out, covering the Summer Queen. And along that, the spear god threw his spear out. It created a huge explosion and cut the Summer Queen's side. It was a new skill the spear god had created leaving the tribe. The bow god pointed his arrow at the sky. With the strength of when he dropped the 9 suns, he pulled back his bow. And arrows of 9 different colors appeared, and fell like rain. The rain split into hundreds of different pieces and made a large net of light under the sky. At some point, it landed on the Summer Queen's head. Boom! That was how the confrontation between Summer Queen and the 3 martial gods began. Chapter 132, Wakening, 2. While Summer Queen was blowing her breath at the 3 martial gods, the other rankers of Red Dragon spread out to the rest of the Jeong-woo's base. Explosions exploded in various colors fancily, followed by the smell of burning and blood. Jeong-woo's players tried to somehow stop them. But it was such a surprise attack, and those who were gathered were people there to stop the Saber God, so they were left defenseless. And on top of all that, the breath of the Summer Queen was enough to drop them to their feet. Red Dragon didn't miss that weakness. They swung their aura around and Jeong-woo's players fell. Unlike the expectation that there were a lot of skilled players in Jeong-woo, they easily fell to Red Dragon. And Jeong-woo was able to understand why Red Dragon was considered to control the tower. And why they could say that they would get Al-Foroni. Although only a part of their forces were there, they were already overpowering Jeong-woo. Kwang. Among them, Team 2 of the Foreign Legion, led by Fanti and Edora, were contributing a lot. Maybe it was because they had practiced the 8 battle formations to the death? They were steadily pushing back Jeong-woo without even a hint of surprise. Edora shouted out orders for left and right to lead them in the right direction, and Fanti went ahead of them to explode his thunder. and white thunder and ashes were left in his path. In the middle of that chaotic battlefield, clutching her sword, Eudora was grateful that the One-Horned tribe hadn't joined up with Jeong-woo yet. If her father had been here, the damage to both sides would have been immense. And on one hand, she was a bit worried about Yeon-woo, who was absent. "I'll leave here to you for a moment." Without giving her a chance to reply, he suddenly disappeared. Just what was he trying to do? Eudora slightly hated Yeon-woo for hiding so many things, but she decided to focus on the fight for now. And to hide the fact that he had been absent until now, they had to lead the fight to victory. Swoosh! Yeon-woo quickly moved in between the battlefield. With the magic power of the Neodon of the 4 legendary beasts in his dragon body, everywhere he stepped with his shunpo left a blurry footstep. The players couldn't even read Yeon-woo's movements because of that. Because he rapidly disappeared and they needed to focus on what was at hand. They were just a bit surprised at the energy of his fire and didn't think too much of it, thinking it was a remnant of the explosions. And so, while Yeon-woo was moving to his destination, he was free to do what he wanted. "Come out!" The black bracelet drowned in a black light momentarily and let out energy around to its surroundings. With his sensitive senses, he could feel about 30 presences near him. "Master! Your order!" With other monster portents like Noel and Ka. Like Yeon-woo had made Shannon into a Death Knight and Bu into Liege, he had changed the other spirit familiars. Monster portents. An evolved form of the spirit familiars. They have some awareness, so they are able to communicate. They are waiting in the shadows, and can have a physical body when they wish. Generally, they have a lot of influence from evil, and they are greedy enough to find chances to eat weak souls that wander around. The title "One Who Pulls Death" made it easier to evolve the spirit familiars. And he was able to add an extra 20 forms to his original 10. And the monster portents that were created were extremely useful in many ways. Not only could they easily change their form, their strength was incomparable to when they were spirit familiars. When they were in the soul form, they could easily hide their presence. And when they were in their physical form, they had the power a bit shy of a semi-rancor. Also, as their awareness increased to be able to communicate, they could determine things for themselves. It meant they could use their power down to the minute details. Their power couldn't even be compared to when they broke the alliance of the clans. Also, spread out. Yeon-woo didn't plan on stopping there. This was a battlefield. Death was everywhere, and precious souls were wandering around. It was a buffet for the newly evolved monster portents. As soon as his order fell, they disappeared into the shadows like they had been waiting. They were going to eat to their heart's content. There wasn't an ordinary player among them. Each of them were skilled enough to be in a large clan, and there would be rancors that had died by knives flying around. They were only to eat those people. It was clear they would experience extreme growth. And they could even end players' lives that were almost gone themselves. As they grew little by little. And as he gathered the souls, it was clear his collection would be filled with useful guys. So Yeon-woo laughed happily. He couldn't make any noises because he needed to move secretly, but he was so thankful to Red Dragon and Jeong-woo who set this stage for him. He laughed at the stupid guys who were fighting amongst themselves. Of course, it was too early to be celebrating. There was still Leant, and Bahul. After he killed them, he couldn't relax until the war became worse. So Yeon-woo started to slow down as he became closer to Leant. Instead, he hid his presence as much as possible. While he secretly moved, he got ready to attack Leant from the back. It wasn't just Leant in that place. There were groups to defend him, and groups to take him. There was a battle there too. And among them, Bahul's presence was mixed somewhere there. He's here to get Leant as well. When he first met Bahul outside of the tower, he immediately went to attack Leant after saying goodbye to Yeon-woo. At the time, he wondered why. Visit No. V. Elb. I. N for the best novel reading experience. thinking that there wasn't a reason for Red Dragon to declare war on Jeong-woo. He didn't even expect that the reason was related to Leant. And now, he precisely knew the reason. Stone. The stone Leant had been trying to create by sacrificing multitudes of players. He didn't know the name or information about it, but it was clear Bahul was trying to get his hands on the mysterious object. Because he had been able to read the letter that was sent to Saber God from Bahul's side. Yeon-woo didn't know where Bahul got his information about the stone. But knowing that he had the stone the bastards were looking for, he was able to guess Bahul's and Leant's movements. He could borrow the strength of Sword God, and use the power he had left. Whatever he did, he was going to protect his life to the best of his abilities. And Bahul would chase after Leant again. Because he thought that Leant would use the stone since he was pushed into a corner. Considering Leant's personality, that's what he would do. Because he valued his life more than anything. Obviously, that's only the case for when Leant actually has the stone. So Leant was going to prepare for Bahul, who was chasing after him. Since he didn't have the stone, he had to have the power to fight back. And if Leant and Bahul confronted each other, if they fought over a stone that wasn't there, even if one was victorious, the damage to both sides would be immense. And behind them, I'll stab their backs. Yeon-woo planned on attacking right after. Along with the monster potents that had gotten stronger wandering around the battlefield. After he completely awakened his dragon body, and with the face of his brother. And far away, he could see Leant and Bahul fighting like he expected. Boom! Damn! Leant couldn't push back his anger and cursed. Bahul looked like demon spitting out his fire, ready to follow him to hell. Some of the greatest teams in Red Dragon were protecting him, and among them were a few skilled players Jeong-woo had been hiding from the public. But Bahul just pushed them aside like they were nothing. He stepped on and destroyed them. Like his name, Flame Beast, he ran around like a beast. As if he wouldn't be pushed back, the distance between them decreased. Are you going to hang on until the end, friend? I didn't know you were such a stubborn friend. Leant shouted out at Bahul's ridiculing tone. Damn! I don't have it. The stone that you guys are looking for, it disappeared. Gone. If I had it, I would have used it earlier, why wouldn't I be using it now? Under normal conditions, he would have hidden it until the end. The moment that he acknowledged he made a stone like that, his great dream would come crumbling down. It was obvious it would be taken by Sword God and he would be punished for it. But because of him, the war started, and he felt wronged because the other martial kings looked down on him. So when Saber God threatened him for the stone, when Sword God twisted his words and offered protection in exchange for the stone, and when the sword was right under his chin with the attack of the Red Dragon, he couldn't hold it back any longer. If he actually had the stone, he wouldn't feel so wronged. Then whether it was stolen from Saber God, or taken by the Sword God, he would be able to fight back. But the stone had really evaporated into the air. And they kept on threatening him for the stone. Even if he told the truth that he didn't have it, the reply was always the same. Even if he wanted to let them read his mind and show them everything he was thinking to reveal the truth, he couldn't, and he felt like he was going crazy. The people who were assigned to protect him were closer to people who were supervising him. So you're gonna be like that until the end. Very well. Let's do it, then. Bahul looked at Leant and thought that he should get him now. He thought maybe the stone had actually really disappeared, but he needed to make it appear right now. He was also in a corner as well. He didn't know how long the Summer Queen could hold back the three martial gods. So he didn't have long. There was only so much she could do with a broken dragon heart. And before the world found out that she had issues, he needed to stop that from happening. He needed to find the stone to fix the dragon heart and make her the strongest in the tower. So Bahul was planning on capturing Leant in any way possible. If he didn't have the stone, he could make him create it somehow. Because Red Dragon could get their hands on any materials they needed. People, elixirs, whatever it was. They could freely gain it. But Leon gritted his teeth. He felt angry because he was so wronged. If you're gonna be like that until the end. Fine. Let's finish this, Bahul. Leon exploded all the magic power that he had. Even though the consequences might be too much for him to handle, he felt like he needed to rip apart the guy in front of him to feel better. Leon summoned a large magic storm. It was the storm that gave him the nickname Stormbringer. He definitely didn't fall behind Bahul or the other martial gods in terms of strength. Bahul was momentarily surprised at what Leon said and narrowed his eyes at the familiar smell. Is this, mystical dragon? Did you swallow Neodon? How did you get this? It was the mystical beast their friend had raised once. But how was this in Leon's possession? Chapter 133, Awakening, 3. But Leon just powerfully blew out a storm like he didn't want to answer. The wind in his storm was considerably strong. Also, the mystical beast had the strength to eat all the properties that got in the way. Because it had that aura, it was easily able to eat the fire rain of Bahul. And it wasn't just that. A magic circle began to be created around Leon and set up the protection magic that Sword God had put in place to protect Saber God. As they all opened, buffs were focused on Leon's movements. On the other hand, Bahul was debuffed and his movements were slowed down. They were followed with blindness, poisoning, and then it disappeared. As they all collided with each other, Flame Beast spread forward. Every time he flicked his fingers, fire crackled out from his fingers and evaporated into the air. Leon also received a lot of damage. Since this was a battlefield, where one blink could lead to death. But even in that situation, neither of them backed down, and eventually Leon was right in front of Bahul. Bahul paused in surprise. Until now, he had only been the hunter. But strangely, Leon felt like the hunter now. He felt like he had instantly become the prey. And the moment he saw Leon's violent eyes, he instinctively knew he was in danger. But it was too late. Leon twisted his body and pulled out his secret weapon. The bracelet that was wrapped tightly around his arm quickly unraveled and stretched out. It was a sword. No, it was also a spear, or an axe, or a whip. It was an item that Sword God had left for Leon to use when he was in danger. The weapon he didn't want to have to pull out until the very last moment. Gungnir. TN, https://norsemythology.org/Gungnir/. It was the weapon of the god Odin for when he punished his enemies. The greatest knife that couldn't even be given a rank threw up light and filled his vision. Die! With Leon's determined scream. Boom! Roar! Quack wong! Crumble! The explosion spread out to their surroundings. No, it ripped it into shreds in the form of a tornado. Bahul, Flame Beast, and the rest of the guards placed by the Sword God were flown away. In the middle of Leon bellowed. He had used almost all of the Neodon of the legendary beasts, but thinking that he had finished that damned bastard, he felt happy. If only he had this power. He didn't need the stone. No, what would happen if he had this and the stone? Having those thoughts, he began to feel wronged again. With his senses that were working on full power, he felt something fly out from the explosion. Leon T. Bahul was running at him with a dangerously crumpled face. His two eyes were filled with anger and the will to kill Leon no matter what it took. Leon saw the Bahul from the past that had run at him at his appearance. He laughed at him. He had Gungnir. He would have been confident even if the Saber God ran at him, but Bahul was running at him. He thought Bahul was like a moth drawn to a flame. So he swung Gungnir down again. He would have to deplete all the Neodon from the mystical dragon, but it had to be done. He also thought of how nice it would be to use all the players here to make a stone. He needed to look for a method. With those thoughts, he stretched Gungnir out. The moment he was about to swing the knife's edge that was infused with the Neodon of the mystical dragon. Whoosh! Leon shook from the shock from his back. Gulp! Blood poured from his mouth. As the strength drained from his body, the magic power from Gungnir slowly faded away. With shaking eyes, he looked down. In his left chest, there was a sword that he had never seen before. The blood stain was growing along the armor. When he barely turned his head to look, with chilly eyes under a black mask, there was someone tightly gripping his sword. Leon thought that he was smiling under his mask. Also, he thought that the shape of the face was familiar somehow. We finally meet. Yeon-woo coldly mocked him. Leon opened and closed his mouth. The guy spoke like he knew him. In a way, it felt like he was really happy to see him. Like meeting a friend after a long while. But Leon could feel the murderous intent deep in that voice. Who was this guy? If he hated him to this extent, it was definitely someone he knew. After the fall of Arthea, he had tried to live as quietly as positively, so he couldn't grasp who it was. So he tried to think deeper. But he wasn't able to. Swish! With the realization that something shined in front of him, his consciousness fell. And that was the last thought Leon had. Hoo! Leon's head was tossed into the air. From his neck, blood soared out, and Yeon-woo's bitter face could be seen. Yeon-woo opened his left hand and put it on the corpse that was about to fall over. To take any the Neodon of the mythical dragon that was slightly there. To think this guy ate Jeong-woo's mythical beast's Neodon. He heard that his brother's mythical dragon had disappeared after his brother fell, but he never would have imagined that Jeong-woo had caught it. But it was a relief he was able to collect it now. Because his brother's relationship with his mythical dragon was so special. And the mythical dragon was why the ancient dragon Kalidas took an interest in his little brother. You have used Bathory's vampiric sword. It is absorbing the energy left in the corpse. Strength has increased by 2. Health has increased by 5. Yeon-woo looked at the dried-up corpse and just tossed it aside like it was nothing. The corpse flew away in dust. Yeon-woo didn't put any more of his attention on Leon's corpse anymore. This bastard was one of the guys who stuck their swords in Jeong-woo's heart. He should have felt relieved and satisfied, but he only felt like he finally got something he had to do. He felt good. But that was it. It was nothing more than what Yeon-woo had to accomplish. There were a lot of things to get from Leon, but because he had put him in his soul collection, he could summon him and question him later. And now, it was time to focus on his other prey. Yeon-woo turned his body. He looked at Bahul, who had paused on his way running over. Cain. Bahul's face was crumpled in confusion. How are you here? He definitely hadn't told Yeon-woo he was going to be here. Rather, he had told him to contribute to the war with the help of the Furiten Legion. Because the more he did things that caught attention, the more useful he would become. Bahul was genuinely planning on growing Yeon-woo as his right arm, as his chief of staff to grow Red Dragon even more. But even though he didn't give any orders, Yeon-woo was here. And with cold eyes, at that. In the 2 eyes that were visible under his mask, there was no emotion. He looked like a marionette. So, Bahul could feel that something was wrong. He didn't worry that the Summer Queen had told him to capture Leon alive. Or the fact that he needed to get the stone. He got a bad feeling like he might need to get out of this place. Right now, he was too injured. Even if he was a high ranker, even if he was a skilled person in the 81 Eyes, Red Dragon's pride, it was too dangerous right now. So unconsciously, he took a step back. And he was shocked at himself. After leaving Arthea. After entering Red Dragon. At himself, who had never taken a step back, who was doing the strange action right now. Because of the embarrassment that he, who had never stepped back or given up, was doing it right now. And he was able to realize what the identity of the fear was. Dragon fear. It was weak compared to the Summer Queen's, but it was a murderous intent that could only be felt from the draconic species. It was the strength that pushed down all living creatures and made them feel fear. He didn't know why this strength was emanating from Yeon-woo, but he just thought that he needed to somehow get out of this place. Because he needed to let the people know the important truth that someone other than the Summer Queen could use the power of the draconic species. And he needed to deliver the fact about the guy who had definitely set them all up. If he couldn't do it, he needed to send someone from Flame Beast. However, announcement of territory. Before Bahul, who was sneaking glances at Yeon-woo, could escape, Yeon-woo used the authority that was given to his with his dragon body. Territory of the dragon, Vina, has been announced. Within the chosen territory, you can apply your authority. The first step of the authority is manifesting. Authority, dragonic blood. Within a limited time, all stars increase according to a set amount. Within a limited time, all defenses increase by a set amount. Within a limited time, all property defenses increase by a set amount. You have awakened the energy of the dragon. Dragonic blood. Summary: the ancient dragon Kalidas set up an 8-step process so the contractee can quickly adjust to the dragon body. This is the first step of those. The blood of the draconic species consists of pure mana, so it has an outstanding immunity and resistance. Also, it has the effect of maximizing the potential of the user. Awakening of dragon blood. You continuously received dragon blood. It shows off an incredible immunity to different properties, and with its resistance, it is able to resist other types of magic power. In addition, it has the ability of quick healing, and can fix injuries and tiredness. Sense of the dragon. In the announced territory, the user will have sensitive senses. As the proficiency increases, the sense becomes more sensitive, and it becomes close to determining the future. An unknown blue magic circle appeared below Yeon-woo's feet, and it spread out over a large territory. Yeon-woo felt power entering his body. His blood changed to dragon blood. All over his body, new strength was delivered, and the navy blue scales on his skin turned darker. As his eyes opened, he could see the most detailed sections of the world. His sensitives became more detailed as well. He saw all the land that was announced as his territory in his head. Information poured into his mind, that had grown bigger, like a waterfall. He was momentarily dizzy, but as his ability to calculate became quicker, his abilities to think became faster as well. His magic circuit cried out. The cores were all activated as one and magic power was released everywhere. Wings of fire burned from his back. The grid was shaking. This was the first authority, awakening of dragon blood. Forcing the blood of a dragon to flow in his body, it was a power that pushed all his physical powers to their extreme. And in his announced territory, he set rules. Bahul couldn't move, like his feet were tied up in invisible shackles. The more he tried to shake it away, they locked him in even tighter. And it wasn't just Bahul. Those who barely survived from Gungnir's explosion. The players who were looking for a way to escape away from the explosion. Red Dragon and Jeong-woo, everyone's feet were tied up. Their faces became more pale. Dragon fear not only affected their bodies, but also tried to lock up their souls. And that wasn't the end. Along the magic circle, black shadows stepped out and began to take on physical forms. They looked like ghosts, or monsters. They were being summoned by Yeon-woo's command from the battlefield. And with the appearance of the monster portents, an ashy fog was released into the atmosphere. Boo was holding his bead up and screaming. Dead souls! Follow the master! When his orders fell, corpses started to shake and stand up from where they were. Undeads like skeletons, ghouls, zombies approached the alive players with their eyes rolling, emitting a horrid scent. In the middle of them, Shannon was leading the undead army. Like when he led his subordinates during his life, he controlled the dead using his Death Knight abilities and started to hunt the living. Honor to Master! Kwang! Keek! Ak! They began to be hunted one by the Monster Portents Legion and the Undead Legion. Because they had already been injured by Gungnir, they couldn't resist. People collapsed at the fire and ice falling from the sky. The undead legion stepped on them, and their necks were sliced by monster portents. Screams in horror could be heard from everywhere. It was like they had landed in the land of the dead. And in the middle of it all, Bahul stood, blankly muttering to himself. How? Authority of the dragon and the power of death. Even just one of these was great enough to turn over the tower. But a guy that controlled both of them. However, like Yeon-woo didn't see the need to answer to him, he kicked the ground. Pat! Bahul instinctively pulled his body back and pushed his fist forward. And he thought that the fear he felt from Yeon-woo was only because of the dragon's strength. He was someone who had just barely won in a battle with a semi-ranker. Considering he was a novice, he was growing fast, but the fact that he had grown this much over that short time didn't make sense. Of course, his body was quite damaged from fighting Gungnir. One arm was gone, and his magic power was depleted. It was so injured that it wouldn't be weird if he just fell to the ground. No, he was almost on the brink of death. It would be dangerous if a higher-ranking ranker appeared. But he didn't think that he would lose to Yeon-woo. From Arthea, to when he was Red Dragon's Eye, the path he had been walking wasn't easy, and it was all an obstacle and a hurdle for him. So the fire that bloomed from his first when he punched was extremely strong. It was strong enough to burn everything near them to the ground. However, clang! When his fire exploded, the grid slipped by and attacked him. Groan! With the shock, Bahul was pushed back. When he barely managed to catch his balance again, his face was filled with disbelief. The shock from earlier definitely wasn't the power of a semi-ranker. At least a ranker. It was the strength of at least a ranker. Because he had never imagined Yeon-woo would have this power. Shock and disbelief was clearly shown on his face. And his fire didn't even affect Yeon-woo that much. Bahul thought that he had judged something wrong. So he gritted his teeth when Yeon-woo followed him and forcefully struck his hand down. It was painful, like it ripped his magic apart, but he didn't have the mind to worry about that. Kwa kwa kwang! Fire rain endlessly poured from the sky. It felt like it was going to swallow Yeon-woo up. But rattle rattle! Yeon-woo once again swung the grid around and split the fire rain. Every time he did that, holy fire bloomed on the sword's edge and absorbed the leftover magic, and Yeon-woo's wings of fire grew bigger. Yeon-woo already had the origin of all fire, holy fire. So obviously, Bahul, who used fire magic, couldn't easily touch him. Property-wise, he had the upper hand. So Yeon-woo endlessly attacked Bahul to not let go of the upper hand. He activated his cores to the best of his strength, and every time he swung the grid, he pushed Bahul into a corner. Clang! Clang! Shit! Bahul became angrier. He tried to push Yeon-woo away, but when he did that, the injuries on his body increased. Fire exploded. The grid pushed the fire away to the side and turned directions. The grid ripped his left shin. Bahul shook as his muscles were torn apart and fell to the ground on his knees. He didn't even let out a sound and struck his hand down to the ground. Roar, boom! Once again, fire rain poured from the sky. Yeon-woo thought it might be hard to deal with it with just holy fire this time, so he spread his wings wide and stepped back. He moved, boiling the atmosphere, so he could somewhat smoothly move like they were real wings. He quickly left the spot and the fire rain left the ground charred. Fire rain poured again, like taking the opportunity, and Yeon-woo thought it would be difficult to avoid it this time, so he raised his left arm. An aegis floated up. 5 plates out of the 9 flicked the fire rain away. And they flew away. Yeon-woo aegis blocked all the fire rain approaching him, flicked them away, and spread them apart. Combat will. Sense strengthening. Now Yeon-woo was able to use both skills at the same time like it was a passive skill. His increased thinking abilities deepened his combat will. In the slowed time, Yeon-woo was able to focus and make decisions while moving. Sense strengthening gave him even more information after being combined with the senses of a dragon. The countless information appeared in his head and he was able to predict Bahul's next movements. The two skills spun around each other and maximized each other's effects. Thanks to this, Yeon-woo blocked the rain fire with Aegis and read the trajectory of his fist to avoid it with his shunpo. Swish! Blessing of the blue spirit, temporary. And the present that Abyss Turtle had given him so he could use all the powers of the legendary beasts allowed him to freely use all the blessings of the beasts with his dragon body. From Heaven Wing Mana Control to 8 Extreme Fists. From Magic Circuit to Vigrid. The magic power was supplied everywhere and filled blue holy fire on the sword's edge. Bahul's arms and legs were cut off in an instant. Swish! Swish! Vigrid deeply cut Bahul's right side. His ribs all broke and his intestines flowed out. Holy fire entered his body and cut off all his magic power. Of course, Bahul wasn't quietly receiving this treatment. Even if he was on the brink of death, a high ranker was a high ranker. Even if he had the upper hand of the property, the level of his magic power was stronger than Yeon-woo's. Every time he exploded his fire and punched out, magic power created a storm around him and continuously injured Yeon-woo. His left shoulder broke, and his right thighs were bruised. As his side was cut, blood dripped out. But Yeon-woo didn't care about those injuries. Instead, he spread out his wings of fire into the air. Using their fast movements, he repeatedly attacked and pulled out to make Bahul dizzy. With the mind to wound him if Bahul scarred him. His dragonic blood continued to circulate and helped to heal his injuries. His Vigrid split the air. The sound of the atmosphere ripping shattered his eardrums. Chapter 134, Awakening, 4. Vigrid continued to strike his side and his remaining right arm was cut off as well. His injury began to get bigger and his entire body was burned. Bahul screamed as his right leg was pierced. Damn! 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 Bahul screamed in fury like he couldn't take it anymore. He squeezed his remaining magic power out and covered Yeon-woo in fire. Bahul activated his signature skill along with fire rain, and a storm of fire spinned around him. However, swoosh! Vigrid was swung along the flaws and made the attack disappear. It flew through the fire and landed in Bahul's chest. Coke! Bahul's destroyed body crumpled to the ground. His body without any arms or legs flopped around. Gulp! Blood dripped out from his mouth. He hoped for someone to rescue him but he was able to realize his surroundings. There wasn't anyone around other than Yeon-woo and him. The monster portents and his undead army had already ended everything. Bahul's and Leon's best warriors that they brought were all dead and added to his soul collection. That in itself was a great accomplishment for Yeon-woo. On the other hand, Bahul was trembling in fear. The fact that death was right in front of him was too scary. It was the first time in his entire predatorial life full of victories that he was facing this situation. He wanted to scream for help but his vocal cords were destroyed. No. He couldn't even make any noise. The moment Yeon-woo took off his mask on top of Bahul, and his face was revealed. When he saw the coldly smiling face, Bahul's world turned white and he couldn't say anything. It was a face that couldn't exist. Because it should have been a dead face. It was right in front of him. He couldn't ask how he was alive again, how a dead person could come back. Shock, disbelief, and fear. The moment the three emotions filled his eyes, the magic bayonet landed deep in between his eyes. Bahul's strength left his body and he fell backward. With his two eyes wide open, Yeon-woo slowly sat down on his butt. His body was still warm from the tension. Then he silently closed his eyes. Emotions were turbulently spinning around in his mind. Jeong-woo. From the beginning to the end. That's the only thing he could say. And as if responding to Yeon-woo's emotions, rain started pouring from the sky. The raindrops landed on his shoulders as if patting them to comfort him. Yeon-woo opened his eyes some time later. His turbulent mind had now settled down. There wasn't any hesitation in his movements when he put his mask back on. Yeon-woo used Bathory's vampiric sword on both Leant and Bahul. The energy was exchanged into his stats, and their souls were absorbed into the collection of his black bracelet. His black bracelet violently shook. Not only was it filled with Bahul and Leant, but with all the other clan members of Flame Beast and the guards from Sword God. His collection felt full because of all the skilled players. It felt like they were fighting amongst themselves, but Yeon-woo didn't care. He knew that they couldn't escape the black bracelet no matter what they did. And I have a lot to ask of them later too. Yeon-woo was planning to question Bahul and Leant about the background of this war. Because there might be something he had missed. I should also find out about the use of the stone. Originally, Yeon-woo wasn't interested in the stone. The fact that the lives of so many players were sacrificed for it turned him off, and he wasn't confident to control it if he used it. But if it was an item special enough for the Red Dragon to go to war, he needed to figure out exactly what it did even if he didn't use it. And also, it was Chirpy's resting area. After that, it would be a healthy supplement for Shannon or Boo. Or he could give it to the monster portents. Yeon-woo slowly lifted his body. With this, he had clearly finished his goals. He caught Bahul and Leant, and worsened the fight between Red Dragon and Jeong-woo. Whether Red Dragon lost, or Jeong-woo was defeated enough to be finished, the damage to both sides were colossal. There wasn't anything Yeon-woo needed to be involved in anymore. Rather, if he stayed here longer he would be suspected. There were a lot of people within the two clans that he hadn't been able to take care of yet, but being too greedy could put him in danger. It wasn't the time to reveal himself yet. Yeon-woo pulled out 2 monster portents and sent them to Fanti and Edora, along with his message. Tell those 2 we're pulling out from here. Could this be? The Summer Queen narrowed her eyes instead of pouring out her breath to Sword God, who dared to hold a sword against her. Because she was in her wicked dragon form, it wasn't noticeable. But the Summer Queen was quite surprised right now. Through the draconic contract, she was able to feel the emotions of each of her 81 eyes. She could easily tell where they were. But one of the connections was suddenly cut off. And it was the connection to Bahul, whom she had sent to Leant. According to the draconic contract, the contractee couldn't cut off the connection of their own will. The 81 eyes were no different to her apostles. But to be cut off meant one thing. It meant Bahul had died. She didn't know what happened. But one thing she did know was that Bahul had been chasing Leant, and Flame Beast, who had been helping Bahul, had also vanished as well. The location of the stone was now gone. It was a critical damage to her dragon heart, which was on the verge of breaking. So the Summer Queen was angry. She had barely forced herself to come here using magic power that she was extremely lacking. She had gambled, and lost everything. Anger flowed in her. And the Sword God was also surprised like the Summer Queen. While he had been controlling his 4 swords, a white bracelet wrapped around his right arm. Gungnir. The sword he had lent Leant was back. It was an artifact that would always return to its owner, but Sword God hadn't hoped for Gungnir to return. There would only be one reason why it did. Leant's death. The location of the stone has vanished into thin air. These bastards, until the very end. Under the lion mask, the Sword God's 2 eyes veins popped out. To the Sword God, the Red Dragon bastards were nothing more than lives that could be ended any time. They announced war, used Saber God to waste the Neoden of the legendary beasts, and now took the stone. With this attack, Jeong-woo had suffered too much. Half of their forces were gone, and the 2 of the martial gods were gone. This was the same damage they had taken back in the war with Arthea. Thinking of how much he suffered from that time. No, thinking that the damage this time would be even worse made him feel more angry and frustrated. Everything put aside. He couldn't hold back after knowing that the stone had gone over to the other side. The sword god decided to use Gungnir. He needed to capture the Summer Queen at the very least to somehow get the stone again. I will release Gungnir now. Please help me. The sword god expressed his thoughts to spear god and bow god. Unlike when Leon had used it, it would take a long time to properly use Gungnir. The time to use magic power and interfere in the laws took a lot. He was asking for spear god and bow god to buy him some time. He didn't get a response, but actions. Spear god pulled out another spear with his left hand from his side. In his right hand, he had a long spear, and in his left hand, he had a short spear and ran to the Summer Queen. He showed off fancy spear work and endlessly attacked Summer Queen to turn her head away. On the other hand, Bow God took the role of guarding them. He flew his arrows so the Summer Queen couldn't attack Spear God or Sword God, and attacked her chest with a strong force. Every time the Spear God swung his spear, the air split around him. With the sound of something breaking, the Summer Queen's body turned into a mess of blood. She managed to avoid some of it with her feet or tail. The Bow God continued to pull his bow and shoot light. Every time the arrows flew out, they split to create tens of strands of light to fly around without a particular direction. And the lights were at thousands. They swirled around Summer Queen and made her dizzy. Spear God gathered the energy to attack her neck. Spear God thought while looking at the strands of light. The skill that the Bow God was using was the skill in the legend that had brought the sun down. The Four Directions Archery. That it would be enough to make a hole in the back of Summer Queen's head before Gungnir was completely released. And the light around her started to become condensed and let out heat. Like a new sun had raised in the sky, it let out heat and light below, and exploded at Bow God's command. The long light column split the atmosphere, leaving a fancy artifact that was enough to make someone go blind. And the column was closely passed by the Summer Queen and headed to the Sword God. Sword God, who was focusing everything on releasing Gungnir, wasn't able to block the light column. No, he didn't even expect it to fly in his direction. No one could have expected that the Bow God would suddenly turn. Even the Sword God, he could hold several strategies in his head. Fortunately, Sword God was able to instinctively turn his body to avoid it. But he couldn't avoid all of it. His left arm was flung out and completely melted to disappear. The lion mask he was wearing crumbled and a handsome middle-aged face filled with shock was revealed. The magic power he had been gathering for Gungnir scattered away. Bow God! Spear God belatedly realized the situation and screamed. All the questions in his head were being answered now. The reason why Saber God had suddenly become so angry. The person who had told Saber God Leon had the stone, and placed his son's finger and eye in front of his dead. To think that it was Bow God. But just because the puzzles were in place, there wasn't anything that changed. No, rather, when the Spear God turned to Bow God and looked away from the Summer Queen, he showed a blind spot. The Summer Queen didn't lose the opportunity and swung her tail out like a whip. Quang! The Spear God was lightly flicked away. His body was crumpled and his organs were damaged as well. Blood poured from his mouth. The Summer Queen stretched her head back and gathered strength. Breath, the fifth step of the authority of the dragon. With her will, she gathered the special element, and the power that breathed out the purest and most destructive energy, swept Spear God and Sword God. Spear God was just barely able to squeeze out his magic power to turn the direction of breath away from him and escape. But he still received burns, and his intestines were burnt. He felt a pain like his body was ripping apart. But the Spear God threw his body to where Sword God was. Sword God collapsed in his location coughing blood. The side effects of Four Directions Archery, breath, and the failure to gather magic power for Gungnir. He suffered a lot of internal damage from his magic power circulation. No, it felt like it would explode. The control on his magic power was gone and it tossed around. He had used all his power blocking breath with his four swords and fell to the ground. He was in a critical condition, about to lose consciousness any moment. If breath was activated in this situation, everything would really end. No. Not you. Spear God couldn't let that happen. Sword God was Jeong-woo Cha's center and king. And he was the savior that had brought him out to this big world from his small net. Also, they were irreplaceable friends. Although others judged him for being cruel and indifferent, Spear God couldn't stand still and watch his friend die. Even if he died here. So Spear God clenched his teeth. All his bones were broken into pieces, and his spine was broken, so it was a wonder he was able to move. No, to be able to walk was strange. But Spear God used everything he had to run. He supported the falling Sword God and told him they should escape. That if that Sword God could live. If only he could survive. Jeong-woo Cha could rise again. Also, when he had first made the decision to leave the One-Horned tribe with Sword God, he thought he could achieve their dream that they had. Spear God believed in that, and put all the remaining life force he had for it. Stop them. Using whatever means. At the Spear God's desperate shout, Jeong-woo Cha's players all ran at the Summer Queen. Even if they were fighting against someone, or they were about to collapse because their magic power was depleted. They turned the direction of the swords and used their skills on the Summer Queen. Thousands of players challenged the Summer Queen like they were moths drawn to a flame. To somehow earn some time. They faithfully followed the Spear God's last orders so Spear God and Sword God could somehow escape. You dare! These microbes dare! The Summer Queen was angered at the fact that these mere players turned their swords at her and sprayed her breath again. She couldn't let the location of the stone disappear with the Sword God and Spear God. If she lost them, she didn't know when she could find the stone. Hundreds of players were melted. Amongst them were rankers as well. Move! I said move! The Summer Queen furiously tried to chase after the two martial gods, but she was held back because of the moths and couldn't move forward. Meanwhile, Spear God continued to run and run holding Sword God. Chapter 135, Hatch, 1. The Summer Queen, who was being blocked by Jeong-woo Cha. Red Dragon, who was trying to chase after Sword God. Bow God, who was trying to escape. In the middle of that mess, the Foreign Legion felt like they were in real danger. The Summer Queen's unfocused rage was hurting everyone. A dragon that wasn't in its right mind was fear-inducing. Except for a few mercenaries who wanted to stay until the very end to get the reward, most of them had already left the battlefield. Among them were Fanti and Edora. Hyung-nim, is it really okay to do this? Fanti scratched his face looking at the battlefield far away. He came because Yeon-woo said they should leave. But he felt uncomfortable just leaving like this. Although he liked to run around without caring about the consequences, he knew that a contract was important. And in these cases, the binding proclamation always followed. Binding proclamation. It was a magic contract that made the one who didn't follow through with the conditions suffer greatly. Fortunately, Yeon-woo wasn't tied to the binding proclamation. The information he had brought them was incredible, and also because they felt uncomfortable with the fact that Fanti and Edora were the Martial King's children. So with that, there was only a light binding between them. However, this could be a problem if the other party chose to press charges. But Yeon-woo shook his head as if saying they shouldn't worry. No. We won't have to worry that far. Red Dragon will be grateful that you guys left it at this. Fanti's eyes became bigger. What's that mean? The One-Horned tribe didn't appear at this attack. Fanti tilted his head like he still didn't understand. But Yeon-woo no longer answered, like he was annoyed, and silently climbed down the hill. Edora sighed and gave a further explanation. During this attack. Why do you think our tribe didn't show up? Because the portal suddenly appeared, But now that I think about it, they should have been contacted by now. Fanti tilted his head like something was strange. As far as he knew, his tribe liked situations like this. They went crazy for the chance to make a chaotic area even more chaotic. Especially the Martial King. Also, even though there was quite a distance between Jeong-woo base and Karam, if a teleport scroll was used, they could request for support right away. But the One-Horned tribe didn't show up even until the end. Even during this revolution occurring in Jeong-woo. I'm not sure, but father probably thinks there's no point in the alliance and cancelled it. And Red Dragon could have sent one of their people to the tribe too. Fanti's eyebrow twitched. To not interfere. Not sure about the specifics. But they probably wouldn't have said it that directly. Because Red Dragon can't take out tribe too lightly. Wouldn't they have said something like, please change your judgment according to how the situation pans out, or something like that? Since once father's pride is touched, it ends up in ruins. Ah! I guess that could have happened. Even after Red Dragon controlled all of Karam, as much as they didn't touch the tribe, that was how much they cared about them. The lofty Red Dragon. Since they were taking careful steps with the tribe, they could have influenced the outcome of this battle. No, Eudora was absolutely sure they did. So Red Dragon will be glad that we left on our own accord. Since they don't have to care anymore. No, to be exact, since they don't have to care about the tribe. The war with Jeong-woo was now close to being over. Since they would need to take some time to recuperate, they probably wanted to avoid the tribe. And Bahul, who had been in charge of them, died. Eudora kept those words at the tip of her tongue but didn't speak them. Also, it was clear to her eyes that the panicked Summer Queen's dragon heart was critically sparkling, like it was going to break any second. Ugh, politics. It's so hard. Why is it so complicated? They should all just live simply. Woo. Fanti rubbed the side of his eyes like he was getting a migraine. Eudora grinned looking at her brother. You don't have to make it so complicated. Since in the end, politics is just made up of one thing. If you become king, you only have to follow that. What's that? Fanti curiously looked at his little sister. Eudora firmly nodded her head. Her eyes were following Yeon-woo, who was already far along down the hill. Power. Even her voice carried strength. You can do anything if you have power. Anything. Yeon-woo and the siblings didn't stray from the path and headed straight back to Karam. The One-Horned tribe was already getting ready to leave. Oh. You're back, son? Daughter. The martial king carelessly raised his hand looking at Fanti and Eudora. The other tribe members greeted them and began to move busily again. Yeon-woo, who was blankly standing behind them, asked with his head tilted. You're not accepting my greeting. The martial king crossed his arms and snorted. Nope. Why would I need greetings from a guy that lives however he wants? Did you come back after making a good mess? Yeon-woo indifferently nodded his head. Yes. Thanks to you. The martial king looked Yeon-woo up and down with an unsatisfied gaze. He met Yeon-woo's eyes and smirked. Did you stuff yourself with something good again? How come you always return so differently than when you left? Your physique seems to have changed too. You even smell different. Fanti had a face that looked as if it was asking again, and Eudora nodded her head seeing Yeon-woo with her insight. Yeon-woo inwardly clicked his tongue. He had hit it as well as he could this time as well. He covered his dragon scales, and tried to tone down his draconic attribute. But the martial king's perceptive gaze didn't miss anything, like always. I'll explain to you later. Sure, whatever. But if you have something good, you should share, and not hog it all to yourself. Yeon-woo scratched his face with his thumb. His expression couldn't be seen past his mask, but the martial king's scolding felt strange to him. To be honest, Yeon-woo felt a bit embarrassed standing in front of the martial king like nothing had happened. Before he left the tribe, the scolding he received from the martial king was still clear in his head. It was just a little, no a lot, cringy. But it wasn't a bad feeling. Like when he met Hanova and Phoenix for the same time. It was a feeling like he had somewhere to come back to. The word home fit best. The Martial King waved his hand for them to leave like he wouldn't rebuke them any longer. As Yeon-woo was about to leave. But he paused and turned towards where the Martial King was. What you were doing? Did it end well? Yeon-woo silently stood there for a second. The question the Martial King had asked him was somehow strange. It felt like he was asking about something other than avenging the phoenix. And so? Yeon-woo bowed his head. Thanks to you. Really? Then that's good. The Martial King no longer asked any questions and focused on what he was doing. Yeon-woo stared at the Martial King for a moment and quietly left. The one-horned tribe headed back to outside of the tower. Yeon-woo was able to listen to what happened following behind them. The first one was that, like he and Eudora had suspected, Red Dragon and Jeong-woo parties had both come to the 11th floor. The reason was also as he suspected. Red Dragon came to ask the tribe if they could reconsider joining the battle if the gap between the wins and losses were big, because Red Dragon was going to attack Jeong-woo. Jeong-woo came to continue with the alliance, and pleaded for help considering the relationship between Martial King and the Sword God and Spear God. And apparently, the Martial King just said one word to them. Nope. He judged that Jeong-woo had lost the qualification to stand side by side next to the one-horned tribe in the war, and he had only helped them because the Spear God had pledged to give up his horn. The reason he cancelled the alliance was because he didn't see the need to continue supporting Jeong-woo, who kept on losing. In addition, the Sword God was indeed his disciple, but it had been long since they cut ties, and he didn't have the reason or loyalty to help Spear God, because he was no longer a member of the tribe. Yeon-woo shook his head hearing about the Martial King's response. Rather than being amazed at his rejection, he only felt that he was cold. And seeing his ability to separate work and personal life, Yeon-woo saw a new side to the Martial King. He thought this might be the reason for the one-horned tribe's newfound success. And he also continued to have thoughts. He might be receiving the grace of the Martial King right now, but no one knew what would happen once their relationship was completely ruined. Thinking back to how he almost cut ties with the Martial King, he realized he was quite lucky. And that the Martial King had cut him a lot of slack. Also, I can't expect any more of that slack anymore. The Martial King was someone who was able to kick Yeon-woo to the curb without hesitation if he posed a threat to the tribe. And the second was the chase after Jeong-woo and Red Dragon. The escape of Spear God and Sword God was successful. But because they had been gravely injured, Red Dragon created different teams to chase after them. And some high rankers in the attacking forces were targeting after the island that Jeong-woo's headquarters were. It's because of the stone. They must want to look in every nook and cranny of Jeong-woo for it. Although they won't find anything. It was clear that for a while, Red Dragon would waste time looking for the stone. Meanwhile, the Spear God and Sword God completely disappeared. It was like they weren't in the tower anymore. The same went for the Jeong-woo players who barely kept their lives after the battle. They spread out individually. Some of them dreamed about raising up a revolution for Jeong-woo, but it was quickly smashed by Red Dragon. Now, even saying the word Jeong-woo was strictly forbidden. And so, most of them spread out to other clans. The most loyal ones decided to wait for the martial god's return. But Red Dragon didn't let them hide themselves. They followed after to ask about the location of the two martial gods, and if they didn't know, they were immediately killed. The genocide of the survivors was being continued. In the end, there was only one thing they wanted. Jeong-woo completely fell. With the sudden collapse of one of the 8 clans, cracks started to appear all over the tower. Other large clans extended their hand to take Jeong-woo's authority. A lot of medium clans spread their wings apart to become the next Jeong-woo. The confrontation between Red Dragon and Jeong-woo caused great confusion. Also, Yeon-woo looked at the changing world within the tower and once again prepared for what he needed to do. There's a lot I have to get used to the dragon body again. And I have to organize the authorities of the dragon that I got. One thing he had definitely learned after fighting Bahul was that he still had a long way to go. The potential of the dragon body was unknown. Because he didn't fully understand how to use it yet. He needed to fix that, and get used to using the authorities. He needed to quickly learn everything. Other than that, there were still a lot. His egg that hadn't hatched yet. The quest of the abyss turtle. Questioning Leant and Bahul. Investigation about both of them. Training his 8 extreme fists. And he needed to start climbing the floors again. They were all difficult tasks. So Yeon-woo prioritized them in the guest room of the one-horned tribe. And an order was created. First, waking up the egg. But he needed the seed of the moon from the one-horned tribe to wake it up. And that was gone now after he rejected the Martial King's quest. Of course, there was still a way. Blessing of the 4 legendary beasts. Yeon-woo spread his hands out. Flare. Above his hands were holy fire, void, abyss, and white earth. The 4 different energies freely mixed together. It was a substance created from the beast's powers. With this, as he had tried the first time, wouldn't it be enough to completely wake up egg up? Chapter 136, Hatch, 2. Yeon-woo, Fanti, and Eudora headed to the elders' room in the center. The egg was still being taken care of by the elders. Apparently they didn't leave it out of their sight. They were curious about how it would look. So they entered when the elders' room was. Why are the elders being like that? I don't know. Yeon-woo tilted his head and Fanti and Eudora turned away like they were embarrassed. The elders all had red bandanas wrapped around their heads and were all lying down together holding each other's hands. Don't take the egg. A new legendary beast might be born. More research is needed, so give us more time. Yeah, of course. It's still too early. You even finished the trial of the 11th floor already. Allow us to look into it a bit more. No. All that aside, you don't even have the seed of the moon yet. How are you gonna wake it up? If you still want to wake it up, you will have to do it over our dead bodies. They couldn't see his face because of the mask, but Yeon-woo had an extremely surprised face right now. Was it because I denied their request yesterday? Last night, Yeon-woo had told them beforehand that he would come to take the egg back. And that he was going to hatch it soon. The Council of Elders requested for more time. Even the head elder, who normally didn't speak up, asked himself. Adding on that, since they had uncovered new things, couldn't they have some more time? Actually, Yeon-woo didn't need to worry about it that much. It had been a while since he finished the trial of the 11th floor. It was more comfortable to leave it with the tribe since he didn't know when it might wake up. However, Yeon-woo was able to read some of the egg's thoughts with his connection to it. That it wanted to wake up. No, to be more precise. Like it wants to tell me something. Not communication through the connection, but it felt like it wanted to see for itself. Thinking about how in the past it only woke up and started crying when it was hungry, this was a huge development. Like it had suddenly grown up. It seemed like it had internally developed a lot. From when had he felt this way? After getting the Neoden of the mythical dragon back. Thinking about it, he looked down at the elders again. The elders were still unmoving, lying on the ground. The egg must have been nice for the elders to get rid of their curiosity. Apparently, through different experiments and tests, they had discovered a lot of facts about mythical beasts' eggs that they didn't know before. And one of them was the fact that Yeon-woo's egg was a legendary beast's egg. So for the elders, who had to amuse themselves by making new mujongs, it was a shame that the egg was being taken away from them. They said as you got older, your mentality became younger. It was exactly this. It seemed it would take an eternity for them to get up. Yeon-woo just stood there and thought about what to do with them. Eudora glanced over at Yeon-woo and tried to reason with the elders. But, Master, Should I blow these kids away? Chirpy read Yeon-woo's thoughts and landed on his shoulder. After Yeon-woo awakened his dragon body, Chirpy was influenced as well and he was a bit bigger. Oh ho! Isn't that a bird? I did hear the child of the phoenix absorbed the soul of the saber-toothed tiger. I see that's how a legendary beast looks when it's developed. But its appearance is definitely different than recorded, perhaps affected by his owner. Black stripes. I must take note of this. It can be used to see how much he continues to grow in the future. Then on this side. The elders had rushed over with sparkling eyes. The passion to observe him closer could be seen. These guys are weird, can't I blow them away? Chirpy became surprised, then scared. Yeon-woo nodded. Yeah. Go ahead. Okay. Got it. Chirpy spread his wings apart. The elders who were exclaiming in delight soon flew away like autumn leaves blowing away in the wind. Humph. Acting out. Yeon-woo heard Chirpy's cute complaints and smiled, leaving the room. Fanti and Eudora followed him, shaking their heads. Eudora still couldn't raise her head, embarrassed. They soon arrived at the location where Yeon-woo's egg was located, and flung the door open. Inside, the head elder paused writing down something to push up his glasses and look at them. You're here? The elders must have made quite a fuss. The elders were looking inside with painful faces from the door frame. However, they weren't able to come in because of the sharp glare from the head elder. They said the head elder was the second in power after the martial god. No, everyone other than the martial god was scared of him. It was clear the rumors were correct. I'll talk to them for you at a later time. It's fine. It wasn't that bad. Is this the guy? Yeon-woo nodded his head at the egg next to the head elder. It was bigger than when he last saw it. It was over 4 meters tall, and it had become wider as well, almost as big as the wall. The patterns on its surface were much clearer as well. They looked like green and black spotted on like a crocodile, but there was a certain order to it. Will it get angry if I say it looks like a watermelon? Yeon-woo, thinking pointless thoughts, asked the head elder. If I wake this guy up, how big will it be? If it's crunched up inside. It depends on the thickness of the body, but it'll easily surpass 5 meters. Then I should wake it up outside. I'll be grateful for that. And those useless people out there will get a look too. Yeon-woo nodded and lightly waved a hand in the air. When he did that, a shadow extended itself and wrapped around the egg to lift it up. Oh ho! The head elder shined his eyes at the appearance of the monster portents that were different from the soul familiars. While it emanated the aura of the undead, it was different from the normal undead, so he wanted to check it closer. Yeon-woo took the egg outside to the courtyard. He heard the elders complain, but he ignored them and spoke with the head elder. While you were gone, I found out some more stuff about the egg. First, I think we're sure that it's a legendary beast. It's strong and tough. And its dormant skills are quite developed. Especially the anti-magic power part. Yeon-woo's eyes sparkled. Anti-magic power meant that its resistance to general magic power was outstanding. It was definitely a plus since it was able to be free from magic power. However, that also meant that buffs or magic of that kind didn't work on it. But if it was tough, it could physically overcome those cons. But I can't tell its property or how it looks for the life of me. I know that something sturdy is inside, but it's hard to know more than that. Every time I try to check, I get flicked out because of the anti-magic power. The head elder said this was the first time this happened to him. There were only 4 legendary beasts that the public knew. And they all had special properties, and authorities to control. So it made sense that the legendary beast inside the egg had properties. Actually, that's the reason why the elders are telling you not to hatch the egg yet. If you wake up the egg because it looks like it's finished but it's not, then it means we'll have forced it up, and that's not good. The elders who were following him all nodded. You could see in their eyes that they wanted him to change his mind. It's time to wake it up. Because it's crying out that it wants to leave now. Yeon-woo cut away their hopes instantly. The elders despaired at the fact that they couldn't change his mind anymore. The head elder just nodded his head without any emotion. If that's what the master says, it must be right. But how are you going to wake it up? You don't have the seed of the moon. I've thought of a way. Then it's fine. But just in case, take this. The head elder dug around his pocket and tossed something in the air. Yeon-woo quickly caught it and was surprised. You have successfully completed the sudden quest, participation in war. You have earned 5,000 karma. Affinity with the one-horned tribe has increased by 150 with the reward. You have earned enough trust to be considered a member of the tribe. You have earned Seed of the Moon as a reward. You have earned the qualification to earn the legendary beast gratitude as an additional reward. Please request it of the Martial King. Seed of the Moon. Category: Miscellaneous item. Rank: A++. Summary: a holy seed that has grown after receiving the energy of the moon in a cave after a long time. After being prepared, it can be consumed as an outstanding supplement. This. Yeon-woo's eyes became bigger. Even though he had participated in the war on the Red Dragon's side? Since Fanti and Eudora are a part of the same tribe. Pardon? Yeon-woo asked in rebuttal. The head elder lightly laughed, as if amused. The two are one-horned tribe members. And royal members. Since they were with you, you didn't fail the quest. Yeon-woo realized what he was saying and bitterly smiled. He had used the loophole in the system. If the result of the quest wasn't clear, then the person who gave it could determine if it was successful or not. Just think of it as a present for taking good care of Fanti and Eudora. With my authority, giving away a route is nothing, so don't worry. Of course, if the king knows, he'll throw a tantrum saying that he wants it too, so keep it a secret. The head elder waved his hand, as if it was nothing, and glared at the other elders. As if saying they should watch out if they told. Chapter 137, Hatch, 3. The elders all had surprised faces and shut up. Well, personally, as a scholar, I'm also curious how a legendary beast hatches. Thank you. Yeon-woo was genuinely grateful and slightly bowed his head. And he was also curious about what the legendary beast gratitude was. Just by the name, it seemed to be a healthy supplement for a mythical beast or a legendary beast. The head elder waved his hand again. But under his glasses, his two eyes flashed, as if he was very curious as to what would happen in the future. Chirpy. I want to see my friend quickly. Yeon-woo stroked Chirpy under the chin and looked around. As if the news that he was going to hatch his egg soon had already spread out, the elders were surrounded by tribe members. Actually, Yeon-woo's egg was the greatest object of interest of the tribe these days. They had never seen an egg like it before. A few of them placed bets on what would hatch on the egg. The martial king had appeared at some point and nodded his head with his arms crossed as if telling them to begin. Yeon-woo shook his head like it couldn't be helped. And he turned his head to focus. Back to when he had first met it. The egg's thoughts that were delivered to him were clearer. Its thoughts and emotions were divided when being delivered to him. Fortunately, Yeon-woo felt like he knew what exactly it was. And why it had pushed back being hatched all this time. It wasn't simply because he hadn't been able to eat Yeon-woo's dreams. It wasn't time yet. To hatch. Yes. The fellow wasn't waiting to hatch, but to resurrect. After a long time. It was waiting for the lost pieces to return to him. And he had trusted that it would return to him. That Yeon-woo would find it for him. And that piece was Neodon of the mythical dragon. It was in Yeon-woo's right hand. Yeon-woo clenched the seed of the moon in his hand. He input the power of the 4 legendary beasts into it. The holy fire was absorbed first, and then the void and abyss covered it. And lastly, white clay surrounded it and hardened the seed. When he spread his hand out, the seed of the moon floated into the air. This time, Yeon-woo spread out his left hand. Gold energy swiveled around like a spider web and it made the shape of a round bead. Neodon of the mythical dragon. Less than half of it was left because Leant activated Gungnir, but the nucleus was left. The neodon floated into the as well and combined with the seed of the moon. As a white substance and gold energy mixed, a strange rainbow substance was created. The substance entered through the egg's pores. The egg trembled, as if it had been waiting for this moment. Its surface sparked. And crack! The shell started to crack. Tiny cracks combined together and fell apart. And at the top, a head roughly popped out. Rough orange scales and golden eyes. It looked similar to the Summer Queen's real form that he saw in the battlefield, but upon closer inspection, it was actually different. It looked different from the Void Dragon as well. It looked a lot like the dragon decorations from the East back on Earth. Mythical Dragon. Eudora muttered like she couldn't believe, and all of the One-Horn tribe members widened their eyes. But amidst all that, Yeon-woo silently looked at the guy with golden eyes. His eyes shifted like waves. "I've been waiting for you to call me name again." Crack K. The hatching continued. The shell fell in pieces like marble tiles. Orange scales and bumps could be seen. And he shook his body and completely cracked the egg. He stood up, and flew out. Boom! He had a long body like a snake. With horns that looked like deer horns and amphibious eyes, he stretched his body out and slid down to surround Yeon-woo. His scales were standing out. And as the moisture on his body completely disappeared, they hardened, making them wonder if he had really just hatched. His scales flashed and settled down. Black colors occasionally appeared here and there. It was completely different from a dragon. It looked a lot like the most superior mythical beast, the mythical dragon, but when you looked closer, there were a lot of disparities from the rumored mythical dragon. Eudora and Fanti felt like Yeon-woo's mythical beast was familiar. Eudora, that. Yeah. Right. It looks like Akasha's snake too. Albeit a bit different. Why were the two reminded of Akasha's snake that they had met in the tutorial? It could have borrowed the form on the snake after seeing it in Yeon-woo's unconsciousness, as fitting of a mythical beast that grew on their owner's dreams. Also, he exuded an aura that was heavy and sharp rather than the holy and noble aura that a mythical dragon was said to exude. Demonic energy. Actually, magic energy was completely different from other energies. It could create other energies as much as it wanted, but demonic energy was more fundamental than others. The power that the demons on the 98th floor used. Demonic energy was corrupted and evil, but it also had offensive powers that were as strong. So there were a lot of players who liked the demonic energy. The prime example was the Devil Army of the 8 Clans. A mythical beast on the level of a legendary beast that had demonic energy. It was more appropriate to call this a magical beast. No one in the One-Horn tribe had seen such a magical beast on the 11th floor. The strength it emanated was extraordinary. Although it felt a bit weak since it had just hatched. The potential was so outstanding that it could bloom into a fancy flower anytime. The fact that it had the energy of all the 4 legendary beasts was interesting. The 4 different kinds of energy were smoothly circulating under the demonic energy. 600 years ago, something similar had happened, but it was the result of ones who had passed the tests of the legendary beasts. Now, it had combined the foundation of the legendary beasts. Accomplishment-wise, it wasn't even comparable to last time. After the creation of the tower, and in the future, it was something that couldn't and wouldn't be done. The elders were just grateful that this happened in front of them and they were able to see it up close. They stared at it with their eyes wide open in case they missed something. A few rushed over to the archives and tried to search for records of anything similar to this. It's completely opposite to a mythical beast. So would the name magical dragon fit it better? The head elder looked at Yeon-woo, who was conversing with the magical dragon, and pushed his glasses up. He couldn't hear what they were saying because of the defensive mechanism made of magic power, but they seemed affectionate. Also, the martial king's eyes seemed calm for some reason. As soon as the magical dragon woke up, Yeon-woo surrounded themselves with magic power. In the past, rankers would have easily been able to eavesdrop on them, but after waking his draconic energy, he was able to create a defense that was like a fortress. The reason why he did this was simple. So his conversation with the guy was leaked out. No, to be exact, he didn't want to let anyone listen. At first, he was hesitant. Because the mythical dragon should definitely have died. The mythical dragon was almost as powerful as a legendary beast. It could easily consume all properties, and had the skills for several fighting methods. That was the reason why the tower was so loud at the time when rumors that his brother had awakened the mythical dragon spread. Also, it was the reason why Kalidas took an interest in his brother. But as strong as the mythical dragon was, there were several restrictions that came with it. It was the fact that it was a manifestation of the owner who woke it up. People were all born with personalities in their unconsciousness. The mythical dragon was the form of one of them. So, according to the situation, it could freely change forms, and it usually followed the character of their owner. Sometimes, it locked itself in the owner's unconsciousness. And this was obvious, but if their original form disappeared, they would also disappear. So Yeon-woo definitely thought that his brother's mythical dragon would have closed its eyes somewhere. And because Leant had its Neodon, he was even more sure. Even when the aura of the mythical dragon was exuded from the egg, he just thought they were of the same property or it was the same species. But when he broke the egg and woke up, Yeon-woo had to fold all other thoughts. It was quite different from the appearance in the diary, but its aura was the same. Just what had happened? I've been waiting a long time. In a deep place. I threw my physical body away and locked myself in darkness for your return. The magical dragon's eyes were drowned in sorrow. Sadness and hate, but also happiness to meet. You told me to leave. You even cut our connection so I could live apart from you, but I believed that you would come back. Thankfully, you didn't betray my faith. It's a relief. Yeon-woo felt a sense of incompatibility from the magical dragon's words. He had thought so when he said return, but the dragon wasn't looking at him. He was looking at his brother through him. Say something. It's been a while. You would have been jumping around if you were like your old self, but why are you so silent now? Well, I guess if you went through those things it wouldn't be weird for your personality to change, but what happened all this time? Your disposition changed a lot. The magical dragon looked Yeon-woo up and down, moving here and there around him. So my new body is different. But anyways, say something. It's frustrating. Yeon-woo was trapped in his thoughts. He didn't know how, but this guy had waited for his brother to return and went in a deep sleep. And he was lost at what to say to this excited fellow. Sorry. I'm not who you're looking for. What are? The magical dragon's eyes widened. Yeon-woo didn't reply for a moment, and pulled back his magic power around him. And he spoke to the martial king. Seseung-nim. I want to say something to this child, would it be okay to take my leave for a moment? The martial king nodded. The elders all widened their eyes in surprise because they were hoping to observe the magical dragon from next to it. But Yeon-woo ignored the elders' desperate pleas and stepped on Shunpo to quickly leave. Chirpy followed right after him, saying that they should go together. The magical dragon tilted his head in confusion, and flew up into the air with his face hardened. It looked like he was freely swimming in the water. The magical dragon followed Yeon-woo to an isolated forest located far away from the village. Once Yeon-woo spread his senses around and saw that there wasn't any around, he stood on the highest tree near him. What are you talking about? Why, you're not you. Yeon-woo took off the mask he was wearing. He thought it was because of the magic that was on the mask that made the magical dragon confused. The magical dragon looked at Yeon-woo and tilted his head. The same face as before. His bright aura was a lot colder now, but that wasn't strange considering what he had been through. But the magical dragon observed Yeon-woo carefully, and his tilted head was fixed upright. His questioning eyes shook. And he suddenly frowned. Demonic energy flew around him. A low growling voice escaped his lips. "Who are you?" Yeon-woo answered with a composed face. "Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo." The magical dragon wrinkled his forehead. His head felt itchy like he was about to remember something. And his eyes had to become bigger at what Yeon-woo said. Jeong-woo's older brother. Like time had paused. The stiff magical dragon couldn't say anything. "I don't if you heard, but Jeong-woo and I are twins. That's why our faces are the same. The reason why I came here, is to get the guys that hurt Jeong-woo." Yeon-woo started to speak about the things between his brother and himself. The misunderstanding in the past. What he experienced entering the tower, everything. And the magical dragon was able to receive all of Yeon-woo's memories through the connection. The magical dragon was silent. His shaking eyes seemed confused, like he was greatly shocked. He probably needed some time alone. Yeon-woo left so the magical dragon could organize his thoughts. "Then, the reason why you are here is to get rid of all the guys from back then." 1 hour had passed when the magical dragon spoke up. Like he had had a lot of thoughts, his eyes were calmly settled down now. The golden eyes that symbolized mythical dragons were filled with a certain madness. Like he would stand by him to chew and swallow all the bastards that had made his owner that way. For now. For now. The magical dragon growled, baring his teeth, like he didn't like Yeon-woo's answer. He looked like he was going to attack him any second. "If possible, I'm going to break the tower as well. Then, I'll be slightly less angrier." "What? Ha ha. Ha ha ha." The magical dragon laughed as if amused by something. The madness in his eyes quickly disappeared. Instead, they were filled with light. Demonic energy fizzled around and shook the atmosphere. With this, it was possible to know how strong he was. "You're crazy. Well, I guess you would have to be that crazy for me to work with you." "Definitely. I think I'll be able to do that." The magical dragon smirked. "New master. I want to follow you. Will you accept me?" "Of course." Yeon-woo nodded his head. With the magical dragon, his brother had been able to become stronger rapidly. Although this was the cause of jealousy from even his teammates. But the power of the magical dragon was real. And he even had the power of the 4 legendary beasts. It was only potential, since he had just hatched, but these restrictions could easily be swept away if he grew. With a guy like him. And Chirpy, Shannon, Boo, and other monster portents. He would be able to finish his revenge. Slowly, but surely. Then. Give me a new name. Since I was reborn, and have to do new things. I need a new name to bind myself to you. Yeon-woo spoke after some thought. Chapter 138, Hatch, 4. Yeon-woo quickly returned after his conversation with the magical dragon. "What about the magical dragon?" "He's resting because it's only been a while since he was hatched." Yeon-woo could feel the heavy feeling near his heart. Like Chirpy, the stone was quietly sleeping. Chirpy was excited to be able to finally play with his friend. "Edora." "Yes. Is my naming sense that bad?" Edora stayed silent. "Did something happen?" "I gave him a name and he angrily denied making a contract with me. But he said that he wouldn't leave, so I should slowly think about a name. Then he would accept the contract." Edora awkwardly scratched her cheek. Somehow, it was obvious what had happened. "What did you try to name him?" "Growl." Edora unconsciously smacked her forehead. "Roar." What about roar? No. Did you see his majestic appearance earlier? That's totally a bellow. Bellow. Or screech. I vote for snarl. From some time, the one-horned tribe was all disordered. It was after Yeon-woo had hatched his magical dragon. After they heard the name Yeon-woo gave him was harshly rejected, they were all having a good time trying to name him. Tisk tisk. Fighting 24/7 has left all your wit in the trash. Then what about you? Do you have a good name? Of course. What is it? Butterfly. These names should be noticeable right away. Hey! Don't laugh. The tribe members couldn't agree. Naming is so hard. When I woke up my mythical beast on the 11th floor, I struggled for a long time to name it. But it's a magical dragon. Not a mythical dragon, or anything like that. We should give it something that fits it. The existence of a magical dragon was a first for the one-horned tribe, who had a long history. A legendary beast rank animal that also had the strength of a magical beast. It reminded them of Akasha's snake from the tutorial. Although it was definitely stronger than it. So the one-horned tribe wanted to give the first magical dragon a fitting name. They all put their minds together. But actually, the one-horned tribe were only interested in fighting and becoming stronger. They didn't care at all about other things. Grunt. To be honest. I like roar. You too? Yeah, nothing comes close to it. Everyone agrees. Then should we ask Kane to offer the name again? There's no way a better name could come up. Eudora grasped her forehead listening to them all. She sighed. To think that they were called the strongest tribe in the tower that was filled with both brains and muscle. It was an embarrassing day. Eventually, they decided to pick the name after more thought. Because every time he said a name, the magical dragon just replied with a sigh. At first I thought you were joking. But you actually like these names. Ha! Think more. Master, how would you feel if I called you Goo Goo Gaga or Cha Gai? That's now I feel. Think some more. The magical dragon complained like he didn't even have the energy to be annoyed anymore, and he fell asleep in the stone. Was it because it had only been a while since he had finished hatching? The magical dragon needed time to digest the power of the 4 legendary beasts. While he was doing that, Yeon-woo thought of more names. Yeon-woo gripped his head thinking of more names and almost gave up. It was obvious whatever he thought of, the magical dragon would brush off. Then he needed time to slowly think. He also thought of calling his name back to when he was a mythical dragon. But the magical dragon had said he didn't like that. To Yeon-woo, who had never even had any pets, this was a hard task. Although he couldn't consider the mythical beast a pet. So Yeon-woo moved on to his next order of business. Finding the successor of the Abyss Turtle. Yeon-woo popped open the quest the Abyss Turtle had left him in the quest category. Hidden quest / the Abyss Turtle's test. Summary: the Abyss Turtle is looking at you, who is performing the test of the Phoenix and the Void Dragon, with interest. And they wish to give you a test. The Abyss Turtle is looking for someone to carry out their revenge rather than do it themselves. Please look for a mystical beast worthy of becoming their successor and turn them into a legendary beast. Rewards: 1. A piece of the turtle head's back. 2. Shedding of the tail snake. 3. The hybrid Abyss Turtle always regretted not being able to leave a descendant. So they left a quest to make a successor for them. But this quest had the difficulty of trials that could be found on the 30th to 40th floors. If it was that easy to make a legendary beast, everyone would have made one. The legendary beast was the symbol of the tower. Making something like that was near impossible. Of course, the quest wasn't to make one that was similar to the Abyss Turtle. Since all he had to do was put a guy that had the same qualifications as it. But that was also hard. He could easily solve the problem. Since he had Chirpy and the magical dragon. However, if I told them to separate from me, they'll try to eat me up first. No, I wouldn't even consider that in the first place. In the end, there was only one method. Forcefully making one. Thankfully, there was a method. And it smoothly progressed. When he told this truth to Fanti and Edora, they easily agreed, saying they would help. So what you're trying to say is that you want to make our mythical beasts that'll hatch into a legendary beast. Right. If it's a mythical beast that grew using your dreams, it'll have that much potential. And if I share the legendary beast's power, it'll definitely qualify. Yeon-woo was planning on sharing the combined power of the legendary beasts like he had with the magical dragon. Also, if I give over the Bead of Abyss and legendary beast conjunctiva as well. The Bead of Abyss was a reward he had received after completing Void Dragon's quest, and the legendary beast conjunctiva was a reward the head elder had given along with the Seed of the Moon. Both were excellent materials. The Bead of Abyss was outstanding for making an artifact, and the legendary beast conjunctiva allowed Chirpy and Magical Dragon to grow. But Yeon-woo decided to let both of these go. Since he had already absorbed the power of the legendary beasts, the Bead of Abyss didn't really help them. Rather, it was better to use the other reward, Wrath of the Void Dragon, as a protecting device. Same with the legendary beast conjunctiva. Chirpy and the Magical Dragon hadn't completely absorbed their powers yet, and giving them too much power could make them worse. More than anything. If I make a successor for all the legendary beasts, how many rewards and karma will I get? During this time when the 4 legendary beasts guarding the 11th floor were down, and when the other stronger mythical beasts were gone, it took a long time to resurrect the legendary beasts. During that time, the life on the 11th floor would become a mess. Since they were the pillar of order. So Yeon-woo planned on giving on the roles of the 4 legendary beasts to the legendary beast that would be born. He would be able to accomplish something no one else had. From what I saw about new accomplishments, it gave rewards matching the effort. Then this time won't be too different either. Yeon-woo stroked his chin. No one had done anything like this before, so he couldn't even imagine what kind of reward he would get. But, there was one thing he was sure of. It will be at least as strong as when I entered the treasury of Olympus. Yeon-woo barely calmed his excited mind down. Moreover, if this succeeded, he wouldn't just get rewards or karma. Having the legendary beast of the 11th floor in his hands was the same thing as owning the 11th floor. The world where mythical beasts, magical beasts, and legendary beasts lived. The world of the myths. He couldn't fully comprehend it yet, but being able to completely control a floor would be hugely beneficial to him. Yeon-woo only spoke about a part of these thoughts. But it was enough. The Fanti siblings hadn't finished their trial on the 11th floor yet. They could earn a lot of karma, so they had no reason to refuse. And the One-Horned tribe showed a lot of interest as well. Especially the head elder, who liked it because there was a new research object. Saying it was incredible watching the magical dragon hatch, and that it would be overwhelming to watch the creation of a legendary beast. It became so loud and chaotic that one would have thought the Council of Elders were going to relocate to the 11th floor. A few of them even tried naming the new legendary beast. And looking at the noisy village, Yeon-woo chuckled, and moved on to his next plan. Chapter 139, Hatch, 5. Yeon-woo made up an excuse and said that he would go training to leave the village. What he was about to do had to be done as secretly and carefully as possible. Also, it was the moment he had most been waiting for. Now all that's left is to grill Leant and Bahul. Yeon-woo wondered how they were doing in his collection of about 1,000 spirit soldiers. They probably had some consciousness left, since they were outstanding high rankers. So they could only feel frustrated in the world of souls. Maybe they had fought each other inside. Of course, they wouldn't be able to affect each other physically. Yeon-woo waved his hand in the air. An ashy fog gathered and 2 spirit familiars appeared. Because they were highly ranked, they were able to evolve quickly with just a little bit of dark energy. This, place is outside. Bahul and Liant looked around after regaining their consciousness. Swoosh! Shadows on the ground wrapped around them like vines so they couldn't move. It was the monster portents, who had been waiting beforehand. So the two couldn't move freely. Grunt! Shit! What's all this? The two shouted after realizing what happened to this. They resisted as hard as they could, emitting vestiges as they did. Especially the fire sparking out from Bahul. It tried to burn the monster portents near him. Every time he resisted, the shadows were shaking up and down with him. They dare. These useless things dare. Yeon-woo clicked his tongue looking at the tired monster portents. As I expected. This isn't enough. He had been thinking something like this might happen. High rankers were people who were at the top of the tower. Their souls could only be as extraordinary. The reason why Yeon-woo had been able to get Bahul was because Bahul was tired, not because he was stronger than him. So obviously, the monster portents wouldn't be able to take care of him. The only reason why they were able to last thing long was because of the gap because spirit familiars and monster portents. If they went on like this, they would probably wear out. However, Yeon-woo wanted to check how strong Bahul was. And the result was worse than what he expected. It would be difficult to speak with him like this. Eventually, Yeon-woo flicked his finger once more, like it couldn't be helped. Then, all the monster portents in his collection were summoned. A larger number of shadows covered Bahul like a mummy. Ah! Cha Jeong-woo! Cha Jeong-woo! You dare! To me! Like this! Bahul spit out his anger from the floor. It seemed like sparks would fly from his glowering eyes. But the terror in them from his death hadn't completely disappeared. What? Cha Jeong-woo! Liant, who hadn't seen Yeon-woo's face, looked at him in surprise. His vestige shook. Like he didn't know what was going on. Looking at the confused guys, Yeon-woo slowly took off his mask. When they saw him, their faces filled with shock. Bahul became even more angry to forget the fear and Liant hugged his trembling self. A light wheeze escaped his mouth. Yeon-woo accepted their confused vestiges. You guys! He spoke in a cold voice. Everything about the stone. The reason why Red Dragon attacked Jeong-woo. You should tell me. Without leaving anything out. Everything. How are you here? You should have died? Definitely. I definitely pierced a heart through your heart. Liant started to mumble words because he was confused. He looked like he wanted to run away. But he couldn't move because of the shadows. Bahul was different. Suddenly, he stopped resisting. He knew too well that he couldn't escape, no matter how hard he tried to escape. Instead, he stared at Yeon-woo. He muttered like he figured something out. You look like Jeong-woo, but you're not. Just who? Cough. But Bahul couldn't finish. The monster portents tightened around him so he couldn't breathe. Yeon-woo spoke coldly looking at them. I hope you don't misunderstand. The person asking questions now is me. Not you. All you have to do is answer my questions. Don't make me ack. Bahul screamed while trying to resist. The hold of the shadows became sturdier, and a blue fire wrapped around him. As the blue fire darkened, as holy fire burned, Bahul shook even harder from the pain. Holy fire had the completely opposite property compared to dark properties. So as the holy fire burned even brighter, Bahul felt like his body was being ripped in half with fire from hell. However, Liant didn't scream like Bahul. His soul was already trembling, drenched in fear. Yeon-woo took back his holy fire when he thought he was somewhat calmed down now. And he asked again. Tell me everything about the stone. And everything about Red Dragon. Ha! Ha! No, ah! Seeing that Bahul was about to resist again, Yeon-woo flared up his holy fire again. This time, he increased the fire. The blue turned into yellow and ripped his soul. Act K. Act K. Even someone with a strong mentality would become apathetic to continued pain. Also, although bodies could block off pain momentarily, souls couldn't. He had to taste the pain as it came. There wasn't any getting used to it. So when Bahul's energy was almost drained, he gave him dark energy again. He healed him, and tortured him again with holy fire. Please. Please see. I'll speak, so please. Stop. I said stop. Bahul couldn't resist any longer and surrendered. He didn't want to relieve the painful experience of his soul ripping and being realigned again. But Yeon-woo didn't respond. He just quietly burned his holy fire and took it back, and continued the process, putting Bahul in hell. Act K. Act K. Leon wasn't able to meet Yeon-woo's eyes and tried to turn his head. But because of the shadows, he couldn't move at all. I. Yeon-woo walked towards the guy trembling in fear. Without saying anything. Slowly. Leon was the guy who planted the sword into his brother's heart. And the friend that his brother considered most dear. But the reply to his affection was betrayal. But Yeon-woo didn't ask why he did that. Why he made that choice. Why he betrayed his little brother. Why he crossed over to Jeong-woo. Because it was obvious what the obvious would be. He would probably have an excuse, but he didn't want to know. All he wanted was for his brother to be comforted in the least. There was only one thing he wanted to know. I hope you know more than Bahul. It was everything about the stone. So. You're saying that the stone you made is called Stone of the Sage. Right? So, please, kill me. Yeon-woo sat on top of the ruined Leon and organized his thoughts. He had received a lot of information from him. Stone of the Sage. To think that it actually existed. It was a magical device that any player who climbed the tower wanted. Without breaking, it infinitely supplied magic power, and accomplished miracles. There were a lot of rumors about the Stone of the Sage. To the point that even his brother mentioned them. But his brother had just spoken curtly about it. Stone of the Sage? If it existed, Al-Foroni would have already cleared the tower. It's nonsense. Other high rankers including his brother were firm in their beliefs that the stone didn't exist. There were only rumors about it. No one had actually seen it. If it existed, it would have already spread everywhere. Also, the trail endlessly gave trials to players, and led them to overcome them. If the stone really existed, everything would be useless. Even if it did exist, one could only hope for it on the 98th floor where gods and demons lived. It couldn't be found below the 77th floor. Also, it was thought that no one could make it. Even if that was the case, some people still took the chance and risked their lives for it. Alchemists, dark magicians, and other people tried to make the Stone of the Sage, or something that was similar to it. And of them, Leon had been the closest. With additional information, a part of the hidden qualities is being uncovered. Stone of the Sage. Category? Rank? Summary: the purest form of energy in the world is a person's soul. This stone was created in the room the emerald tablet pointed to. Asterisk. It is not complete. Sealed. This artifact is unique. Only one exists in the tower, and it is binded to its owner. It cannot be given to others. This is an incomplete artifact. Please complete the artifact. Then, you will be able to view the sealed information and options. Information about the stone was still hidden. But Yeon-woo knew that this was progress. It was only hard to catch a fish. After that, it became easier to handle it. Once he found a path, progress would be smooth. And I can borrow a part of the dragon knowledge if I need to. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes. He felt like he understood why Leon had gone to such lengths to make this magical device. But he still had some questions. But how did you start to make this? You wouldn't have known about it. He was curious about where Leon had received such high-class information. Others seemed to think it was possible with experimentation. But Yeon-woo didn't agree. If this was an item that could be created with trial and error, Red Dragon would have made it already. No, even an alchemy clans and magicians clans would have been able to make it. But Leon didn't have the ability to do that. He didn't have the skills or talents. Then just how had he made this? There's someone behind it. Definitely. Yeon-woo thought that someone had pushed Leon into doing it. They controlled him behind his back, and would have tried to take the result. Of course, he was left empty-handed because of me. He's probably extremely regretting it right now. And Yeon-woo thought that it might be someone he knew. And as expected. I stole the Emerald Tablet. Emerald Tablet? What's that? Yeon-woo's eyes sparkled at the word he hadn't heard of before. What had? Viera? Viera Dune. Wrecked. Yeon-woo laughed and clicked his tongue. You were played by a witch. The Witch of Stars, Viera Dune. She was the chief of the Walpurgis Nacht clan. TN, https://germanguerrillamerica.com/what is Walpurgis Nacht /number:\text equals Walpurgis Nacht %20 has %20 become %20 a %20 sort near %20 the %20 town %20 of %20 thul. It wasn't counted in the 8 clans, but it was still strong. Also, she was a founding member of Arthea, as well as Jeong-woo's lover. The world knew Viera Dune's face. Sometimes she made a man's heart beat with her youthful face. And other times, it was seductive, innocent, and helpful, luring at people. She was able to entrance people with her various faces. But her talent that wasn't known to the rest of the world, but the piece of temptation and awareness. His brother had realized too late that everyone had been played by her. Only after he was gone. The truth uncovered. Chapter 140, Hatch, 6. But it seemed like Leon had been played as well. Well, considering Leon's personality, loving power, and pleasure, he would have easily gone over for Viera Dune's seduction. Although he might not know it. And Leon continued his explanation. The Emerald Tablet was an ancient document that had the directions for how to make the Stone of the Sage. Walpurgis Nacht and Chong-A Wado had secretly worked together to attack the dungeon on the 69th floor, and Leon and swiped away the item that Viera Dune was supposed to get. And he worked on it behind Sword God's back. Then where is that Emerald Tablet? I broke. Yeon-woo lightly clicked his tongue. He would have been able to tell with his draconic eyes if the Emerald Tablet was real and if Viera had done something to it. Then tell me about what was on the tablet. Then, if I tell you, will you kill me? You're already dead. Well, I'll let you disappear. Leon became brighter. And he revealed the process to create the stone that was on the tablet. The process was simpler than he thought. But there was a lot of intense and suspicious information. He asked when there was something he didn't understand. And he organized what Leon told him in his head. Meanwhile, his dragon's knowledge was activated. The dragon's knowledge, Hakma, has opened. The information is being searched for within the database. There are 8 related items to the Stone of the Sage. Other related search terms are being inputted for a wider range of information. The dragon's knowledge was so large that it couldn't be used at once. So the information that the ancient dragon, Kalitas, created, was divided into different sections so the contractee could approach the information depending on how they progressed. So they could slowly understand the information as they went. In order for the contractee to understand, like a sponge that absorbed water, slowly and in order, until they finally reached the truth at the end. The condition to view information was only after new knowledge was attained from the outside. It was the same way draconic eyes had slowly expanded before he received his dragon body. With the base of mechanical magic, with alchemy on top. It's so widespread. It'll take an entire day for me to get through everything. And Yeon-woo was able to tell if Leon was telling the truth or not. It's fake. With the slightest of a lie mixed in. He didn't know who added it, but he thought that they had quite thoroughly interfered with it. And he was also curious. Who was the person that made the emerald tablet? And what was Viera trying to achieve by making this? Yeon-woo thought that there was a chance that Leon had lied. So he forced Leon to speak with his holy fire in hand, draconic eyes wide open. He checked over and over again to see if there was something that he was lying about. And when he got all the information he could, Leon's mind was already destroyed, that dangerously shook. He could probably come back alive if dark energy was inputted. But he didn't plan on making him suffer anymore. He considered forcefully binding him like Bu or Ka, but he thought it would be useless having someone like him. Bu. Fizz. Please say. The orders. Ashy fog combined and Lich Bu appeared. Eat. Thank you. Bu bowed and spread his mouth open. And he headed over to Leon, who was still tightly wrapped around with shadows. Wait. You said you would kill. Leon belatedly realized what Bu was trying to do and shouted. Absorb. He completely absorbed his soul and stole his knowledge and powers. With this, he couldn't even dream of reincarnation. But Yeon-woo, who didn't plan on letting him go easily anyway, just ignored him. Rattle. Rattle. As the sound of teeth clashing together was made, the sound of Leon's screams became louder. And Bu's shadow darkened. Leon was someone who became a martial god in Cheoghwado. Being able to swallow him completely was able to advance him further. Bu took small bits as if savoring it. He wasn't just eating the soul, but also his vestiges and knowledge. Yeon-woo looked at Leon, who was Wei-Sitin, and turned back to look at Bahul. Bahul just trembled looking at Leon. The holy fire slowly destroyed him too. He just wanted to escape from this pain. You know what I'm gonna ask, right? So Bahul hurriedly nodded his neck. He thought Yeon-woo's mind might change, so he blurted everything he knew. As fast as he could. So he could comfortably disappear. Yeon-woo was able to know the truths about the war between Jeong-woo and Red Dragon. As he continued to listen, it became more absurd. The Summer Queen's dragon heart is broken, and she needed the stone of the sage to fix it. Bahul weakly nodded his head. Like he didn't have the energy to use his vestige anymore, his soul wasn't able to use his power anymore. It was the result of Yeon-woo's torture. And because he had already swallowed holy fire multiple times, he was almost ruined beyond the point of return with dark energy. But Yeon-woo had already figured out everything he needed to, so he didn't worry about it. So the Summer Queen that's called the Last Dragon is now in danger. And it was an after effect of fighting with his brother. So he had been able to get an attack in. It's a relief he wasn't stupidly on the receiving end. Yeon-woo grinned unintentionally. And it turned into a smirk towards Jeong-woo, Red Dragon, Summer Queen, and everything else. For the bastards who fought each other without even knowing where the stone was. It was hilarious how they were played like retards. Because he had the stone that they were looking for. From the beginning to the end, they were in Yeon-woo's palm. And if he used this truth well, he could play them for a little while longer. If she participated in the war with a broken dragon heart, she must be anxious right now. Since she used the last of her magic power. Dragon heart wasn't simply a heart of draconic species. It had the foundation to provide magic power, and it was the origin of the strength that allowed the user to be an outstanding being. If such a thing was broken, if it was hard to fix it, it can easily flip the board. Yeon-woo sparkled his eyes and wet his lips with his red tongue. It would be nice to leak this information somewhere. Devil Army? Elohim. Red Dragon had a lot of enemies. It was obvious Elohim would be dancing with joy if they heard, because they extremely hated that the Red Dragon and the demon-serving Devil Army was above them. Yeon-woo thought that he needed a way to secretly spread this information. without revealing himself. And I should keep quiet for a while, since I might be caught. The Summer Queen had a sharp brain since she was a draconic specimen too. She would clearly notice that this war had been started by someone. First, I'll complete the Stone of the Sage, and focus on climbing the floor. And I have to look for Kalidas. Torturing Bahul, Yeon-woo some of his plans. One of them was to finish the stone. He didn't plan on using it since it was the result of many lives, and it would probably be uncontrollable. Knowing that Summer Queen considered the Stone of the Sage a replacement for her heart, and that there was a room that had materials to finish the stone changed his mind. Yeon-woo finished his magic circuit after waking up his dragon body. And every time he released an authority, the magic circuit started to appear as Dragon Circuit and was going to change his heart to Dragon Heart. But it'll take too long for that. And even if I wake my dragon factor, I'll be met with the limits of a human sometime. So he was going to use shortcuts. The Stone of the Sage would definitely be able to do the role of his Dragon Heart. And his magic circuit would progress faster. And if he worked really hard, when I release all my authorities, I might have 2 Dragon Hearts. It meant he would be able to achieve more than what his brother and the ancient dragon Kalidas had prepared for him. Of course, it was the Stone of the Sage that no one had been able to create, so the process to create would be extremely difficult, but it wasn't impossible. The Red Dragon had used all their sources to gather all the materials for the Summer Queen in one place. And the place they were all gathered was Intrinian. Red Dragon had several subspace storage rooms that they were proud of. Intrinian was one of them. But the problem was the Intrinian was currently in Bahul's hand. With the goal to lure Liant out, Bahul had been given it. But with Yeon-woo's interference, it had disappeared into thin air. Yeon-woo pulled an artifact that Bahul had left after dying. Thankfully, it was easy because the subspace dimension was located on one of his belongings. An artifact that looked like a simple copper ring. Copper ring. Category, accessory. Rank, F. Summary, a simple copper ring. There is an interesting pattern engraved on it. This artifact is sealed. Once the seal is released, a hidden feature will be revealed. The information on the summary page was also simple. It would be something he wouldn't have given a second glance, but as he touched it like Bahul told him to, the hidden seal was released. Swoosh. Key of Intrinian. Category, accessory. Rank, A++. Summary, the key that can open Intrinian. Intrinian is a magic storage room that the Summer Queen made herself, and it has an immense amount of space. It is connected to the mind of its user, and if there is an item that the user wants, it automatically moves over to the subspace without physically entering it. Asterisk limitless storage room. It has an almost limitless storage amount. Because it is a subspace object, it is easy to transport, and is almost weightless. Yeon-woo opened his draconic eyes and destroyed a part of the pattern on the inside. Tracking magic. It was casted on in case Intrinian was opened without permission, but by observing it with his draconic eyes and looking as Bahul told him, he was able to easily get rid of it. With this, a large magic storage room had fallen into Yeon-woo's hand. It might be delivered that the tracking magic was destroyed. But since the location was at the One-Horned Tribe, they would have to give up. Since it ended up becoming a spoil of war for the One-Horned Tribe. Yeon-woo thought of the Summer Queen who had given him his grateful present and lightly laughed, and put the ring on his finger. And he put his magic power into it. The subspace opened in front of his eyes. When he entered, an unending amount of space revealed itself. It was located into different sections and was almost as big as the One-Horned Tribe's archives, and it contained shiny treasures. With this, I won't have to worry about money in the future. He had been feeling the need for a transportable inventory. But this was more than enough. Then Yeon-woo headed deeper inside. The materials that Bahul had spoken about were organized by category. They were all prized treasures within alchemy. All these combined could purchase several S-rank artifacts. Yeon-woo smiled satisfactorily and left Intrinian, closing the subspace. Knowing the contents of the emerald tablet. Since I have more than enough materials, I'll be able to finish the Stone of the Sage as much as I want to. Of course, there was the slightest lie mixed in, but if he used his dragon's knowledge, he would be able to fix it in no time. But to do that, he would have to study alchemy and magic engineering. Magic engineering could be easily learned by training his metallurgy. Then there was only one thing left, alchemy. Thankfully, there was somewhere he could learn it. I have to look for that man. There were two alchemists that his brother had known. One of them was Anti-Venom Bayluk. The other was the alchemist Braham. Braham was strange in many ways. Nicely said, he was a free spirit, or if you wanted to speak bad about him, he was a stubborn person. But he was someone who lived by his standards. Because it was similar to him. The alchemy he created was interesting in many ways. Metal alchemy and medicinal alchemy were different. Tien, there are two words for alchemy in Korean that are used, but English only has the word alchemy, so it'll be described instead. But they both dealt with many different materials, and they were similar in that both of their end goals was to become a gold man. So metal alchemy and medicinal alchemy overlapped a lot. Because they started from different points, it was important to study them closely. However, unlike metal alchemy, which was favored because it could be used to create artifacts, medicinal alchemy was becoming less popular. And Braham was the last medicinal alchemist. Through him, he would be able to study metal alchemy and medicinal alchemy to finish the Stone of the Sage. More than anything, he has somewhat of a relationship with Yeon-woo. It was someone his brother had been close to, along with the snake hunter Galliard. It was also the name that Yeon-woo had used when he found Galliard. Thankfully, Braham wasn't someone who hid his location, so he would be able to find him quickly. Of course, since he was a ranker, he would be on the upper floors, so he needed to climb floors. Crack! Yeon-woo slightly stretched his body. Organizing this and that, he now had the outline of a big picture. There was a lot to do. And he needed to be aware of climbing the floors, and release his sealed authorities. So organizing his thoughts, he looked at Bahul again. Bahul jumped when he met his eyes. His faded eyes shook with fear. He was trembling so hard it was questionable if he was a high ranker. That was how much pain he was in. Yeon-woo no longer had any business with Bahul and summoned Shannon. Shannon, who had been watching the situation until now, was extremely happy he was being given a high ranker. And the moment permission fell, Shannon joyfully began to eat Bahul. Hoping that he would get all his skills. Full W current Nafloes on novelb.in.com. And he especially hoped that his signature skills, Fire Rain or Volcano, would be delivered to him. Crunch! Crunch! Ah! Bahul's painful screams ominously rang out. Chapter 141, Hatch, 7. Shannon, Death Knight, has successfully absorbed his opponent's energy. All stats have increased. Dark properties have increased by 15. You will be stronger in these properties. Shannon, Death Knight, has gained the skill Volcano. Ha! Yes. This is it. I wanted to feel this. Shannon was exuberant. He was experiencing great pleasure because of his greatly increased stats, since he always worked to get stronger. But because he absorbed a high ranker didn't mean he got that much stronger. If that was the case, the monster portents at the battlefield would have already evolved. However, his rank was still there. Shannon absorbed his rank and was able to increase his potential. He had increased the limits of what a Death Knight could do. Increasing the limits was extremely important. That was how much someone could grow, and become more powerful. It was a necessary process to become stronger. Especially the fact that he received the Volcano skill made Shannon happy. Volcano was the symbol of fire skills, spewing out lava and ash everywhere. If he could recreate that, he could do anything. Yeon-woo satisfactorily nodded, looking at Shannon. As his spirit familiars become stronger, he would become stronger as well. Also, Shannon's Death Knight achievements positively affect you. The trait of Bathory's vampiric sword has been applied to take the opponent's energy. The skill Fire Rain, numbering 41, has been created. Through Shannon's achievements, Yeon-woo was able to receive things as well. Fire Rain, numbering 41. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary: the signature skill that symbolizes Bahul. It releases gathered fire energy in rain. The speed and power leaves the opponent unable to move. It is impossible to use it currently because the proficiency is ridiculously low. Some amount of magic power is needed as well. Asterisk Thunder Mark. Depending on the amount of magic power used, the intensity of the rain increases. So at times, it is able to break defenses and force the opponent into confusion. Asterisk Blazing Burn. After the skill is progressed, it is able to leave burning effects. During this time, there's a low chance it may destroy healing magic. Also, it burns through the skill, intensifying the pain. Fire Rain. Yeon-woo clenched his fist looking at the new skill. He now had Bahul's skill in his hand. The skill that even his little brother was jealous of. Actually, even though Yeon-woo had many skills, he didn't have a destructive skill like this. A secret card that could flip the table in the last critical moment. But with this, the story was different. The destructive power of Fire Rain was well known in the tower. Also, Yeon-woo had a high affinity with fire thanks to Chirpy. Of course, it said he couldn't use it because of the low proficiency. But he didn't worry. Even if a lot of magic power is used, I don't have to worry about that. And if I add holy fire to it, it'll be an immense power. Dragon Body was more than enough to turn the proficiency around. Yeon-woo really wanted to use the Fire Rain's power. Then. But Master. Shannon lifted a corner of his mouth, blatantly staring at Yeon-woo. Like he wanted something. No. Ahem. But I didn't say anything. Why? It's because I already know what you'll say. Not that guy. Shannon crossed his arms and complained unlike himself. Sheesh. But I don't think he'll be your subordinate. If it doesn't work out, hand it over then. How's that? No. He seemed like he wanted to feel something stronger after tasting the soul of a high ranker. But Yeon-woo didn't plan on giving in to Shannon's wishes. Unlike Bahul or Leant, he was planning on making this guy his subordinate. He had already asked Chirpy. He lightly waved his hand. Then, a new spirit familiar appeared and calmly looked at Yeon-woo. He didn't speak. Although it could have been because he hadn't regained his consciousness yet. Yeon-woo knew that he had already had his vestige from the beginning. Looking into his eyes, he spoke. Work under me. Then, I'll save your son. Saber God. His calm eyes started to fill with turmoil for the first time. My son, he's still alive. His tone was unbelieving. Saber God looked out occasionally when he regained his consciousness. So he somewhat knew of what happened after he died, and gave up on the hope that his son would be able to live. With Jeong-woo destroyed and Red Dragon not able to freely operate because of the Summer Queen's condition, there was no one to protect his son. But the cause of all this said himself that his son was still alive. He couldn't believe it. But Yeon-woo's sincerity was still delivered to him. Yeon-woo uncrossed his arms and spoke. If you don't believe me, follow me. Yeon-woo didn't listen for a response and headed off. Saber God stared at him, and quietly followed after him. Yeon-woo arrived at a medical facility located within the village. There, Hanbin was in a deep sleep after being treated. His face wrapped in bandages was extremely haggard. Bin. Saber God was lost in sadness seeing his son in that state. He realized why his son was like that even without being told anything. His son had lived drowned in drugs because his pain was too intense. Forcefully being cut off from it and receiving torture on top of that would unquestionably leave him in this state. And although the one-horned tribe was treating him, they wouldn't put up with his stubbornness. So he was living in constant anxiousness. More than anything, his father, whom he had used as his winning card every time, was gone. Now, he didn't have anywhere to rely on, so it was obvious he would collapse. But the saber god was still utterly grateful his son was alive. Although he walked a twisted path, and hurt others. And he turned a blind eye to it. But he was still his special son. When did I bring him? Saber god silently nodded his head. Before the war began. I secretly snuck him out when Bahul told me to deal with him because he was feeling lazy. As expected. Red Dragon had no plans to keep my son alive. Saber god grit his teeth. Then he whipped his head around and glared at Yeon-woo. He knew precisely who had put them in this situation. But that was only for a while. He had to bow his gaze. He realized who had the upper hand. With his son on Yeon-woo's side, he had to lower himself. Updated from Nouvelle Bien, com. And Yeon-woo accepted it like it was obvious that was the case. You should be thankful to Chirpy. Chirpy. The offspring of the phoenix that you killed. The saber god's face was filled with questions. The baby of the phoenix? Because he said to keep him alive. That there was no need to put others in the same situation as him. Asking if there was a need to take unnecessary lives. The saber god couldn't say anything. Yeon-woo's voice was cold as ever. Since he saved that guy, bow or whatever to him when you see him. I will. The saber god wasn't able to say anything more than that. In the world of the tower, players did unspeakable things to others to get what they wanted. It was typical to return what they took with even greater revenge. But Chirpy had limited that revenge to just the saber god. Because he knew what a difficult thing that was. The saber god was speechless. And he was utterly grateful to the phoenix's offspring for it. So the saber god bowed even deeper. Once upon a time, he was the most prideful ranker in the tower. Now, he folded all grudges and surrendered. Greeting master. That was enough. Along with other healing materials, Yeon-woo gave the remaining dark energy to Saber God. The spirit familiar has successfully evolved. The second Death Knight is born. You have achieved an accomplishment not easily achieved. Additional karma is rewarded. You have earned 3,000 karma. You have earned an additional 2,000 karma. Death Knight has pledged allegiance to you. From now on, he will be bound to the Black King's despair and become your knight and sword. Will you choose a name? Han Ryong. It was the Saber God's real name. The Death Knight's name has been set to Han Ryong. Loyalty has increased by 15. Control has increased by 5. Han Ryong's, Death Knight, physical body cannot handle his rank. The attributes are being reassigned. All attributes have decreased by 21. All attributes have decreased by 17. Han Ryong's, Death Knight, attributes have been reassigned. But his soul's rank is the same, and his potential is the same. With the growth of his existence, his lost previous rank can be regained. Rapid growth is advised. My body, it feels a bit heavy. The Saber God, no, Han Ryong, muttered, uncomfortable with the black armor he was wearing. Even with dark energy infused, his body was definitely less powerful than when he was a high ranker. So the system had reassigned the attributes according to it. But Yeon-woo wasn't too worried. Like the panel said, as long as his rank didn't disappear, he would be able to regain his prowess from before. It was clear he would grow faster than Shannon. Also, for Yeon-woo, it was better for the attributes to be reassigned. If Han Ryong's attributes were too high for him to deal with, he could be uncontrollable at an important time. He wanted to avoid the risk of being stabbed in the back by his own spirit familiar. Shannon lightly sighed looking at Han Ryeong. It was because it was a shame he wasn't able to absorb Han Ryeong, and he felt like he would need to work harder to stay ahead of him. Han Ryeong moved around to get used to his new body and looked back at Yeon-woo. I have something to request of master. Since Han Ryeong was a martialist to the bone, he was more formal with Yeon-woo than Shannon. Speak. I would like for you to recover my 9 swords for me. Is it because of your skill? Yes. Han Ryeong nodded his head. The 2 signature skills that symbolized the Saber God, Grave of the 9 Swords and Sword Whirlpool, needed to meet strict conditions to be used. To own sturdy swords. Sword Whirlpool created a huge tornado every time the swords were swung around. Without the proper weapons, it was impossible, and the same went for the Grave of the 9 Swords. So when Han Ryeong used to go around challenging players, he challenged players that had strong swords and took their swords. After he was on a certain level, he didn't need to do that. But now, he had returned to the old days. The previous swords I have were all broken by the sword god. To activate the skill, I need many swords, and the stronger the sword, the more threatening the skill. There'll be several usable swords in Intrinian, so use those for now. I'll try to get swords for you as they come in the future. Thank you. Han Ryeong nodded his head and entered the subspace Yeon-woo opened for him. And he slowly pulled out his iron box with the swords that he could use in them. Clink! Clink! Yeon-woo silently watched him, and focused his consciousness on Chirpy, who was watching through his eyes. Thanks. Chirpy just nodded his head. His firm eyes were no longer those of a weak baby that longed for its mother. He was becoming a teenager that would soar higher. From the next day, Yeon-woo pushed himself with his individual training. Kwang! Boom! Every time he swung the grid, the air was split. Fire rain turned over the ground several times with the added holy fire. And it even completely crumbled a wall. From the mess, dust flew around. It was a sight that would cause one to shiver just by looking at it. But Yeon-woo, draconic eyes open, didn't give it a second glance and continued to move. He searched for something along the flaws and lifted his head at a chilling feeling. And he awakened the dragon's authority. His skin flipped around and dark blue scales covered his upper body. The scales that grew up to his chin clattered around, bumping against each other as he sought his target with his strengthened senses. Under normal conditions, he would have to thoroughly hide. The opponent was someone that he couldn't fight against. His opponent was someone that he couldn't beat even at his full strength, and the test giver who always tested his limits. Furthermore, Yeon-woo knew too well that he had to reveal everything that he had to become stronger. His 360 cores was completely opened, and this magic circuit spun around, blooming his wings of fire. He pulled out the fire-covered Vigrid once again. Grinding his teeth, with all his strength. Using the best skills he had all at once. Blessing of the Blue Spirit. Holy Fire. Fire Rain. Rumble. He focused all his magic power on one's place, and with the blessing of the Blue Spirit, he used the fire rain that he had increased the proficiency of up to 7%. It was a power that seemed like it would destroy the world. Fire rain poured down. But his opponent pushed away fire rain like it was nothing and lightly waved his hand in the air, sighing. It was a devastating result of his threatening power, but the opponent, Martial King, just smiled. The Martial King laughed, thinking that he had indeed become stronger, and punched his fist forward. It was the same force as when he destroyed Karam. Paegong, one of the 8 extreme fists. Yeon-woo realized that he had no chance if he faced it head-on, and spun his body like a top. Whoosh! The wings of fire twirled around to wrap his body and gathered to Vigrid's tip. And it flew past the blade to soar to the center of the Paegong. Chapter 142, 3 Norns, 1.1. At the same time, Yeon-woo activated his Shunpo and stuck Vigrid deep in the Martial King's direction. Nice! The Martial King exclaimed and spun his body around. As he pushed the grid aside, he attacked Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo quickly flapped his wings of fire and stepped back. The Martial King followed him right on his heel, and Aegis popped out from Intrinian to block the Martial King. Even if the Martial was strong, he couldn't break Aegis. And since 6 different plates were spinning around, he slowed down. Yeon-woo didn't miss that chance and attacked the Martial King's blind spot. The Martial King realized what he was doing and responded to him. The 8 extreme fists unfolded in order. Rumble, bang, boom. 8 extreme fists collided with each other. The grid was confronted by a fist. Yeon-woo did his best to swing the grid around. Blood dripped from his bitten lips, and the veins in his draconic eyes were blood red. His magic circuit was hot from being overused. But the Martial King didn't let him off the hook. He responded to Yeon-woo's attacks one by one without even batting an eyelash, and continued to push him in a corner. His attacks tested his limits and almost took his life. Every time he did that, Yeon-woo barely pulled together his dragon body and avoided the danger. And he focused to look for a chance to attack. From far away, Fanti and Edora shook their heads looking at the scene. They were definitely training. But their surroundings were being reduced to trash. Walls broke, and hills were becoming plains. The river that flowed by had dried out a long time ago because of the heat. If they hadn't set up Jinbub around them, then the tower's outside territory would have been a mess. He's become an even bigger monster. Fanti let out a deep sigh. I lost. Yeon-woo plopped down with an extremely tired expression. Tiredness and helplessness weighed him down. His warmed magic circuit was completely empty, like it had never been filled with magic power before. A week had already passed since the Martial King offered himself as a sparring partner for training. Updated from Nouvelle Bien, com. Yeon-woo was planning on immediately climbing the tower after some recovery. However, disciple? Even if you go, you should get checked by your teacher before you go, right? Right before he left, Yeon-woo nodded at what the Martial King said. It was hard to deny his teacher, who wanted to see how much he learned, and he wanted to see how much stronger he had become with the dragon body. So he started training with a light heart. But I didn't know it would end up like this. The Martial King required everything of Yeon-woo. He didn't speak. He just pushed him down with his immense strength and left him defenseless. Like his life would really be in danger if he didn't give it his all. The Martial King really pushed Yeon-woo like he was going to kill him. So he had shown all his cards. But Yeon-woo was able to completely understand his limits and what to do when he was met with them. And he was able to show a greater strength than before. And he considered it deeply. If it was really okay to reveal himself like this. He still hadn't shown the power of the black bracelet, which was his last card, but even showing the power of the draconic species was a lot for Yeon-woo. But Yeon-woo quickly folded those thoughts. He thought of the Martial King at the time when he said he would leave the one-horned tribe. He still remembered his words not to forget the relationship between a teacher and their disciple. On one hand, it was relieving. It was still a bit uncomfortable, but the Martial King didn't dig into it. Like it didn't have anything to do with him, he didn't take any interest in it. And he didn't accidentally let it slip anywhere else either. He only focused on breaking it during the sparring. So Yeon-woo was able to comfortably test his limits. He grew thanks to that, and even though only a week had passed, he was already more experienced. The Martial King's eyes were mixed with something else other than respect when he looked at Yeon-woo now. Wariness. Not of a teacher to their disciple, but from a player to a player. The desire to break him with his skills was able to be seen. The Martial King smirked, seeing Yeon-woo had read his mind. He was satisfied every time he saw his smart disciple understand more than what he taught. But on one hand, he felt a bit bitter as well. He had nothing else to teach him. Thinking those thoughts, he crossed his arms and raised a corner of his mouth. Cain. Yes. Now, you can leave. At his teacher's words that he could now take care of himself, Yeon-woo widened his eyes and bowed. With a short goodbye saying thanks. You're already heading up, Oraboni? It would be nice to go together. Exactly. What's the rush? Looking at Edora, who was upset, and Fanti, who complained with a pout. Yeon-woo grinned unconsciously seeing the siblings. They were scary monsters to other players. But to him, they seemed like innocent lambs, and they felt like his real siblings. After the Martial King had announced that he had nothing to teach him anymore, Yeon-woo started to get ready to climb the tower right away. Of course, the Martial King probably still had some things to teach Yeon-woo. But he thought that it was more important for Yeon-woo to learn and experience things for himself for his growth. Since he had set a firm foundation, it was up to Yeon-woo to build on top of it. So Yeon-woo began to move as the Martial King ordered him to. However, Fanti and Edora couldn't budge because their work to finish creating a legendary beast hadn't ended yet. If they wanted to simply finish the trial, they could easily leave, but a lot was required of them to create a legendary beast, so they couldn't just give up on it. So while the two remained in the village to take care of their eggs, they were planning on catch up on their training as well. Watching the players and the Summer Queen and Sword God fight each other, they felt the need to work harder. But like it was a shame just letting him leave like this, Fanti and Edora didn't easily turn back. Looking at them, Yeon-woo chuckled. And he patted Fanti's shoulder and spoke. I'll slowly head up, so come quickly. Yeon-woo put the good luck wishes of the tribe members behind him and left the One-Horned tribe's village. But Yeon-woo didn't head straight to the tower. He went on a detour to the marketplace outside of the tower. Past the crowds, the place he arrived was a humble smithy decorated with hammers and anvils. It wasn't too different than when he last saw it. But unlike the shabby appearance from before, now, it was ringing with loud hammer noises and heat was coming through the door. I ended up coming here. Should I go back? Yeon-woo stood still in front of the door and was deep in thought. The place he had arrived was Hanova's smithy. Actually, when he had left this place before, he didn't plan on coming back here. Thinking of the dangerous path he would walk on, he didn't want to hurt Hanova, like with what had happened to his brother. But the reason why he came back was simple. I hope he's doing well. Because he was curious. And he thought he might be distressed by Bahul's death. Hanova said he had cut off ties, but Bahul was one of his disciples whom he had taught how to deal with metal and fire. As much as he was affectionate towards his brother, that's how much he opened his heart towards Bahul. Yeon-woo had killed that Bahul. And the news that Bahul had died in battle in a war with Jeong-woo had already spread everywhere. Hanova would definitely have heard the news. Even if he couldn't confess what he did to Bahul, he couldn't help but worry about whether Hanova was distressed or not. So he had rushed over here. But upon arriving, it hesitated. Yeon-woo repeatedly grabbed and let go of the door handle and eventually turned around with a sigh. He thought nothing good would come of meeting him. However, creak. The door suddenly opened, and he was facing an iron carrying Hanova. What's this? What are you doing there? Hanova frowned. Yeon-woo uncomfortably scratched his cheek with awkward eyes under the mask. It was weird heading back now that they had seen each other. It's been a while, Hanova. Only this chapter is split into two parts as its size was quite large for TL to translate it in one go. Chapter 143, 3 Norns, 2. Drib. Drib. The sound of something falling. The sword god opened his eyes at the ticklish sound. The lion mask that always covered his face was gone at some point. Where was this place? The sword god wanted to speak but only a whimper escaped. He couldn't muster anything. From birth, he was mute, so he didn't know how to speak. Thanks to this, he was always bullied. Because a disabled person could only survive by being strong in this tower, he worked harder towards his goal. Then, the Martial King noticed him, and he became his disciple and arrived at a high point in his life, earning a skill called open speaking. At the time, he was so moved to tears. That was the first and last time he cried. After that, he used open speaking all the time and he didn't feel any discomfort anymore. But since his body was heavily damaged, as was his magic power, he couldn't use open speaking. It was this uncomfortable to not be able to speak. The sword god reminisced about his old days. And barely pushing down his confusion with pain and pulling out whatever he could, he opened up his open speaking. Is anyone there? He spoke with difficulty, but there was no answer. His open speaking evaporated futilely into the air. Did no one hear? The sword god pushed out his open speaking again. Anyone there? But there was still no response. He grew mazed. Wherever he went, his subordinates always followed like shadows. So even when tired, they always followed him. No, they used to ask if he was tired first before he called for them. So the sword god thought something was wrong. In his scattered memories, his subordinates still existed. His subordinates that followed him even when badly hurt, and spear god running with him on his back. And after that? What happened? His head ached like it had been bitten into with canines. The sword god frowned. As if saying he shouldn't think about anything else, his head was denying further thinking. Saying as if to rest, since it was tired. But the sword god frowned and tried to explore his mind even further. It was clear he was missing something. He had to remember it. So he tried to remember what he was missing, and with his mind becoming clearer, everything started to fit like a puzzle. The Summer Queen right behind them, Red Dragon, his subordinates who threw their bodies like moths drawn into a flame, and the collapsing island. And the spear god who had been protecting him to the best he could, receiving arrows and knives with a smile. The sword god shot to attention. When he opened his eyes, everything swept by like a panorama. He remembered being chased, but he didn't know what happened after. The sword god ended up using the last of his energy at the ominous feeling. The destroyed magic power system continued to move. Every time it did, his body twisted around screaming in pain, but he endured it. Beginning with his fingers, he slowly moved half of his body. Moving his arms, then his legs, his body started to unsteadily stand up. He stretched out his hand to grab the wall. And he lifted his heavy head to observe his surroundings. The sword god was able to realize he had been in a tunnel all this time. He could feel the humidity through his nose. And when he barely managed to trudge along, the puddles on the floor made a splashing sound as he went. He moved towards the light he could see far away. Like it was a lifeline from the sky, he walked towards it like it was a signpost. After some time, he was able to leave the tunnel. The damp smell of the tunnel disappeared, and a breeze slapped his face. He felt relieved. But the sword god couldn't smile. He saw a sight spread along the large field in front of the tunnel. Familiar faces were standing along it like a wall. As if they weren't going to allow anyone inside the tunnel, they stood trying to block the tunnel, standing in a line. No, they did block it. People who looked like enemies were all collapsed on the floor, not able to climb the wall. Like there had been a messy fight, the surroundings were all destroyed and only empty ruins were left. Ah! The subordinates making up the wall were all smiling. Like they were over the moon at the fact that they were able to protect the sword god without letting a single person in. Like they were happy to be able to complete their tasks until the very end. Although they had already breathed their last breath some time ago, they were still standing firmly. As if they would protect their master even in death. And in the middle of them all, was the spear god. In an even worse state than he remembered, with numerous weapons planted in his body, leaving him to wonder how he was still alive at the time. Using a spear as a cane, he was kneeling on one knee with his eyes closed. There were numerous corpses lying down in front of him, like he had been fighting until the very end. The sword god screamed at the unbelievable sight. He wanted to release the emotions building up. He wanted to shout, but his voice didn't make a sound. For the first time, he cursed his mute body. He was the sword god, calculating every single one of his moves. There was only one person he revealed everything to. Spear god. His friend who had extended a hand to him, who only received scorn and contempt from others. The mischievous guy who had continued to entice him saying that they should learn a fun game called Mujong together. And he died. But he was strangely smiling. He must have been happy at the fact that he was able to protect his friend using all means possible. But the sword god felt even more pain from that fact. He should have run away. What a foolish guy he was. Why would he risk his life for him? If he was alive, at the very least, sword god could slightly hate him and sweep him aside. But with this, he couldn't even hate him. He wanted to pull his heart out. If only he could save spear god. If only he could return his dead subordinates. Then he would immediately give it up. But the world wasn't that simple. So the sword god sobbed. And he lifted his head, clenching his fist and gritting his teeth. The veins in his red face popped out. Then he felt something with his hands. It was Gungnir, in the bracelet form. The sword that he wanted to wield so bad was still in his hand. At that moment, all of his emotions settled down like a lie. He thought to himself. He already had experience setting up Jeong-woo Cha from nothing. Why wouldn't he be able to do something he already did once? Aside from that, he had the confidence to establish something even bigger. Unlike last time, Spear God wasn't with him. But the Sword God thought that he would still be with him after death. No, not still be with him. Always with me. Forever. Sword God slowly stood up. It was painful because his body wasn't healed yet, but he approached Spear God with a dry face like he didn't feel anything. And he used his hand to cut his chest. Past his chest, a cold heart could be seen. Sword God unhesitatingly put his face towards his heart. Crunch! Crunch! The tough heart pieces mushed through his teeth. He felt like barfing, because it was on its way to being rotten, but Sword God forced himself to swallow Spear God's heart. Very slowly. So it would be properly digested. Cannibal. To re-establish Jeong-woo Cha, he would need more strength than before. And to do that, it wasn't possible using normal means. He needed to touch a taboo. Cannibal was an energy drain type skill that absorbed the powers of the person whose heart was eaten. It was also one of the basic skills written on the emerald tablet Leon had. The sword god had never once used it, even though it was in his possession. Power gained through shortcuts only came back to hurt its owner. And it was something that he, who prioritized martial training over everything, couldn't accept. So he just ignored it. Also, if souls and curses were mixed into his magic power, it could irrevocably damage his body. However, the sword god didn't have anywhere to turn to. And if he tried to slowly heal himself, it could take years. Then, his dream of re-establishment of revenge wouldn't be accomplished. More than anything else. Since he didn't have a method to get the Stone of the Sage, this was the only way to activate Gungnir. So the sword god threw away the last of his pride. He no longer had the pride of the martialist. Thankfully, there were many materials that would shoot him up to even higher than before. His friend and subordinates. He was going to make their wish to protect him even by dying true. And he was planning on returning the power of the enemies back to his owner. Crunch! Crunch! Only the sound of sword god chewing and swallowing could be heard. It shook the peace of the field. So. You're leaving? The Summer Queen wrinkled her face at Bao God, who was bowing at her. No, she needed to call him by another name now. Jeong-woo. She remembered it was something weird like that. He was from some insignificant planet called Earth. She remembered it because it was the same world as Heaven Wing. I think we're done. Are we not? Jeong-woo didn't belong to Jeong-woo Cha or Red Dragon. He was a mercenary who did whatever he was paid to do. And in that field, he was quite a well-known S-ranker mercenary. Once upon a time, he was better known by the name Secret Twilight. However, other than the fact that he was from Earth, not much was known about him. Also, his face that he showed every time was different, so it was said that no one knew his real face. And there was one job he had received from Red Dragon a long time ago. To climb up to a high position in Red Dragon, and become their eyes and ears. And to help them until they needed him to. Because Jeong-woo was known to be exclusive, this was the only method they could choose. And over the span of a few years, he showed huge potential in Jeong-woo, and was able to sit in the position of Bow God. From the Summer Queen's perspective, Jeong-woo was a chess piece that could be used efficiently. Since no one would want to throw away years of what they had been working on. And Jeong-woo had even become one of the 5 martial gods of Jeong-woo. If he wanted to, he could easily cut ties with Red Dragon. However, he dissipated all suspicion and led Red Dragon to their final victory. Even though it was a victory with losses for the Summer Queen, with Bahul gone, she wouldn't be able to find a henchman like this. So Summer Queen suggested he become one of the 81 eyes. With the conditions to give him the highest position. But Jeong-woo firmly said no. Saying that he would do it if it was a job, but that he wouldn't actually go under someone to work for them. Adding on a threat-like statement asking if they could handle a spy like Jeong-woo. So the Summer Queen wanted him even more. In the draconic eyes that had to get what it wanted, Jeong-woo was like a precious treasure. But the Summer Queen had to regretfully fold those thoughts. Since she wasn't in the position to be greedy now. Her hair that she was twisting in her fingers was even more blue now. It was proof that her dragon heart was holding. The Summer Queen felt danger every now and then. If this kept up, her dragon heart could end up as a single stone. A draconic species without a dragon heart was nothing more than a large lizard. The value of the draconic species would disappear. It was the same thing as following the fate of the rest of the species. The Summer Queen was scared of such a future. She hadn't felt fear even during the war with Alforoni, but she was scared that she might disappear. But the stone of the sage that she thought would be able to fix her heart disappeared, along with the rest of the materials to make the stone. It was really dangerous if this continued. She was still searching the floors to find the sword god, but she thought even if he was found, she wouldn't find the stone of the sage. Someone had definitely taken it. The person who had made them fight from behind the scenes and left them with confusion. She needed to find his trace. Fortunately, Jeong-woo said that he was able to track people as well. Fine. Then I'll ask you for the last time. Do you really have no intention to work under me? You should know very well what it means to receive my blessing. I already have a god that I serve. Sure. There's no better answer than to reject like that, right? Thank you. Fine. Then I'll request another job. There's no time limit. I'll give you as much as you want. But I want you to finish the job as quickly as possible. You just have to find someone. Who are you looking for? At Jeong-woo's question, the Summer Queen crossed her legs and opened her mouth. Another job. On the path away from the red portal from the 76th floor, Jeong-woo rubbed his chin with his thumb and foreigner. I wonder how long it'll take this time. Jeong-woo didn't want a lot of money. He had already earned a lot, and he already had the 4 directions bow he received from before, so he didn't need anything else. But he needed something to quench his thirst. The thirst that always itched his soul from the corner of his mind. If this wasn't quenched, he wouldn't be able to settle anywhere and would have to wander around. I hope it lasts a long time this time too. With his fast movements, a necklace shined from within his clothes. It was a shell necklace that he had made with his fellow comrades back when he was young. But now, it was the origin of the thirst that was tightening his soul. Like it was waiting for something. Chapter 144, 3 Norns, 3. Here you go. Bysister's hand shook while placing the coffee cup down. He was an outstanding player who made the almost destroyed Night Watch into one of the strongest dark clans outside of the tower, but he couldn't bring himself to meet Yeon-woo. Rather, he put his subordinates on edge while waiting for Yeon-woo to get here because he didn't want to make any mistakes. Thankfully, his subordinates said they hadn't even looked in that direction, let alone touched Hanova's smithy. That was how big the shock Yeon-woo gave them was. But they could still be in trouble with something, so Bicester wasn't able to lift his gaze until Yeon-woo quietly raised his cup. Since Yeon-woo had grown even more, he didn't have any thoughts of rebelling. Even when he first saw him, Yeon-woo was scary, and he had heard about what Yeon-woo had done until now. He wasn't someone they could touch. Yeon-woo lightly sipped his coffee looking around. It was definitely different than when he had come and made a mess. A lot's changed. Thanks to you, we are able to improve. Thanks, he said. Smirk. Yeon-woo slightly smiled looking at Bicester speak those words he didn't even believe in. But to Bicester, that was scarier. Yeon-woo quietly placed his coffee back down and cupped his chin to look at Bicester. Bicester unconsciously straightened his back. Since we'll just be tired if this gets long, I'll just get straight to the point. Go ahead. Bicester nodded with a nervous face. I want to look for someone. Who? Braham. Braham? Are you speaking about the exile? Correct. Braham was originally a part of the Elohim clan. However, after being kicked out due to unknown reasons, he always had to live with the word exile following him around. But the problem was that Braham liked it. He was an interesting guy the more I looked at him. Out of the 8 clans, Elohim was famous for being choosy about accepting members. There was one thing they wanted. Species. They looked into what kind of blood you had, if it was pure or mixed, and assigned ranks based on that. Also, they had the belief that some people were born with more superior blood than others. Half-magical species, Vanir, and others were classified into superior species, and draconic species and giant species were in the supernatural species category. Because they had an established hierarchy since the beginning of the tower, they easily looked down on players who struggled to climb the tower. In other words, they were the bourgeoisie of the tower. Braham was someone who was kicked out of that kind of clan. And some people said that he was in a high position in Elohim being the descendant of a superior species. But wherever Braham went, he laughed at his origin, saying it was useless, and liked his name Exile like it was a badge of honor. Whatever he did, he was a free spirit, and he hated being locked in. And he had a cold personality, so he was easily noticed wherever he went. 4 days. Please give me just 4 days. Then I'll contact you. Bicester wisely didn't ask why he was looking for Braham. He was a smart guy who knew how to behave if he wanted to live long. Fine. Then contact me with this as soon as you find him. Yeon-woo pulled out a ring-shaped artifact from subspace and tossed it at Bicester. In Intrinian, other than materials to make the Stone of the Sage, there were gold and silver pieces and many other efficient artifacts. This ring was a communication device that allowed people to speak with each other no matter how far away they were. It was quite expensive and limited in use, so it wasn't easily attained. Yeon-woo was able to give it away so simply because it wasn't his in the first place. Of course, he had removed all traces of Red Dragon from it. And this is the fee. After the ring, Yeon-woo placed a pouch on the tablet. It sounded heavy. Bicester carefully opened the pouch and jumped in surprise. Inside, gold and silver pieces were piled up. A communication device and a fee of this amount. He saw Yeon-woo in a new light. Also, the location of Braham was something that wasn't too hard to find if one just searched for a bit. He asked for 4 days in the worst possible scenario that Braham was hiding his location, but really, 1 day was enough. Why? You don't need to. Just take it. That's how fast I want you to find him. And it's nice if you protect Hanova in the future as well. Thank you. I'll use it well. Bicester shot up and bowed. In his head, calculations were rapidly being done. To them, Yeon-woo was no different than a Grim Reaper, but he was definitely a skilled player who would become more famous in time. He judged that it was better to forget about the past and establish a trading relationship with Yeon-woo so his clan could continue to grow bigger. And that was why Yeon-woo had shown his wealth and the will to continue to make these kinds of exchanges in the future. Looking at Bicester, who quickly understood what he was trying to say, Yeon-woo slowly stood up. He was a clever guy, so he didn't have to tell him to keep his mouth shut. Now until Braham is found and the swords I requested for are finished, I can focus on climbing floors. Yeon-woo turned his head to look outside the window. His gaze was fixed on the firmly standing tower. This is the 16th floor, the gate of life's wheel. Yeon-woo swept his hair at the familiar sight. And he could feel gazes on him. Should I have finished the trial when I was here? The moment he arrived, he felt the owners of the gazes rushing somewhere. They were probably heading back to where they worked. Yeon-woo already made a mess out of Skuld's temple. It was obvious the apostles and the priests would be plenty nervous now that he was here again. He didn't regret it, but it was a bit annoying. When he brought Hanbin out, he quickly left because he might be tracked down by Jeong-woo. But seeing how many people were being wary of him, he thought it would be difficult to finish this trial. However, this didn't mean the situation was any different. Yeon-woo organized his thoughts and headed towards the third path, the Temple of Skuld. He didn't have any other reason other than the fact that he couldn't go anywhere else because of the rule that once you picked a path, you couldn't go anywhere else. But then, you cannot head to the Temple of the Future, Skuld. The owner of the temple doesn't allow your entrance. There was a problem. The Temple of the Future, no, the goddess Skuld, was refusing Yeon-woo. Do I have to force my way? If this kept up, he couldn't finish his trial. He moved his hand towards Vigrid to force himself in, but he heard a voice behind him. This is the holy territory of a god. Please refrain from violence. He turned back to see someone politely bowing down at him wearing a pure white robe. It was hard to see the face because it was covered by a robe, but the voice was a woman's. A robe with a gold wheel. It was the robe that symbolized the goddess of the past, Urd. You. My greetings are late. I am an apostle of the goddess Urd, Hepburn. Yeon-woo's eyes sharply flashed past his mask. Hearing Urd's name, something came to his mind. Of the 3 Norns. 3 goddesses. Beware. Of the oldest. The message of some demon that Laplace had delivered to him. He still didn't know the name of the demon. He wasn't interested, and didn't really want to find out. However, he couldn't ignore the fact that Urd's apostle came herself. An apostle was a god's proxy. Since the gods couldn't leave the 98th floor, their apostles acted in their stead, and it could be considered that he was speaking with Urd herself. Fortunately, Hepburn didn't seem to have any enmity towards Yeon-woo. But even if she did, there wasn't anything she could do about it. The power of an apostle depended on their god. Since she was an apostle of Urd, who could only tell fate, she was probably weak. However, she probably still possessed the power of a rancor. Yeon-woo didn't think that he was lacking compared to rancors. No, unless they were high rancors, he had no reason to fall short. Hepburn knew this very well. So her attitude was very respectful. So, why is Urd's apostle all the way here? But he still thought that Urd's apostle coming here definitely couldn't be something good. It was obvious he would be wary of her. Hepburn spoke in a calm voice. The goddess wants to meet you. Me? Yes. Is she trying to hurt me? Don't you already know the fact that we don't have the power to do that? And the goddess really wants to meet you. But if that's hard to believe, I'll swear on the god's name. To swear of the name. That meant that they were ready to deal with whatever came their way if they broke their promise. The higher gods they were, the worse the consequences were. But she still wanted to meet? Yeon-woo couldn't guess what Urd and Hepburn were thinking. However, he couldn't not go now. The path to Verdundi's temple was probably blocked as well. To finish the trial, he had no other choice but to go to Urd's temple. Annoyance surged in his mind. Even if it was a god, he hated this situation being pushed around them. And he couldn't tell what they were thinking, so he could easily be used. In the world of the tower where you were chewed up if you blinked, doing such an act was like suicide. Of course, Yeon-woo had aggravated them first. But Yeon-woo thought what he did was fair. So Yeon-woo put magic power into his black bracelet. Then, Hepburn's shadow shifted and soared up. Hepburn quickly stepped back, but the crescent-shaped scythe was already at her neck. And her hidden face behind her mask was revealed. Pure white skin. Sharp ears. A crumpled, but still beautiful face. And hair that fell like a gold waterfall. High elf. Yeon-woo widened his eyes in surprise. Gold hair meant that one had been descended from the goddess of beauty, Freya. High elves were targeted by elves or dark elves. Also, because of the fact that they couldn't easily have children, their population was rapidly diminishing. So they were hard to find within the tower, and the ones who were left were known to be at least 1,000 years old. But that didn't mean he was going to put the shadow scythe under Hepburn's chin away. Just because he was surprised didn't change the fact that she was Urd's apostle. Rather, Yeon-woo thought this was for the better. Since an apostle was a part of the god, if they died, the god would be affected. And if a superior species like a high elf died, then the level of the god would quickly fall. This was how valuable she was as a hostage. He could feel the spirits that always followed the high elves clashing around him, but his monster portents didn't move. Hepburn wrinkled her face as if she didn't like Yeon-woo's attitude. "What are you, dog? Even if you swear of the god's name, I can't completely trust you. When this is over, I'll let you go. If you're not gonna try to hurt me like you said, then you won't be hurt, right?" Hepburn frowned even more, and turned away with a calm face like nothing had happened. "I'll take you to where the goddess is. Please follow me." Hepburn left those words and disappeared. The monster portent in her shadow moved with her. Was she saying to figure it out himself? Thinking that her revenge was simple, he lightly laughed and used Shunpo towards where Hepburn disappeared. Chapter 145, 3 Norns, 4. You have chosen to head down the path of the Temple of the Past, Urd. Yeon-woo followed Hepburn, passing the right path. Unlike Skuld's temple, the way to Urd's temple was inclined, up a hill. He couldn't see the believers heading to the temple. Unlike the other two temples where players confessed their worries about the present of the future, Urd's temple managed the past, so it was the least popular. Also, because of the incident with Skuld's temple, the number of players who visited the 16th floor had suddenly decreased. Thanks to that, Yeon-woo was able to comfortably arrive at the temple. Skuld's temple had a high marble ceiling, whereas Urd's temple had a round arch ceiling. Considering she was the oldest of the three goddesses, it was humble and simple. "He is a guest that the goddess invited. Open the doors." The disciples in front of the temple saw Hepburn and frantically opened the doors. They saw the shadow scythe under Hepburn's chin, but no one commented on it. Rather, they didn't meet her eyes, like it would be disrespectful to her if she did. An apostle was the god's avatar. It was clear this was considered to be true seeing how they treated her. So Yeon-woo followed Hepburn down a hallway and stood in front of a large door. As if the 4-meter-tall door was showing Urd's personality, it was simple, other than the decoration of the gold wheel on it. But Yeon-woo knew the moment he saw it. It was heavy. No, maybe it was deep. But from one hand, it seemed wide, and it seemed high from another. It even emanated a cozy feeling. Something unknown was hiding behind the door. And as if agreeing with Yeon-woo, the black bracelet and Vigrid slightly rang. And he could feel Aegis crying in the subspace that it was in. An immense strength was hiding. It was different from what he felt with the Martial King or the Summer Queen. You feel it? Definitely. Hepburn looked at Yeon-woo with mysterious eyes. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes. What are you saying? Occasionally, we have people like that. People who feel what's behind the closed door. Most of those people are people who are very sensitive, or have the holy sense. Or. Hepburn's gold eyes calmly shined. They have experience with godly power. Yeon-woo couldn't understand what Hepburn was saying. What's behind this? A god. What? There was a god here? And behind the door? Gods couldn't escape the 98th floor. The three Norns always left their consciousness on the 16th floor because they didn't want to be locked on the 98th floor, but they couldn't descend with their complete body. But Hepburn was saying there was a god behind this. Yeon-woo sent her questioning eyes, but Hepburn politely bowed like he would know if he went in and took a step back. From here, this is the holy territory that the god is located in. I didn't receive the permission to step in, so I cannot come with you. Holy territory was the territory of the god. Like how Yeon-woo had absolute power using his draconic territory, a god could use their power in the limited section of the holy territory. Yeon-woo hesitated, not liking the situation, but he stepped in front of the door. Even if he went in, his communication with the monster portent in Hepburn's shadow wouldn't be cut off. No, he thought this was actually better. Since he was curious about the existence of a god, he thought he would be able to know if he met Urd, so he opened the door. Creak. Darkness surrounded him. It was dark enough that he couldn't tell where the front or back was, but Yeon-woo headed in without any hesitation. Bang! The door shut and isolated him. And he went deeper inside the dark. He could feel the territory slightly dissipating. And in its place, something else took over. In the endless darkness, what Yeon-woo saw was so large that it seemed like there was no end. A similar strength to what he had felt outside of the door. It felt wide, high, and deep. Not able to know where its limits were, Yeon-woo felt like he had become a small and helpless existence like a firefly. When he felt it on the outside, he thought that it would be a strength not able to be understood. But faced with it now, he couldn't even recognize it. This is a god. Yeon-woo unknowingly mused to himself. The god in front of him was really distant. He thought of Hermes, who he had met in Olympus's treasury. Then, he hadn't been able to feel his presence at all. This was the complete opposite. No, actually, this was correct. Hermes had been considerate of the weak Yeon-woo, and Urd didn't feel the need to. To a god, a human was just a simple microbe. Like how a grain of sand castle wiped away the waves couldn't be found, or like how the light of a firefly couldn't be seen in front of the sun. His existence was too poor. He felt like he would be blown away if his opponent just blew softly with their mouth. No, before that, wouldn't his existence be eaten up? He felt like he was in critical danger, like he would disappear like a candlelight without even realizing what was happening. Yeon-woo immediately pulled his magic circuit to the max. He spun his 360 cores and sent magic power to each of them, and spread his wings of fire apart to wrap around his body for protection. So he wouldn't just disappear, so he could feel something, he forced himself to attention. And blocking outer influences with his magic power, he lifted his head. Combat will. Yeon-woo pulled his consciousness as much as he could and focused on one thing. He didn't know exactly where the god was. However, Yeon-woo thought none of it mattered. This was holy territory. It was where the god's consciousness was, and where a god themselves was. So it was clear where he looked, he would feel a gaze. And, like he was correct, and a firm voice pierced Yeon-woo's head. You're quite a tenacious child. Well, I guess you have to have that much to make a mess of the youngest's temple. A voice that sounded like it was laughing at him. No, there was more of a cold tone to it. Yeon-woo became more nervous. And he added fire to his defense and took his left hand to his black bracelet. It was to move the shadow on Hepburn if something went wrong. Yeon-woo's intent was visible to Urd. I don't know why you're so wary of me. I promised I wouldn't hurt you, and I don't plan to. But you don't try to hide your sword. Because I don't know what you're thinking. Considering you're a successor of the ancient dragon's power, you're quite careful. Lizards are usually nothing without their pride. I don't know how you got such power. The ancient dragon's successor. She was talking about Calidus's power that he got from his brother. Like a god that observed the past, Urd was able to see all the paths he had taken so far. So he ignored her gaze, and directly asked. Why did you call for me? The trial of the 16th floor was very simple. Asking a question to a priest, and they would deliver the goddess's words. That was it. The difficulty might be easy, but the response from the goddesses could be important to the player's future. So everyone carefully progressed with the trial. However, no one had ever met with a goddess themselves. His brother had chosen Verdandi on the 16th floor, and he had immediately passed after hearing a few words. So Yeon-woo could only be suspicious of what word had come herself. I guess you want to leave as soon as you can. Yeon-woo didn't reply. Urd continued in a cynical voice, like it didn't matter. Just because. Just, because. It was a completely unexpected answer. Yeon-woo frowned under the mask. And Urd's laughs became louder. Yet. Just because. As you can see, there's almost no visitors here. And the people here consider me worthless almost all the time. I happened to hear that someone had turned over the youngest's temple when I was bored, so I was interested. Even if we can't move, a god is a god. It's not common to see a player dare to destroy a temple. Even the fellows who hate us don't try to have us as their enemies. But you kicked it away. Yeon-woo shut his mouth. So I wanted to see you once. And I heard that you haven't finished the trial of the 16th floor, so I was waiting here thinking that you would come back. Then I met you like this. That's it. The trial has been finished. You have succeeded in meeting the goddess Urd. You have achieved an accomplishment not easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 5,000 karma. You have earned 3,000 karma. The earned karma is being combined with your total karma. Will you put your name on the Hall of Fame? Yeon-woo's eyes became bigger at the unexpected messages. He still didn't know what Urd was thinking. I've seen many humans here. They were all regretting something about their past. They were all the same bunch. People who couldn't escape from the past. And people who couldn't live their present and future because they couldn't leave their past. There was one thing they wanted, not being able to escape the past. To escape it. They asked me how to gain the future. They wanted to somehow find their lives. Life was a present that was created by layers of the past, and these presents combined to make the future. The present and the future justified life. In other words, life was hope. But you're different. Very. Yeon-woo thought Urd was smiling. And he thought he knew why Urd had called him. You have no regrets. And at the same time, you are swimming towards a deeper past. In that, you endlessly repeat blaming yourself. At the end, there is no you. Just your dead brother. So I ask. If you can do this. To yourself. Your brother closed his eyes sadly, but you can't leave a happy life because of your guilt, so you continue to push yourself into despair. And you make yourself suffer. Veins popped out in his clenched fist. And you suspect. Your brother was betrayed by his trusted friends. Then. Can I do the same? Can I trust the people around me? These people seem different than them, but your brother also thought he would live forever with them. Betrayal can come anytime. So you continue to be wary of them. Isn't that right? Yeon-woo grit his teeth. Suspect and suspect even more. Urd's voice became louder. It kept on making his head ring. Don't trust, and don't trust even more. The darkness around Yeon-woo tightened. It all shifted and beat his emotions like they were waves. It was the craziness of someone caught by their past. Those with you can turn their backs anytime. If they want to. If you don't fit their goals. They can cut your neck anytime. So hurt them before you get hurt. Move before they move. Chew them up, and rip them apart. Then you won't be hurt. Then you won't be in pain. Yeon-woo brought his fire up as much as he could. So he wouldn't be swept away by the waves. Just by being open to them he felt like he would disappear. You may want to ask. Why you have to do that? Isn't that obvious? But he also thought. The craziness of Ord was somehow familiar. Don't say you don't know. Don't avoid it. Ord knew Yeon-woo's mind inside and out. And she picked out a place from his memory. Africa. Isn't that how you lived until now? The life you lived, it's always been like that. Even if the smell of blood and fire spread, even in that hell-like battlefield. And this palace isn't too different. However, you're only forcing it down. An event from the past flashed past his eyes. Ord playing a memory that he had hidden away. He wanted to push it away, but the video in front of his eyes didn't stop. In that place, Yeon-woo was moving through a mountain. Hunger and thirst. Tiredness from a long battle. Bullets that pierced his sides. His comrades, who had disappeared while he fainted. He had to survive, and he slowly trudged by. With the anger of the comrades who left him behind. He trusted them until the end, but his hate towards those who betrayed his trust moved his body along. And he moved again. Then, he met them in the process. He killed, and killed again. That was probably when it was made. Always moving within Yeon-woo's mind. The monster that whispered to him like a demon. So pull it out. Yeon-woo woke up from his reverie. He felt like he woke up from a nightmare. Ord was trying to tie him to his past. But then, he felt like he could see Ord herself past the darkness. She was definitely smiling, revealing her teeth. The monster, that's still inside. With the same appearance of the damned bastard that was inside his heart. Chapter 146, 3 Norns, 5. To see the great Ord like this. It's such a sight hard to see. From a corner of Ord's dark holy territory, a snake popped out and turned into a human. If you're gonna say bullshit just leave, Hermes. Ord shouted at Hermes with an annoyed voice. Hermes lightly tapped his staff, herald, on the floor, and laughed. You wicked. As he continued to laugh, Ord became even more annoyed. Ord was planning on making Yeon-woo feel confused. Because from her perspective, there weren't a lot of people with this kind of a messy past. Many players entered the tower with all kinds of regrets in their past. Of those, Yeon-woo was the best. Most players lived with a hope. People who had no other things to achieve came to the tower to do what they couldn't here, and others wanted a new life. Some wanted medicine to fix their loved ones. Whatever the reason was, they climbed the tower with hope. That was the life they lived. It was their present and future. But Yeon-woo was different. He didn't have a particular hope, and just climbed the tower. He didn't escape the shackles of the past. No, he pushed himself into them tighter. So she stimulated that point. Ord was a god that saw the past. It was easy to pick the past out to test people. Like she had done in the past, she thought Yeon-woo wouldn't be able to escape them. However, don't you think it's time you stop misleading people? People like that poor friend over there aren't your playthings. Hermes turned his head to the door. The poor child he was talking about was standing there. Hepburn. She was fated to be the High Elves' queen, but she couldn't stand up from the scorn of her species and fell into another hole. Then, a woman plodded out of the darkness. Every time she moved, her dry leg showed itself and disappeared again. hair that came down to her feet, and eyes consisting of just white with no pupils. She was half hidden by the darkness, but she was a beautiful woman. Erd stood face to face with Hermes with a frustrated face. Seeing his smiling face, it overlapped with Yeon-woo's face laughing at her as he left her territory. He snorted. Yeon-woo dared to snort in front of a god. As if telling her to stop with the bull crap. No, as if it was hilarious. He snorted like asking if this was all she had and left her territory. She had forced out a pass that he wanted to avoid using any means. Yeon-woo had experienced something similar that his brother had experienced. He had been abandoned by his trusted comrades in the middle of enemy territory and forced his injured body to travel 150 kilometers. From that, Yeon-woo lost all his emotions. He threw away anger, hate, revenge, and became a doll without any emotions. That was when the monster called Cain was born. Later, he learned that it was a slight misunderstanding, but it was too late. Yeon-woo never looked at them again. Rather, he glowered at them like he would kill them if he saw them again. And he forgot about it. She had made him relieve that memory. That it would be the same this time. That it wasn't different, so he should betray before he was betrayed. She whispered in his ear not to trust anyone and live with suspicion and worries his entire life. She told him not to live the same life as his brother. Erd thought Yeon-woo wouldn't be able to escape her trap. Everyone she had met was like that. That was how she met Hepburn, and how she collected her other dolls. But Yeon-woo just kicked it away like that was obvious. And he headed straight to the 17th floor like he wouldn't ever see her again. Erd couldn't read his mind. Just what was he thinking? Living in the past and not being able to wake up a mythical beast because he didn't have any dreams or hopes. How was such a guy able to escape her? Since you make the string of fate, I guess. You might not know. Yet. Since everything seems like a puppet show for you. Not knowing that people who are connected by the string might be moving on their own will. Don't make me laugh, Hermes. The string is decided. The beginning, and the end. Fate cannot be avoided. Everything that we saw was right. Hermes shrugged his shoulders. Well, since the path that we see is different, I guess what we see on it is different too. Erd ground her teeth. You Olympus fools are always like that. Mere usurpers. Because we overcame it. But you all haven't. That's the difference. Ha! Overome, my ass. You're all only cowards who stuck a sword in your father's back. And locked him up. But what? Overcome. I always say this, but this conversation only runs in circles. Erd bit her lips. Hermes was right. Since their domain was different, what they saw was different. Even if they were the same gods, they were different. From their creation. It seemed like you all have been watching that child. That child. She meant Yeon-woo. It's not just me. Athena is also interested. Ares and Dionysus as well. No, actually, it's not just us, but more correct to say that everyone is interested. From when Yeon-woo had begun to adjust his inheritance of the draconic species to his own liking. From when he had the idea to create a mujang that would help the magic circuit that didn't flow in his body. Most of the beings on the 98th floor were interested in Yeon-woo. A few of them seriously thought of how to make him their apostle. If he had reached the 50th floor, which was the qualification to become an apostle, he would have received so many offers that he would have been sick of them. And same goes for the demon guys. What? Erd widened her eyes at the unexpected words. Unlike the gods, who showed an interest in the lower floors, it was hard to guess what the demons were thinking. But they were also targeting Yeon-woo. There's rumors that Agars of the East is drooling. Agars was the second ranking of the 72 demon kings. He symbolized destruction and madness, and had an endless greed even for demons. But knowing that such a guy had stepped up, something came to Yeon-woo's mind. A small piece of a memory that she saw from Yeon-woo. A message from a demon that Laplace delivered. That nameless demon was Agar's. Urd clenched her fist. There were this many beings trying to get her food? She hated her things being taken away from her. Then. And most of all. Hermes smiled and brought down Harold on the ground again. Then, a deep crack was made where Harold was, and it began to spread all over the ground. The holy territory filled with Urd's energy started to collapse. In its place, there was a new ashy world. And tens of colossal boa constrictors lifted their heads to look down. Hiss! Hiss! Their sharp tongues glistened. In front of the tens of snakes, Urd stiffened. Boa constrictors were magical creatures that swallowed dragons and gods in a bite. They were Hermes's symbol and signified his great strength. I hope you don't forget about me. I picked him first. I was feeling a bit annoyed because others were trying to take him. But cutting in line like this isn't nice, right? Urd clenched her fist. Hermes was one of the only gods who could move as he wished along the land of the living and the land of the dead. So he could appear in the lower floors himself. Although it required a lot of energy. If she got on his bad side, then everything was over. He could make the boa constrictors eat her and she wouldn't be able to say anything. Eventually Urd had to step back. Even if she was humiliated, Hermes had the power. That's a relief. Since you understand what I'm saying. Hermes brightly smiled and the snakes disappeared back into the ground. The boa constrictors glared at Urd and disappeared after them. The holy territory turned back into the black that symbolized Urd. But her pride didn't come back. Hepburn. Yes, master. At Urd's command, Hepburn appeared from the dark with her head bowed. Because Yeon-woo was gone, the shadow under her chin was gone. Swallow that child. Using whatever means. If she couldn't have it, she would break it. That was the stubbornness that Urd had retained for a long time. And Urd felt strange at what Hermes had said about Yeon-woo, that he had called dibs on him. The Hermes she knew was like the wind. He was free, and hated being tied down. So even though he became stronger, he had no greed for possession. But she felt uneasy seeing Hermes so alert. The gaze she saw in his eyes wasn't material greed. The eyes when one wants to protect someone. It was a gaze when trying to hide something from the public. Hiding something tightly under wraps so something important wouldn't be stolen. There's something about it. Urd thought there was a reason why Hermes was so protective of Yeon-woo. And she didn't like that Athena and Dionysus were interested in Yeon-woo. They were the second generation that hadn't committed any crimes amidst the Olympus full of dethroners. Since Urd was able to see a god's past as well, she felt that something was wrong. Hermes shouldn't have spoken for so long. Hepburn bowed at the command. When Urd was lost deep in thought, she closed the door and quietly left. At that moment, Urd felt something sharp from the side and whipped her head. Right when she was able to tell her to stop. Before she could speak, Hepburn's body was separated from her body on the floor. A long shadow carried Hepburn's soul and disappeared into nothingness. The monster portent that she thought went with Yeon-woo was hiding in Hepburn's shadow all this time. So if Urd had ordered Hepburn to hurt him, the monster portent would immediately act. It was hidden so well that Urd didn't notice it. No, because the power left behind by Hermes was so strong that she should feel anything with her dulled senses. She had been too lax. And the result of that laxness came back too severely. Act K. Urd couldn't chase after the monster portent. A terrible pain shook her holy power. Apostles were connected to their gods, and their spiritual body. Now that it was forcefully ripped away, it could only be painful. And Hepburn was a precious high elf that Urd had obtained after struggling for a long time. Since she was a superior species, she was that priceless. The backlash from it was immense. Her divine power was unraveling. Urd had to protect herself in the world alone. Shiver. The darkness shook. And that day, the 16th floor was upheaved at the halt of an oracle. This is the 17th floor, the gate of white air and blue water. Yeon-woo moved to the next floor through a blue portal. He had officially begun his climb, and his head was filled with annoyance from Ord. But the moment he saw the monster portent through the black bracelet with Hepburn's soul, his annoyance melted away like snow. The soul of a superior species was as hard to get as a high ranker. No, it was much harder. Especially if it had the power of a god. He wasn't sure, but Hepburn's soul was probably full of holy power forced from Ord. Yeon-woo already started to think about where to use that power. Of course, now I'm completely made enemies with the three Norns. It'll be a nuisance for the time being. The three temples would begin to create a search team to look for Erd's holy power. They might use mercenaries or assassins. It was going to be annoying, but it actually might be for the better. Since he used all the souls that he had from Red Dragon and Jeong-woo to strengthen Shannon and others. It was an opportunity to replenish. Actually, Yeon-woo thought he knew why Erd was trying to get to him. She was trying to get revenge for her younger sister and play with him like he was her toy. So Yeon-woo felt offended, and he kicked the door open on the way out. He decided to leave the monster portent hidden in the shadows. Also, what Erd had pointed out in her holy territory were things he was aware of as well. His experience in the past and what happened to his brother. They were all things that made Yeon-woo be suspicious of people. Even when he was in Africa, he hadn't been able to easily trust others. When he entered the tower, he suspected everyone. But now, it was different. He had met many people, and his mind had changed. But the last two lines in his brother's diary were imprinted in his mind deeply like a stamp. You were like my hero. I hope you don't lose that side of you because I'm hurt. With these words, there was no way he would change. Since he couldn't become an embarrassing brother to his little brother. Chapter 147, Mountain of Penance, 1. You, damned. Last words. The curse of fate will. Yeon-woo brought down his foot on the last priest's head like what he said wasn't even worth hearing anymore. And he looked around. His surroundings were completely cleared by his monster portents. About 300 players were lying strangely on the ground. Either their arms and legs were forcefully twisted, or they were impaled with a sharp shadow. A similarity between all of them was that they were all in fear. Since they had been killed by horrid undead. They were all players sent to target Yeon-woo, sent by the three goddesses. Holy knights that were said to be blessed by the goddesses. They fought in the name of the temples, but their efforts were futile. No one was able to swing their sword at Yeon-woo. At the confusion from the monster portents, they eventually ruined themselves. He didn't even need Dragon's authority. Swish! The monster portents all disappeared into the ground holding the corpses. The bloodstains were all gone, like there had never been any fight in the first place. These guys are boring. Is this all you got? Shannon complained, putting his sword back on his back. Under his mask, there wasn't a head, but it felt like he was pouting. Han Ryeong put down his sword that was dripping with blood and nodded in agreement. He hadn't even gotten out all 9 swords. 2 of them was enough. Dealing with these players might have been an insult to his pride. More guys will come in the future. Don't worry. Well, if you say so. Next time, call some better guys. Shannon spoke and disappeared back into the black bracelet with Han Ryeong. After that, there were several more attacks. And every time, they completely lost in the one-sided fight, and Yeon-woo just collected souls without lifting a finger and was able to strengthen his monster portents. The more powerful forces they brought with them, the better it was for Yeon-woo. With the situation ending up like this, the 3 Norns had to stop their attacks. They acknowledged that there was too big of a gap in their forces. If this kept up, their religious body would be pulled up by the roots, let alone regain their holy power back. And they had sued too many mercenaries and assassins, that they were financially struggling. And as word of Yeon-woo's accomplishments spread, people denied their requests. So although they hadn't completely given up, they were going to chase after him again after being back to their original condition. But Yeon-woo thought they wouldn't be able to do that for the time being. The condition of the Temple of Skuld, the death of Ord's apostle, and the holy knights that weren't even that many in number had died. The Temple of Verdandi was left, but it was still connected to the other two. Obviously, the reputation of the three temples reached their bottom, and the believers who had stayed until the end were now turning their backs. A god's power came from their dignity. Now that they had lost their dignity, the three temples were greeted with a cold winter. They didn't have the freedom to touch Yeon-woo for right now. Nor did they have the ability to. Then what should I do about this holy power now? Yeon-woo looked at the holy power that he forced from Hepburn's soul. He thought about what would be the best way to deal with this. It had the power of Ord. So obviously, it was priceless. The first thing that came to his mind were the souls binded to the black bracelet, but since they were opposite properties, it would be like poison to them. They began to show their evil property, so holy power wouldn't help them. He had to use it efficiently. Eventually, he came to a decision. Updated from Nouvelle Bien, com. Vigrid. If it was a magic sword that got the curses of countless heroes, wouldn't he cleanse it with the holy power and put it closer to its original state? Recently, the curses had been washed off due to Aegis and holy fire, but the origin of the curse didn't easily disappear. Yeon-woo held Vigrid in his right hand and poured holy power in little by little. So not a bit leaked out. Purification is being commenced. Vigrid is rapidly absorbing the holy power 35, 36, 37%, 61, 62%. The power of the holy sword is being revealed. The rust and blood on Vigrid began to become lighter. Instead, a white light came up and runes that were on the sword showed themselves. At the same time, the sword started to become longer slowly. Purification of the magic sword. It would take some time to wake all of its abilities after cleansing the curse away. Yeon-woo was already curious how Vigrid would look after everything was finished. The sword that heroes had desired so much. Yeon-woo began to quickly climb the floors again. He already had the power of a ranker. And he could use the information in the diary and his dragon's knowledge. The floors in the tens were easy, because they were lower floors. Of course, that didn't mean Yeon-woo lazily climbed them. He carefully looked around the stage to hoard hidden pieces, and he gathered karma to set records on each floor. He still didn't register his name on the Hall of Fame. He was able to reach the 20th floor in a day. This is the 20th floor, Gate of the Five Penance Mountains. This is it. Yeon-woo looked at the 5 mountains he could see from the start zone. From the closest to the furthest, the mountains were standing in a line. They were all so tall that they pierced the clouds and almost touched the sky. As you looked further, the height of the mountain became taller. From the 3rd mountain, it was covered in snow. Just looking at the forest around it relaxed people. It was a wondrous view. It was a beautiful sight. But this place was actually a place that players were opposed to. The same went for other floors, but there were so many things to be gained if one looked closely enough. However, this place was different. It was a testing area, not a gaining area. It was a place that tested what players had achieved so far. Like the white gate of the 10th floor. Every 10 floors, the tower tests what the player accomplished. The 10th floor tests from the 1st to the 9th floor and the 20th floor the 11th floor to the 19th floor. The 5 penance mountains on the 20th floor are the same. People who live here call it the 5 elements mountains, and these mountains endlessly test players. The tests are so difficult that some players go back down to the lower floors to start again. It was an infamous place. But unlike normal players, the 20th floor was one the floors Yeon-woo couldn't wait to begin. The trial of the 20th floor is starting. Trial. People who want to become a god have to punish themselves and know how to overcome limits. The 5 mountains here will help with your penance. Your eyes will be covered to get rid of temptations, and your ears will be closed so you can have a silent calmness. In a world where scent and taste are gone, you will be free from obsession, and the gone stimulus will become a chance for you to look back. Every time you cross a mountain, you will be given a penance. Overcome all penances and become a perfect me. The 20th floor's 5 mountains symbolized the 5 senses. Every time a mountain was climbed, the chosen sense disappeared. The first floor was sight, the second, noise, the third, scent, the fourth, taste, and the last mountain was touch. People all reacted to the stimulus around them. When these were blocked, only the mind remained. You had to climb the last mountain with only your mind. You had to have a strong trust in yourself to do this. A lot of players couldn't get used to the limited senses and retired. Even if they passed, they became sick of it. But although it was a place of difficulty to some, to others, it was a land of opportunity. This was for the people who wanted to train themselves. As you raised yourself to a higher position, the pressure of the 5 senses increased. It was a place to train yourself thoroughly. So the 20th floor was the most sought floor in the lower floors by rankers. It was the perfect palace for Yeon-woo, who wanted to become stronger. Especially to finish the homework the Martial King assigned him. Yeon-woo opened Intrinian and pulled out a book. It was a book the Martial King had given him, saying it was a present before he left the One-Horned tribe. He read it when he had time, but it was hard to understand even with his dragon's knowledge. It was the additional reward that Yeon-woo was supposed to receive after finishing the martial god's test. But the Martial King had only pushed it back, saying that it was too hard for him, and gave it to him only after acknowledging his growth. Climbing up to the 20th floor, Yeon-woo read the book when he could. As his achievements with the 8 extreme fists became deeper, it would help to learn a new Mujang. And Yeon-woo had an outstanding memory and understanding of what he read in the archives. But the problem was that was it. He needed to memorize it, but he didn't understand it. He already had an overall knowledge of Mujang, and he was able to grow after awakening his dragon body. But this was so hard that he couldn't even flip the page. Yeon-woo thought of a conversation he had with the Martial King before he left. Actually, the Yin sword is a wish of our tribe that we have wanted to attain, along with the Yang saber. A wish? Well, it's not that well known to the public. But if I try to explain. Okay. Do you know about our tribe's origin? I only know that it's a tribe that came along with the tower when it opened. That's close enough. We're a founding tribe, and we inherited our god's inheritance and live to continue making it better. That's things like Mujang and Jinbub, but there's something that we haven't been able to do for thousands of years. Damned thing! Are you saying? Yes. The Yin sword and the Yang saber. The combination of the 2 Mujangs takes us closer to the Mujang that our ancestor god used. Great Bright Pangu sword. That's our long-time wish. Great Bright Pangu sword. He still remembered the madness in the Martial King's eyes when he spoke about it. The Martial King said that even he, who was a genius, couldn't make himself touch the Yin sword and Yang saber. It was a Mujang that even the Martial King who had led the One-Horned tribe to a new era of prosperity hadn't been able to learn. And the Martial King continued to explain. The Yang saber could be inherited by Adora, since she had her insight, but that no one had the Yin sword. So his disciple should succeed it. And with that, Yeon-woo realized the Martial King had been looking for a successor of the Yin sword. A successor didn't come from the One-Horned tribe. So he had to look outside of it. His past 2 disciples were probably nominees. The sword god, and the person who could rival him. And both failed. Yeon-woo might fail. Since it was a Mujang that the One-Horned tribe hadn't been able to learn for thousands of years, Yeon-woo couldn't guarantee anything. But the fact that he received the book meant that he had the qualification, at the very least, and Yeon-woo wanted the Yin sword. No, not only did he want the Yin sword, he wanted the Yang saber and the Great Bright Pangu sword after it. It was the Mujang that one of the 3 who opened the tower used. Trinity wonders Jeong-cheon. He wanted to have it. Let's try it. Whatever I need to. And this floor was the perfect place for him to train. After organizing his thoughts, Yeon-woo began to move towards the first mountain he saw. Chapter 148, Mountain of Penance, 2. Hey? That person. The hoarder. Why would the hoarder? Is he here for the prize money too? No. I heard the hoarder's a lower floor player. So he could be here for the trial. When he was at the mouth of the mountain, he saw a bustling crowd of people. About 100 gazes landed on Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo tilted his head wondering what was going on. Players on the 20th floor usually wanted to just quietly pass the trial. Of course, it was hard for the people who attempted it the first time. But this kind of mood was created by the people who came down to train themselves. But the people at the base of the mountain were noisy. None of them seemed like they wanted to climb the mountain. Yeon-woo used his territory senses to observe him. They were skilled players who seemed to have passed the 20th floor. It didn't seem like they were here to train, so why were they here? He was curious, but he didn't concern himself with it since it wasn't his business. He only thought about how he could get the yin sword. As Yeon-woo approached the crowd, they split into two, creating a path for him. Yeon-woo had already made a name for himself in the Jeong-woo and Red Dragon War, and the fact that he defeated a semi-ranker was well known. Because of this, players were wary of Yeon-woo, but didn't want to face him. Yeon-woo passed by them into the mountain. Then, a message popped up in front of him. You have entered the first mountain. The first penance, blocking of sense is beginning. His sight closed like he was in a pitch-black room. He was slightly surprised at the sudden blackout, but it was something he was already expecting, so he looked over it. Although it is uncomfortable that it's dark. Yeon-woo just closed his eyes and focused on his other senses. As his magic power spread out, his other senses woke up. A map of the surroundings and geography around him was drawn in his head. Sense strengthening. Yeon-woo was confident in his senses, especially since he was able to read the movement of the arrows in Section A of the tutorial. With his senses of a dragon, the proficiency of the sense strengthening skill was at 80%. It was like a passive skill for him now. So thankfully, even though his sight was blocked, his movements were slowed down. It's easier than I thought. The diary detailedly explained the troubles of the Arthea members. Having a sense that was used for granted blocked was like carrying a yoke. They said the discomfort was the hardest to overcome. But Yeon-woo didn't experience the discomfort he was expecting, so he was slightly let down. This wouldn't train him. He even hoped that the other mountains would be harder. But the other players on the mountain didn't seem to agree with him. Ugh! Shit! This is so uncomfortable. How do they want us to move? There's a lot of time, so let's move slowly. And be careful not to confuse each other. I think there's a path this way. The players moved slowly in order to avoid each other. They moved like a senior pedestrian crossing the road during the red light. And once they were more used to it, they started to add speed. If they're on the 20th floor, they should have somewhat trained their other senses already. But they depend that much on their sight? Does that make sense? However, Yeon-woo didn't understand them. It was only sight that was blocked. Why were they fumbling so much? And they looked stupid shouting at each other to avoid bumping into one another. He wondered how they would deal with that if a fight arose between them. And they seemed to be trying to spread apart so their senses didn't overlap with each other. It was just pathetic. How had they passed so many trials not even knowing the expanse of their own senses? He didn't understand. Yeon-woo used Shunpo to quickly pass by two of them. Hey! Did something just go by? Wasn't it the wind? Hearing the players behind him, he added more speed. He was able to see many players like the ones he saw at the base. Actually, there was something Yeon-woo didn't know. It was that the other players' confusion he considered pathetic was normal. Among the players he passed, there were a few semi-rankers mixed somewhere in there. Blocking sight closed off a way for outside information to get to you. The players could only feel uncomfortable even if their senses had greatly improved while climbing the tower. That was why many players couldn't pass the first mountain. It was the reason why half of the players who attempted the 20th floor were stuck on it. However, they need to find a way to move on to step over to the next mountain. The method was easy. It was adjusting right away. Even arriving at the 20th floor meant that one had a lot of advanced senses. So even if they were uncomfortable at first, they should quickly get used to it and speed up. And in that process, they would throw away their habits of relying on one sense and feel their other senses. Then, the sense that was strengthened was hearing. The next mountain blocked hearing so other senses could be felt better. After that, smell, taste, and touch was blocked, completely closing off a player from the outside. During this time, players needed time to adjust. They needed to find a way to get food. In this process, people always started to have problems. And when they had completed all the trials, players received a shock when all their senses were suddenly given back to them. When they came back to attention, a deep joy was left in their hearts. They were able to experience worlds they hadn't seen before. As their senses were more detailed, they could deal with magic power better, and the control of their skills dramatically improved as well. So the most important part about the 20th floor was adjusting. No, to be precise, it was how one endured. Overcoming the discomfort raised patience, and the joy when one surpassed their limits wasn't able to be explained. Of course, if they didn't pass, they couldn't feel this. However, Yeon-woo had already felt all this before, so it didn't really affect him. Testing a limit and overcoming it. Then, moving right on to the next limit and repeating it. It was something he did every day. Every day was like a penance for Yeon-woo. He just didn't realize it because he was used to it. The penance of the 20th floor was just like his daily lifestyle, so he didn't think too much of it. Yeon-woo just worriedly thought about how to raise the difficulty of the trial that was so boring. He had come here expectantly and ended up being completely disappointed. Eventually, he decided to set limits for himself. He put all the artifacts he had on into Intrinian. He changed into comfortable clothes, and held only Karshina's dagger in his hand. He even changed into the mask he wore when he first entered the tower. Then, the options to add strength to his body disappeared and his body settled down. Still not enough for him, he condensed his territory that was spread far and wide to just right around him. As all the information disappeared, the drawing that was in his head disappeared as well. He felt uncomfortable, like he was being pressed down with something heavy. He even locked his magic circuit. All the power that was circulating in his body disappeared and only emptiness remained. All the skills he was using disappeared, and as Dragon's sense vanished, he was back into an ordinary human again. And when Yeon-woo threw away everything that made him strong, and when the walls that were protecting him were gone, he gripped Karshina's dagger even tighter. You have forced the stop of the magic circuit. Warning! You may be in danger from outer influences. Use your magic power. You have blocked your senses. You have blocked your skills. You have. He felt like all his cells were standing up. His back straightened, and he was on guard for anything that might come from around him. Yeon-woo swallowed. Nervousness poured down his body. His heart sounded like a drum. He had always used Dragon's territory to protect himself. So he was confident that he would always be able to protect himself from outer influences. But since it was all gone, he felt empty. Now he was only a slightly strong human. His strong body was still left, but that was it. The nervousness that someone could attack him any moment and the anxiousness of not knowing what was going to happen. He wasn't able to plan out his actions. It was like being thrown into the middle of nowhere without anything. Even when he first entered the gate for the tower he didn't feel this way. It was like when he was first dispatched to Africa after only receiving basic training. The danger of death always hovered above him. And so Yeon-woo thought. This is a bit better now. He was happy. He had only focused on getting power, not training his body from the basics. If he knew it was gonna be like this, he should have tried it earlier. But on the other hand, he thought that he would be able to improve even more since it was his first time doing it. More than anything, Yeon-woo had a lot of enemies. He had to stay tense at the fact that anyone could start to attack him. In a way, he put himself in a dangerous situation. No, he definitely did. But Yeon-woo satisfactorily started his hike again. Climbing the mountain with blocked senses and nothing else was definitely not an easy feat. You could trip and fall off a cliff or get scratched by good-for-nothing tree branches. Even though Yeon-woo fumbled around moving a step at a time, Yeon-woo moved comparably faster than others. His physique could only be different because he had awakened his dragon body. Other than his stamina, his nose and ears were more sensitive that most objects weren't dangerous to him. Becoming used to the blocked senses helped Yeon-woo move faster as well. So Yeon-woo reached the peak of the first mountain and even had the composure to think about getting the yin sword on the way back down. He didn't forget about being attentive. With one misstep, he could fall down a deep cliff. The yin sword is completely different from normal mujongs. If you don't completely understand the meaning behind it, you can't dig deeper. Usually, mujongs were set up in 4 steps: Hyung, Shik, Cho, and Ui. Hyung meant the shape. Mujong had several hundreds of detailed movements, and they all followed a Shik, and combined together, they created the Cho. And when they were all combined, the meaning, Ui, behind it all was revealed. It was like how when a puzzle was split, no one could see the overall picture, but when they were connected, it was easy to see what it was. However, the yin sword was the opposite. The order was flipped around. Ui, Cho, Shik, Hyung. You had to find the meaning first to understand the overall flow, and learn more about it as you went. And when you understood everything inside, that was when you could learn the yin sword. Usually, after training, understanding can be gained. But this is the complete opposite, so I don't know what to do. And the information is hard to understand. It's like the Bible, or a legend. In the beginning, a giant woke up and split everything. What rose became light to shine below it, and the things below it combined to support the world. This support set up the world today, and gave many fruits. He didn't know where the meaning here was. The Yang Saber Edora learned was probably not too different. Then how was Edora able to understand this? Yeon-woo lightly sighed and was lost in thought again. He finished the first mountain, and he was entering the second. You have entered the second mountain. The second penance, blocking of hearing, is beginning. Chapter 149, Mountain of Penance, 3. The moment his hearing closed, Yeon-woo felt like he was locked up somewhere. The body organ that people received the most outside information from after the eyes were the ears. And since he had closed his magic circuit, he couldn't shake the feeling of his subconscious being locked. Yeon-woo hesitated for a second. Taking a step without any help right now was too dangerous. He could hear the sound of the winds on the trees and the scent of the flowers to determine distance. But with his hearing closed, it was impossible. The fact that he would move depending on his nose was crazy. He also had his touch and taste, but these were useless without actual contact, so they weren't a big help. He had already experienced something similar in Section A. At the time, the sense that had improved the most was sight and hearing. So he was totally anxious. But he thought that it would be just as fun. Yeon-woo slowly moved his feet again. His thoughts about the yin sword would have to be pushed back until he got used to it. Nov, L, by, N, calm. As he expected, climbing the mountain just by depending on your nose was really dangerous. Using scent to determine the distance, location, and shape of things was near impossible. Depending on the direction of the wind, the scent could be stronger, or he could not smell something because the area was too vast. So Yeon-woo lowered his body as much as possible to be prepared for any obstacles. Experiencing the danger of falling several times, he found a solution. It was the sense that he hadn't imagined would be helpful. As the wind breezed down, it carried plenty of scents with it. His sensitive nose could approximate where things were, and his touch could locate where things were by the wind. He had to analyze information that he had to quickly judge things, but thanks to his increased thinking abilities, he got quick results. And when he made the wrong choice, he rolled around and managed to find his balance again. However, this process was more difficult than he thought, and Yeon-woo struggled for the first time in a long while. He entered the third mountain. His nose was numb. As the last sense that helped him to get information vanished, his movements became more careful. The only way for him to read the way was for him to feel the wind on his skin. No, there was something else that he faintly felt. The wavelength. On the way down the second mountain, Yeon-woo faintly felt something with his touch. The things brought to him by the wind actually carried all kinds of different things. At first, he couldn't tell the difference between them, because it was too minuscule. He just thought that something like pollen was mixed into the wind. But as time went by and he used his thinking abilities, he was able to tell the difference between. Something was spreading in waves. It moved up and down, and some things moved side to side. As he compared the difference, he realized that each object had different wavelengths. Of course, it was so small that if he didn't focus on his touch, he would miss it right away. So Yeon-woo had no choice but to focus with his combat will and felt time flow in his consciousness. Doing that, he couldn't tell how much time had passed outside. He couldn't see the sun rise and set, and focusing on his consciousness separate him from his surroundings. The proficiency of combat will is dramatically increasing 31, 32%, 45, 46%. You have used the skill for quite a while now. Longer use can damage your brain. There is a danger of falling in the space between your consciousness and your body. Rest is advised. You have used the skill for quite a while now. You may be locked in overuse of your consciousness. Danger. Your thinking abilities had automatically contacted the dragon's knowledge to dramatically increase. The proficiency of combat will has dramatically increased 62.2%. A day? 2? Perhaps even a month had passed. However, the time Yeon-woo felt was extremely long. He walked only by depending on the wavelength of objects and walked some more. Actually, it was a bit strange for Yeon-woo. He had made quick judgments using his 5 senses. And using his magic power, he had amplified the location of things. But this was the complete opposite. His active senses were all closed, and he didn't use his magic power other than to continue using the skill. He just received information from the outside. He read what was happening around him. And as he did that, he saw the wavelengths that he hadn't been able to tell with his 5 senses or his magic power. The shapes of each object's wavelengths were different, but their ends were also totally different as well. Some were heavy, and some were light. And some were fast while others were slow. He almost couldn't tell the difference. But they had all something in common. The strong were strong, and the weak ones were weak. Even if a tree was tall enough to soar over everything else, it was weak, and if a small rock was tight and heavy, its wavelength was strong. Yeon-woo wondered why they were so different, and came to an answer. Existence. Yeon-woo organized the concept in his head. People and items all have existences. In other words, it was aura. Even with the aura, your opponent can feel depressed. And you can pull someone else along with your might. On the other hand, the people with weak existences end up being eaten. All living things instinctively knew this. They would subconsciously feel pushed down because of the existence a strong opponent emanated, and this was the best way to determine the gap between one's opponent and yourself. But the normal auras that are felt are mixed with other things, and aren't pure. But there's a deeper base to this. Through continued training, you have been able to sense a part of one's soul. You have realized soul control. You have achieved an accomplishment not easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 3,000 karma. You have earned 2,000 karma. More advancements are advised through more training. Only after realizing soul control you deserve to have a level. Is this what soul control is? Yeon-woo had heard about soul control as well. The stronger the soul, the larger the wavelength, and as your level increases, your wavelength becomes heavier and weights air down. In other words, soul control is the weight of the soul. It is the strength that people with some level have to have. And understanding your opponent's soul control was the most step in battling a high ranker. Yeon-woo had felt strong auras while dealing with some players. Especially the Martial King and Summer Queen made his back shiver. Thankfully, he was used to somewhat reading them, but he still couldn't do it for those who were weak. He needed to feel smaller things. He had to dig deeper into more quickly understand others' foundations. He accidentally found a way to do it. So Yeon-woo was able to read an item's internal side. He could somewhat tell how the condition of the item was using wavelengths. He hadn't tested it on humans yet, but he felt like it was possible. Even what he couldn't read with his draconic eyes or information windows, he could read through them. Also, as he was stimulated by the wavelengths, something squirmed inside of Yeon-woo. It was a new feeling he hadn't experienced before. At first, it was strange, but since he had his soul control, he could easily deal with dangerous things. Feeling danger was from the will to live. And you have to make your senses move according to that will. It was a sense that was completely separate from the five senses. It wasn't something you could force up under normal conditions, but he felt like he could train it now. And he instinctively knew from experience. If he could control this feeling, another perspective would open for him. Chapter 150, Mountain of Penance, 4. Oh? You're already training your sixth sense? I was going to teach you when we have time, but to think you were training yourself using this method. When Yeon-woo felt hunger for the first time, he entered a small tunnel, and pulled out food from Intrinian to lightly fill himself. And he summoned Shannon and Han Ryeong to confirm his accomplishments. Feedback could help a lot with training. Shannon and Han Ryeong were people who climbed to a higher level of sword mastery than Yeon-woo. He wanted to check if he was heading the right direction. Sixth sense. It wasn't hard to discuss with the two Death Knights, since they conversed using mental means anyway. Yeon-woo just had to deliver his thoughts to them. Shannon smirked at Yeon-woo's question. Did you forget already? The sense I said you need to have to find a focal point. Of course I remember. But I didn't know this was sixth sense. I just thought it was something related to soul control. Soul control. Shannon tilted his head in confusion. So Yeon-woo explained what he had learned. The wavelength of things, soul control. And the new sense he felt with soul control. But as he continued to explain, Shannon's body trembled. Even though he didn't speak, his thoughts were violently shaking. What? Nonsense. There was only one emotion. Shock. Yeon-woo cocked his head, not being able to understand. It was a good thing to understand the sixth sense, but why was he exuding those thoughts? And so he turned his consciousness towards Han Ryeong. Han Ryeong, who had been quiet all this time, was even more quiet now. He seemed like he needed to think something through. His dignified personality was slightly shaking right now. And he opened his mouth to speak. Since sixth sense is related to the subconscious and instinct, it's a door to soul power, but I think you went backwards. Does that make sense? This crazy. Yeon-woo frowned at what they both said. Both of you explain so I can understand. What's soul power? Han Ryeong replied in a tranquil voice. If soul control is the weight of the soul that grows with progression, soul power is the power that comes from it. Usually, it raises the level of magic power as well because that's what takes mana from the mana stream. Han Ryeong continued. However, because this is deep within the realm of your subconscious, it's usually dormant. As you become more powerful, you're able to open the sixth sense, which can be said to be the door to your subconscious. Because the sixth sense was the base of instinct, it was located right on the line between your consciousness and your subconscious. However, the subconscious is about 80% of your total consciousness, so it's not easily approachable. If you make a mistake, your brain may be damaged, so it's carefully dealt with. Yeon-woo somewhat understood what Han Ryeong said. He had to enter his subconscious to enter his soul, and then he would be able to use soul power. But I didn't even open the door, so is it like I opened the door from the inside using soul power? Shannon's screams rang out. That's not something that can be so easily done. This is, It's like that. What do you do when you enter a building? What do you mean what do I do? Of course you have to enter through the door. And if there's any obstacles, get rid of them. Right. You either enter the front door or a side door, right? But you, Master Boy, you. Shannon's hand on his sword breaker shook. It's like you jumped up to the attic and are heading downstairs to the lobby. Many gods and demons of the 98th floor and looking at you with incredulous eyes. A few gods laughed futilely. A few demons are having a serious conversation about you. Someone has brought up a powerful idea. Hermes is looking at you proudly. Urt is looking at you with an anger-filled gaze. The mind of a human can be separated into two sections. The consciousness where the thinking happens, and the dormant unconsciousness. The dormant unconsciousness was commonly called the subconscious, and it was the path to reach the base of your soul. If it was compared to an ocean, it would be the water that you had to cross to reach the ocean's bottom. Players all wanted to someday be in control of their subconscious. Only then could they escape the prison of their physical body and have soul power in their hand, and their rank to finish their spiritual growth would be completed. It was similar to nirvana or diabol. The act of surpassing yourself. An ascension to heaven. Was this that amazing? You've got to be kidding me. Shannon wanted to smash Yeon-woo's head with the sword he was holding. He was almost feeling wronged that he couldn't. But I can only feel soul control, I can't use soul power yet. If you could do that, you would have been the boss. Wouldn't you have jumped up to the 77th floor then? Shannon sighed like his world was falling apart. Han Ryeong added an additional explanation. Soul power is something that even high rankers cannot use freely. The Sword God and the Summer Queen can only use a part of it. To be able to freely use soul power means that you're becoming complete. That would mean that you're a true ascender who has surpassed their physical limits. The highest point. And those people are usually called gods or demons. Han Ryeong nodded up and down. That's right. His serious voice spread out. It's too early for you to deal with soul power. Your soul hasn't even developed fully, and if you make a mistake, it could shatter. Unlike magic power that could always be replenished, soul power was the strength that came from your soul, and it couldn't be renewed. So opening your soul power was something that was only possible when your soul had developed and you had soul control. However, just by sensing soul control, you already put the first button on what others can't easily do, so it'll be easier from now on. We don't even need to talk about training your sixth sense. Shannon crossed his arms and spoke in an aloof voice. So first, like how you felt soul control, think about expanding your sixth sense to the outside. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes. It was a training method he hadn't thought of before. Expand. Sixth sense. Sixth sense is just another sense. It's not something that should remain in your subconscious, but also come out to the outside. Then, the path for your soul power to leave your body will be made as well. So I can think of it like making a channel. It's similar. since the time to release his soul control would someday come. Before that, he had to make a path for it, and it was sixth sense. Yeon-woo, Shannon, and Han Ryeong all felt exalted while conversing with each other. Soul control and soul power. It meant that the process to become an ascender was officially beginning. It also meant that he had reached the level to become a real master. Yeon-woo thought of the paths he took so far. He made efforts as well, but it had been a string of coincidences. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his brother had paved the way. His brother's diary still had the locations of quite a lot of the hidden pieces, but this was something Yeon-woo had to do for himself now. The tiny steps that Yeon-woo took from now would affect the results of his growth drastically. And Yeon-woo was proud of himself for putting on the first button right. But what I do from now on is more important. Yeon-woo organized his thoughts while chewing some jerky. How does it taste? Like I'm chewing rubber. Ha 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 ha. I understand. When I climbed the fourth mountain, my annoyance level was really at its maximum. Shannon laughed while following Yeon-woo up the fourth mountain. The sense that was blocked next was taste. There wasn't any discomfort for when he moved, but it was quite uncomfortable for his lifestyle. Since he couldn't taste anything, it was torture every time he put something in his mouth. Jerky tasted like rubber, chewy and tart, and when he drank water, he felt like he was drinking sewer water. It wasn't that his sense of taste was completely blocked, but changed, to taste other flavors. Yeon-woo grimaced. This meant he had to give up on his lunchbox, and he was slightly annoyed by this. It seemed like the trial of the 20th floor wouldn't ever budge from the theme of penance. But he still had to eat something, so as he put the jerky in his mouth, he tried something that he had been practicing from yesterday. Sixth sense release. As it slowly revealed its presence, it started to feel the wavelengths around it. It was different from using his magic power to observe his surroundings. Going past the wavelengths, it was like he could freely feel the world. And with the advice of Shannon and Han Ryeong, he felt like this was totally doable. You have understood a part of how to deal with soul power. You are able to feel soul control more specifically. You have understood the way to reveal your existence with your soul control. The level of your soul is growing. And before he knew it, when he was on the fifth mountain, he was able to expand the territory of his sixth sense. His careful movements became more natural. He didn't hesitate when walking anymore. If someone saw, they would have thought he was seeing the way in front of him. Although all his senses were blocked now. Strangely, he felt something around him. He saw a new world looking at things the other way. It was like he had a third eye. Also, as Yeon-woo was able to find his direction, his growth rapidly increased. The proficiency of the skill sense strengthening has dramatically increased 82, 83%, 96, 97%, 100%. Congratulations! You have reached the max level of your sense strengthening skill. All stats related to your skill increase. Strength increased by 10. Dexterity increased by 12. You have gained a new understanding about your skill. A superior skill is being opened. The skill Sixth Sense has been created. The proficiency of the skill Sixth Sense has quickly reached the max level. New skills are being searched for considering your stats. The superior skill Inspiration is being opened. The proficiency of the skill Inspiration has dramatically increased. After he mastered his sense strengthening skill, multiple superior skills were created and disappeared after being mastered. The Tower S system was looking for a skill to fit Yeon-woo's achievements. Although it was forcefully sealed, his dragon's sense was continuing to change as well. Then, the skill Extrasensory Perception has been created. The messages reached one place. Extrasensory Perception. Numbering 95. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary: it combines the five senses and the sixth sense into one, and allows for the recognition of things that couldn't be felt before. Asterisk Intuition. As the proficiency increases, the range of your sense increases, and you can easily feel the base of items in your range. Sometimes, you can activate a sense similar to foresight, and you can peek into the idea. Automatic defense mechanism. In the case of an unexpected situation, your speed to realize this increases. Also, in the dangerous case where your HP decreases to under 10%, all stats can increase by 200% once a day. Extrasensory perception. Yeon-woo was completely surprised at the newly created skill. Mastering the skills that were given and making a signature skill of your own was the path to becoming a ranker. But it wasn't easy to make a superior skill, and even if you received one, it was much harder to control it. It was obvious, but raising the proficiency of a superior skill was more tricky than raising a lower skill. He thought he would receive a skill that was a few levels ahead of what he had. But the system gave Yeon-woo something much higher than he expected. Extrasensory perception. One of the top sensing skills that had a numbering had landed in his lap. Without any warnings in advance. The proficiency of the skill extrasensory perception is increasing to 3%. And the proficiency of even this skill was quickly rising. In a way, this was something that should have obviously happened. 5 senses that were trained with sense strengthening. Recognition using magic power. 6th sense that used soul control. And the dragon's sense. They were all combined into one. It was only expected that an outstanding skill would come out. He could feel the range of his 6th sense expanding rapidly. It wasn't something that could be explained. Yeon-woo felt like his mind was going to explode. It was different from when his consciousness had grown after awakening his dragon body. Then, it was like forcefully growing his vessel, and now, it was like filling that vessel to the brim. Additionally, Yeon-woo was able to see a kind of flow in the information that was being entered. He saw things he couldn't before. He felt things. And he easily realized what it was. Mana stream. He could clearly feel the mana in the atmosphere flowing in like a large stream. And he could see the smaller things inside it. They came to Yeon-woo as a newfound wonder. It was like his third eye was widened. Yeon-woo's environment was highlighted so clearly with his extrasensory perception, he thought his senses had all been opened. He checked his condition to check just in case, but his 5 senses were definitely closed off. Yeon-woo subconsciously shivered. He could already feel all these things with his extrasensory perception. What would happen when all his senses opened after finishing the trial? He couldn't tell what he would feel then. Master. Shannon, who had been blankly looking on, spoke in a sour voice. Yeon-woo pressed down the joy in his body and turned his consciousness to where Shannon was. What? I think I get why that Fanti sighed every time he looked at you now. You're infuriating. Sheesh. Does this make sense? The thing that some have to work their entire lives to get. It comes to someone like this. How? Shannon thumped his chest with his fist. He felt so wronged. He worked his ass off to get to the 50th floor for a long time, and now felt aggrieved. But then, Shannon sighed like the sky was coming down. Watching Yeon-woo from his side, he knew how much he pushed himself. What he thought was difficult when he was living, the things that he worked so hard for, was actually just child's play in Yeon-woo's case. Yeon-woo did the crazy act of sealing all his senses and skills when he climbed the mountain. If he took a single misstep, he could plummet down a cliff. He faced dangerous situations head-on and challenged himself after overcoming his limits. In a way, it was like abusing himself. Shannon couldn't think that he had unfairly achieved this. No, Yeon-woo's gift was just normal. However, he overcame that with tenacity, rigor, and clear judgment. And when Yeon-woo was satisfied with himself for accomplishing such a feat. Whose disposition is this? Was there someone like this? Yet. There's no way I wouldn't now. Hey! Who are you? It seems like you were enlightened after coming here. Hey, Youngest. It's the newbie you were looking for so long. Accept the newbie. Hey 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 hey. Who are you? Suddenly, voices popped inside his head and made him dizzy. It was the same open speaking the sword god used. Yeon-woo was able to immediately realize the owners of the voices. Sadhu. Of the trials of the 20th floor, obviously, the trial of the 5th mountain was the most painful. Because all my senses are all blocked off, isolating me in darkness, and I still had to somehow climb the mountain. This was hard even for the skilled rankers. No, actually, it was harder. Because the more you have, the more pressure is put on you on the 5th mountain. This is the reason why players who were met with a wall came back to the 20th floor. However, they came here feeling like they were grasping at straws. The 20th floor wasn't somewhere they came because they enjoyed it. But it's a fact that all kinds of perverts exist in the world. There's people who enjoy torture and pain. And they experience pleasure as they received the penances, and said something about a new freedom. They were crazy scumbags. However, they called themselves this. Climber of the penances, sadhu. Long story short, sadhu were hermits who focused on their individual training by isolating themselves in the 5th mountain. Like they didn't want to be disrupted, they were spread all over the mountain. In the middle of a tunnel, in a large forest, and even in the lake. But Yeon-woo felt them with his extrasensory perception. They were all people with trained sixth senses because of their time in the mountain, and he could feel something scanning him. And there were 5. When he read the foundation of them. They're strong. He clenched his fist. Each of them were skilled people. 2 of them were skilled people who could probably stand against Bahul or the Saber God. And whoosh! Yeon-woo felt something approach him quickly. Like a flying bird, it landed on the top of a nearby tree in a blink of an eye. They were probably curious about the expert who could feel them. The player who wanted to check out the newbie was surprised when he checked Yeon-woo. Hey? You're... Yeon-woo looked around, trying to look for the player, still not used to his extrasensory perception, and he was taken aback as well. It was familiar to him. Someone he had met in the tutorial but someone he hadn't kept in touch with. Completed.